times in a row. At least 5 times in a row. It's that good. The Iranians are probably baffled. Just absolutely baffled. That's what I was going for. If you twerk, I'll donate. So control. You made me laugh. That's enough, my friend. You don't need to donate. Laughs are better than anything else in the world. Oh, goodness. This song is about bringing in their Islamic Messiah. Okay. I mean, that's cool. I like God. I'm all about songs that revere God. I'm down. Good for them. Why don't the UFOs communicate with humanity? I think they do. They tell us not to do atmospheric nuclear tests. They just don't communicate with humans. Why would they talk to humans? It would freak people out. They probably just I think what happens is certain type of nuclear explosions in the atmosphere send out signals, kind of like when we sent out the first TV signal and it went out into space for years and years and decades. When you do an atmospheric nuclear explosion, it screws up space-time for other civilizations. That's my basic understanding. I'm not an expert in this. I just know a little bit about some of the documents. And apparently, the deal is, I don't think they're underwater. It's that they got mad. I don't know how they communicate exactly, but they got mad when we did atmospheric nuclear testing because it sent signals out very deep into space, and it screwed with something that they do. I don't know. I don't speak advanced technology, but that's the basic premise of why they showed up around the time of atmospheric nuclear testing. And then they stuck around, I think, until the 80s. They're around, I'm pretty sure, but people don't understand what the point was. It's more like a question. First of all, we don't travel between planets, so we're not really a problem for the aliens. They look at us as a very immature species, I'm sure. They probably look at us like animals, frankly. We don't travel at the speed of light, frankly, or even close to it. We don't travel between planets. We don't have colonies on other planets. We're a very young civilization. So I don't think they care. Why would you want to talk to us? I'd observe us and just be yeah, they'll get there eventually. Maybe they probably don't perceive time the same way as we do either. They travel really fast, so time doesn't work the same way when you travel fast. It's complex. It's like an exception to Einstein's general theory of relativity. If you travel at the speed of light, you will age slower than someone traveling slower. That's the basic premise of the paradox. It's fascinating, but I would guess they utilize that because they travel. If they are real, if aliens are real, which I do believe, because it's nonsensical to think we're the only developed civilization in the entire known multiple galaxies. But anyway, the answer to your question is, why would they bother? We're not an intergalactic species. We're not a threat to them, really. The only thing that would be a threat to them is nuclear weapons, and it's not even a threat to them directly. It just probably interferes with the way they travel in deep space or something. So anyway, they just told us probably to stop doing atmospheric nuclear explosions. And then they were probably those are a bunch of dumb humans, and then they left us alone. They probably monitor us. That would be my opinion. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a merging of DNA at some point, but I think that was definitely unnatural. Because humans don't really make sense in the evolutionary context. The amount of sentience humans have is a little off in the evolutionary chain. The closest thing are dolphins, maybe orcas. So, yeah, I don't know what explains that. I'm not a geneticist. I'm a Tal. Alright, this is going to be big. The world is watching. He can't screw this up. The other night was bad. If we have a repeat of the other night, there's just going to be destruction. They could easily blow skyscrapers in Tel Aviv off the map if they want. They haven't done it yet because they wanted to save it for their shock and awe moment. They can and will do it. Alright, this is the pool feed. Yeah, this is the Associated Press. They have the pool. He's normally a little late. The military doesn't like being late, though. Here you go. What? All right, here we go. All right, yeah, the alien thing. I mean, I think Unhurried Journey just really likes aliens, which, I mean, that's cool, bro. I hope I have no idea. I promise you, I have no idea what's about to happen. I've never seen anything like it, dude. They're like hugging each other. Dude, he's tormenting them. He's hilarious. He thinks the press are traitors. That's my opinion. He hates the press. Dude, I'm turning the press room into a swimming pool when I get elected. And then I'm letting a few of them have offices in the West Wing, and then the rest of them can be in the old executive office building. Yeah, how about you stop complaining, woman? Stop complaining! Yo, that woman always complains. She's with PBS. Dude, stop complaining. Dude, do your job. I've slept on courthouse steps for months. Stop complaining. You are in the White House. Oh my goodness, these coddled reporters who don't know how to do their job, complaining about having to stand up for 2 hours in a room with a bunch of other people. Try sleeping on the courthouse steps in Dedham, Massachusetts. Try sleeping overnight on the concrete. Oh, these coddled White House reporters with jobs that anybody else in the industry would love. I don't want it. I'm not answering to no boardroom. But my God, these coddled White House reporters complaining about having to stand up for 2 hours. I'll whip them into shape. Let me at them. Let me at them. Yeah, they were complaining, Mary P. They were like, we have to stand up for 2 hours in here. How dare you? I wanted a question. 2 hours? Oh, God forbid. God forbid. The White House press corps is just the worst amalgamation of American intelligentsia. It's like the very worst of every aspect of our society. All of them somehow got in the same room and they think their farts smell great. And frankly, I think they're all terrible. I could go one-on-one in a debate with anyone in that room. In fact, I could debate all 100 of them at once and have them spinning circles around each other. I could have their brains on the floor melted from my rhetorical persuasion and my refined syntactical predisposition. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. The press are complaining in the White House about the fact that they had to stand up for 2 hours waiting for Mr. President. I told them to sleep on the courthouse steps of Norfolk Superior Court and then get back to me. This is why the American press is terrible. There's not a single American network that can do its job. They're all horrible. The New York Times is terrible. Seriously, they can't even do their job. The Post is not that great. I'm sorry, they're not that good. Nobody is good. CNN's terrible. MSNBC's terrible. ABC's terrible. CBS is terrible. NBC is terrible. God knows. MSDN, CN4, NBC, whatever their acronym or pronoun is now. They're terrible. Everybody's terrible. I'm offended. I've been doing this for 35 days on my own. No one has managed to actually do the job. It's offensive to the American polity. Therefore, I have to become president and teach these members of the press corps some manners. Fox gets a pass because they have Trey Yingst. I went on a bit of a rant there. Let me at him. Let me do this press conference. Let me at him. Maybe she has heels on. Okay, well, then somebody should give her a chair. Towel for president. Yep. You all go make me president in 2028. Just make it happen. I'm ready. A G-rant. I love it. I am ready to be president. Let's do it. Let me at him. I want to debate Maggie. I want to quiz Maggie Haberman about Kant. That'll humble her. She's got to read the Critique of Pure Reason and Practical Reason and Theory and Practice, and maybe the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals. Okay? And she's got to read all of it. And then I'm going to make her do all that, get all nervous about the interview, and then I'm going to immediately switch to Hegel. And I'm going to be like, I like Robert S. Hartman's Translation of Reason and History. Now, referring you to specifically page, I think, 58 of the intro, can you tell me a little bit about the political constellation at the time of Hegel's birth and juxtapose it with the time of his death? And in turn, tell me how that embodies Hegel's theory of the historical dialectic? And if she says she can't answer it, I won't give her an interview. Miss Haberman, this is your one chance to cheat on the exam. I hope you're listening. Oh yeah, and then I'm gonna smoke cigars the whole time. If you elect me, I will smoke cigars in the press room, in the White House, in the Oval Office, in the Situation Room. I'll get the staff ventilation. I will smoke everywhere. If you elect me, it is the will of the American people. I will smoke cigars everywhere. I'll smoke them in the outside. Oh, and by the way, I'm reverting the Rose Garden back to Jackie Kennedy's Rose Garden. And see that room they're in? I'm turning it into my pool. I'm making it a pool. If you elect me, one of my campaign platforms is I'm making that room into a swimming pool. It's going to look exactly like JFK had it in 1961. In fact, if you elect me, I won't knock anything down from the existing White House. We'll see what the court rulings say about different things that are going on right now. I have no comment on that, pending the Judge Rao and her panel's review, and then once it goes up to SCOTUS, then I'll have more input on what I think about the structural design of the White House. But in terms of the interior, I have plans. I promise you, if you elect me, I will revert the White House to exactly as it looked on January, or like whatever, maybe more like February of '62, exactly as it looked when JFK and Jackie Kennedy were there. It will be to the T. That will be my instruction. I will walk in there. They're going to be like, so we have some carpeting, some flooring. Nope, bro, I don't need to hear it. I don't want to be involved. Go find the plans from when Jack Kennedy and Jackie Kennedy were here. Show them to me. Like, give me like the way it developed from like, what was it, January of '61 through like October of '63. Maybe if there were some additions in early November of '63, we can talk about it. I want to see the evolution of the floor plans, and I want to look at how it was exactly in like October of '63, and I want you to replicate it to the T. Every single material must be exactly the same. All of the paintings must be the same. I want it all the same. No expenses spared. The American public elected me to restore this White House to exactly how it was when we lost the Republic. All right, we're going to forget everything that happened between November 23rd of 1963 and the present day just didn't happen. We're starting anew right from that moment. All right, that's the plan. Everybody down? All right. That's my campaign promise. Yes, if you elect me, I will smoke cigars, troll the press, quiz Maggie Haberman about Kant, then swerve her by asking her about Hegel, and also I'll turn the White House back to exactly as it looked in October of 1963. And I'll smoke cigars all the time. Literally every foreign dignitary is going to have to deal with it. All right, we're all on the same page. Is everybody down with this? You're going to get yelled at, Fitness Plus Chicago. Get him, Nightbot. All right, here's Mr. President.
It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. And we have knockdown in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group. You can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one, and it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did two, and it might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent, but we got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive on Iranian soil. I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Those our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper-type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space, and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout, and he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher, and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. we wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas. So we were scattered it all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapons system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains, and we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand, so we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane, and then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes, and they got pretty well bogged down, and we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in, and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have, we have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used, and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle, and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. This was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out, 1 load out. It happened, and we were watching, and we said, "That's amazing." It's in many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that if we would have had a runway or decent soil, but it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent. The genius is not even talent, it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. If you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group, incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us, I tell you. Well, it was the Easter, we were in the Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. It's amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you, first thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines, how they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out, because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation, because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker, because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation, with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too, because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we say, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive. And we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic. Boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. So impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane. But they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go. Bwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me and many others that worked. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure you're supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it. But the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk, it might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the president put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the president can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the president's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the president to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the president, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the president asked me to lead the CIA, He made it clear, get back to basics, no politics, no agendas. Tackle the hardest problems and execute the toughest missions. This president is about results. And now, that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters, and all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind. We will come for you. Thank you.
Well, John, thank you for the collaboration of the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple, and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it, none of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell.
But just
and the top
Hezbollah.
of it read 45
I don't mean
minutes
to insult
and
them.
45
Not
hours.
missile alert. Well, it is a
56
missile, but
minutes.
it's from Hezbollah, not
For
Iran.
45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination.
Those
From
are
the
the
moment
light
our
alerts.
pilots went down, our mission was unblinking.
Will Iran do it?
Call
We'll
never
see.
dropped. The meeting never stopped. The
I
planning
expect-
never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authority
You got it,
and the
silent
support
dogs.
they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our
But that
warfighters,
every nuisance
he means
is
it.
a
And it
hint.
means
Is a hint.
a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield.
That was a great speech from
President
Mr.
Trump
President, by the
understands
way.
that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a
Vengeance
doctrine
is
that
mine,
saves
saith the Lord,
American
who saith
lives.
better than
His
all.
unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. A note before I start, I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do this again sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the President said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said several hours later on the morning, after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King 2s, HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft were violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury, and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs, a Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this, this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the Joint Force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try, means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded. Using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, their will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible. On Saturday, 4 April, after establishing positive communications with the backseater, we learned, as the president said, that he was injured and actively evading enemy forces. And thanks to our interagency partners, we were able to get eyes on his location and positively ID him. Throughout this entire time, the enemy force continued to search for 44 Bravo, and the joint force continued to strike them over and over and over again. Fighting off marginal weather in Iran and the enemy's search for a second time on Saturday, at the recommendation of the CENTCOM commander and at the approval of the Secretary and the President, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again, this came to the President and the Secretary for approval, this time with a much larger force package based on the time that the enemy had to prepare to find 44 Bravo. Again, this force was protected by A-10 Warthogs using the Sandy call sign. And this force had one single mission: do everything they can to bring an American home. This meant having a plan, being prepared to execute that plan, and more importantly, being prepared for multiple simultaneous contingencies. And because of this force's professionalism, grit, and determination, fight off two enemies at the same time: the enemy searching for 44 Bravo and contingencies, which anyone who has done these types of missions knows we run into every single time. The force fought off both of those enemies incredibly well. During the period of darkness on Saturday, and as the Secretary said, into Easter Sunday and into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 44 Bravo, both the front and backseater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and them invading the enemy cannot be overstated. Their grit and warfighting tenacity is a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would be ordered to go get them, and they always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind, bless you. It also perfectly captures the first truth of our special operations forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today. As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability and will of America's joint force. The United States of America will recover our warfighters anywhere in the world, under any conditions, when we want to. We will always bring overwhelming skill and firepower. To every member of the Joint Force, our interagency partners, the leadership at CENTCOM, and our leaders at the department and above, thank you. I'm proud of each and every one of you and thankful to our deployed forces and their families. And lastly, and most importantly, to Dude 44, welcome home. Job well done. Thank you.
Pretty amazing, pretty amazing. And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. You know, I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. And I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? And it's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. I said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, he was 40 miles away. And he said, you know, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, you know, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain, vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being. I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up. And they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. And it's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his 2 friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, Here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to. And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't. It's so bad for the people that are so you just saw two great and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there, what's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were. Where they coming from? This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, AOC plus 3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is. Please.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within
No,
your-
there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They weren't, it would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, but I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds. And hundreds of these people, it's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment, nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking this could have completely changed.
So
the next
the
3
first
years.
one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody, we have goggles, I've tried them, they're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, you know, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, you know, they're totally whatever. But, and they had probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, you know, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, I mean, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah, Bruce.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well, I
What's
think
your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. I mean, women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had a, don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, you know, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did, because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. You know, countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you need, this isn't, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or a 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did, because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision, too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, you know. And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. President. Mr.
Yeah, go ahead,
President,
please.
last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran
I can't
and
talk
US?
about ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that. But they're like,
Mr. President, thank you so much.
You've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed
Thank
the
you, Mr.
goals.
President.
Who you with? Who you with?
My name is Diakur. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and deharm it. Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international
Who you with?
law.
Who you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
The failing.
Are you
see
concerned?
circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on with
concerned
the-
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators. And because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. Right. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down or are you escalating it?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges, they're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah, Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist. that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none. Because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone, the Middle East will be gone, and then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO, very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday, they're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning when I spoke to UK of all. I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even
I want to switch to full
he said,
screen.
we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible. But 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah.
Just to clarify.
Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my
Does it
choice,
take too much time?
yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times over. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World War. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So We haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together, the police got together, they all got together, they formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in, we were very successful, military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment, it was Russian, and they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know. And we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great Border Patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the Border Patrol. She never said, how are we doing? I used to call the Border Patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time. How are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have you
God
sought
is
his direction?
good, because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that when they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no, no, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Joshua, go ahead. Joshua, go.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want
or
to tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want
would
to
say
tell
is
you
off
that. We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive things, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So
Oh,
do
I
I
love
want
a
to do that?
trifecta
No.
from
Do
me.
I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, 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 we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they're all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
What about rising gas prices for Americans who are concerned? General,
What? What? That was the strangest thing I've ever seen. All right, listen. We now have a music request feature. All right. I understand. It is slowing my browser down. There are so many comments on that AP feed. It's slowing my browser down. Oh my goodness. All right, listen. I have a few announcements. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was absurd. We want Greenland. Iran's probably like, should we be mad right now or just laughing at this? Greenland. What does Greenland have to do with this? Well, we're going to meet with NATO and we want Greenland. All right, play the song. Play it. Play the song. I want it played. I'm ready for this. Here we go. Play it. No, I don't want to. I have to play it from YouTube. Why can't I integrate it into my song request feature? No, I wanted to play the one that I just requested. Hold on. All right. I got a plan here. All right. Well, we all get ready for this. All right. Oh, I lost your song request, Mohammed. You have to resend it if you can hear me. So if you want to do a song request now, all you have to do is type !SR and then drop the link to the song you want me to play, and then it will add it to this queue. Oh, nice, Soul Controller. All right. I don't know. Will it allow it, though? I don't know if it's on the royalty-free list. Let's see. And that just might be the lyrics. Hold on, let's see. How do I make this into a playlist? No, I want this on my playlist. How do I make this go up there? Hold on. Oh, it makes you load it. Okay, hold on. We got to do it again. Wait, what happened here? What did you do? What did you do? Yeah, that's a bad word. You were rightfully timed out. That's a bad word. All right. I don't know how to make this work. Let me see. Okay, I figured out how to make it work. All right, send your songs now. Same song request concept. I made it work. Okay? So, look how this... Oh, the Iranian Lego Hey Hi music video. Oh my goodness. Okay, so look how this works. You can send song requests. Some of them go on the list. Some of them don't go on the list. It's not the easiest thing to understand. But then I can approve during our mental stress breaks, especially like what we need right now, whether we play your song. It literally adds it to this list. I'm serious. It's this whole like integrated function thing. It's great. I set it up by hand. We also have a dictionary command. Also, if you sign up using my Cash App link, I found out I get $30. As long as you sign up and spend $5. Speaking of songs, as my break ends, did you listen? Oh, Water Under the Fridge. I did not have a good night last night. The car wouldn't start. Could you resend the link? I think I saved it in my other notes, but if you could resend the link, I would really appreciate it. I did not get to listen. I went right to bed last night. Last night was a little rough. And then, like, the car wouldn't start. It was like a hellacious evening, Water Under the Fridge. But God bless you for reminding me. That's exactly what I need. I would love to listen to it now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to listen to the Iranian song. And you might be saying, why? Well, because I like the Iranian song. I will take other requests. It has to be on the list, though. They aren't all on the list. It's kind of like an integrated list. Excellent job to the people who... Now watch. I think Hemlock just sent a song request. So it should then add the song request like into the chart. It takes like a second. Hold on. Come on. Come on, bot. You got this. Hold on. Come on, Nightbot. It has to actually register it. God bless you, Water Under the Fridge, for reminding me. What happened? What did you do? Alright. I understand Unhurried Journey is really into, like, aliens, but they may just not have anywhere else to chat, so... Miss Clutch, like, they may be lonely. So let's just remember that. Like, it's okay for them to be a little odd. They're not spamming. They're just into aliens. I will... Oh, right. Beast 1033, Mouth of Madness. That's exactly right, Water Under the Fridge. Thank you for reminding me. I have it here now. That last one that someone just tried to request didn't go... Oh, there we go. It worked. Good job. Soul Controller was able to do it. But it has to actually confirm you. If it doesn't say confirmed in the chat, your song didn't get added. So here's the first song up. It's the Towel Song. You have to do exclamation point SR. So exclamation point, the letter S, the letter R, then a space, then the link. We'll do it automatically. Oh, very close, biggies. It has to be exclamation point SR space, then the link. Exclamation point, that's you're commanding the bot to do something. Whenever you use exclamation point, think of it as like, I command you, bot. Then SR, song request. So exclamation point SR space, the link. JRP, so you have to have Cash App. You have to have Cash App. You have to be able to install the Cash App app on your phone. So, but if you click that link that I put in the chat, okay? If you click this link, it should, let me do it without a space. If you click that link in the chat, it should allow you to sign up for Cash App. If you spend $5, you might either have to like spend or send $5 to someone. I get $30 and you get $5 free. I know, it's a great deal. All right, JRP. So once the, okay, so you might not have to do anything. I think you just have to follow the instructions. If you downloaded the app by following my link and then like you installed it from that link, like if you didn't go to like the App Store and install it, if you click the link, if it brought you to the App Store, if you click download, if you made an account, if you put $5 in and try sending it to someone, it should say you're referred from me. You as well, in Limonene. I'm ready to do my analysis now. All right. Let's see. How does this work? Oh, I don't know if it can do this one. Let's see. I'll react to it. This is low key and Logic. I only want to listen to like a little bit of it, because I don't have the list in front of me. Although I think this is on the list. It tries to clear it. I like it. I have to learn a little bit more about this though. I don't want anyone to think I don't want to play their music, but I have to have the full catalog in front of me. Like they have a special royalty catalog where it tells you like what has rights sharing and what doesn't. I don't want to do this like live until I have the whole catalog in front of me. Because it's very like specific. It's not specific, but I have to search it by song title. I'm learning a little more about it. There's like a whole like library, and I have to sync it a little bit. I think I can set it up so it only will add songs from the YouTube royalty-free library. I have to be not royalty-free. It allows you to like it's like an automatic thing where you can use the song, but you agree to like a percentage of the ad revenue going to from that video going to the person who makes the song. Personally, I don't care. I think it's a great way to like keep music around. I think it's a great way for like it's a win-win for everyone. However, I need to look at the list. So I don't want anyone to think I'm not like playing your music, but when we get into stuff that's actually on the license list, I have to look at the license list. Yeah, Mary P, and it's not just that. Like, I can critique and comment on stuff, like clips of stuff, which is fine. It's not really a problem. But like where I want to like be specific with it is YouTube has this really nice feature that they just rolled out in the past like 3 years, where there's like pre-arranged music license sharing, where as long as you play it from the YouTube like repository, as long as it's from one of the videos on YouTube that has this set up, you can just agree to share your ad revenue. You don't have to do anything. I don't have to reach out to the music producer. I don't have to reach out to the licensing agency. They already talked to YouTube, and they say, okay, if someone wants to use our song, they're going to give us 15% or 40% or 60% of their ad revenue. I don't care. I don't do this for ad revenue. I don't make any ad revenue for the most part. All my videos are yellow for the most part because it's war content, and I don't think there should be an incentive to cover this. But if on like the one video every like month that gets green, they want to take a little bit of ad revenue, I don't care. I'm happy to support the artist. I would pay them directly if that's how they wanted to do it. But I think the way YouTube wants everyone to do it, from what I understand based on looking at the catalog, is they want the musicians to put their music in the catalog. They want the musicians to set how much of the ad revenue they want from a video that uses their song. And then they want the content creators to look at the revenue sharing library and make a decision based on the song how much they want to do. Like how much they want to play, what they want to play, whether they're okay with the terms. Personally, I don't care if you want 15%, 40%, 60%, whatever. It's pennies. If you want it, it might be a few dollars on a few videos, but if you want that, that's fine. I love to support artists anyway. I would pay them for their songs to play them. In fact, I would play songs for promotional purposes. I would play, not for money, because that's payola, but I would like play songs I like. If like a band wanted me to play their song and wanted to clear the license just for me, I would totally play it to introduce it to different people around the world. But it's a very specific process, like especially if I'm going to get a song cleared for royalty-free usage where I don't have to pay them ad revenue. In order to use it that way, I have to formally get a contract with them. It's a process. You'd be surprised. Intellectual property is a process. Even like my news reporting, most of it's under Creative Commons, so anyone could just use it. You got to attribute it to me. But like even news reporting, people are very territorial about it, which doesn't even make sense because by definition, news reporting is like in the public interest. So anyone who comments on your news reporting, it's like, it's news reporting. I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, that's just my view. Some people use paywalls. Some people use paywalls with GIFs, articles to make the content available for the wider public. So like subscribers at their discretion can give out the content like to anyone. Some people don't use paywalls at all. Like I don't use paywalls at all. Some people use a mixed model like The Guardian. You pay what you want. Some people like are very aggressive with their copyright in the like literature world. Some people are not aggressive at all. Where do I fall on it all? I'm kind of like inspired by Creative Commons, like Professor Lessig and Aaron Swartz and like Brewster at the Internet Archive. Those are probably like my intellectual sort of like heroes when it comes to my views on copyright. So you want to use, I can't enforce it on others really, but you want to use my content, as long as you attribute it, I'm fine with it. If you want to use it commercially, like somebody wanted to use my footage in like a commercial production, and I was like, no, bro, like no, like that's different. But like news reporting, like non-for-profit stuff, especially stuff that's at a loss just to inform the public, I don't care, as long as you attribute it. It's not like, I think people are way too territorial. It's different when it's art. Like if it's your art, I'm going to ask you. Even if I have the right to do it, I'm still going to ask you. I have a constructive right to use, like to comment on art and things like that, but I still won't do it like without permission from the artists themselves, or if they sold the rights like derivatively from whoever got the rights. I'm very strict about that. I really don't mess around, because like I would want the same courtesy. Just ask me. Or if you don't ask me, at least attribute it to me. Here's the latest, by the way, from Tel Aviv this morning. This is what you missed after I had to go to the doctor. But yes, you all can put whatever songs you want in the chat for other people and share them, link them, like that's what it's all about. But for me, I have to not do like a course. I have to spend like a whole day learning how the music library works, and every song I want to play, I have to look the song up and I have to look at what the royalty agreement is. And I'm going to be fine with all of them, but I want to do it constructively. Like I don't want to just play things without knowing what the royalty rate is. It's pennies, it really is, but I still want to do it like the right way now, just so I learn the process. Because if like say one of my videos later or like my channel started making like ad revenue down the line, well yeah, like I want to know like okay, if I'm gonna make like $200 on a video and I want to play like a Mortal Tech's Neek song, like does Tech want like $50? Like does he want a quarter? Does he want 75%? I gotta know. So I have to learn how it works. That's just a me thing though. This is the latest from Tel Aviv earlier. But yeah, I love the YouTube system. The YouTube system is wonderful. Hey, I like the band Neighbor. I saw them, where did I see them, bro? I think I saw them in Cambridge. They're really good. They have a cool crowd that hangs out with them. Sorry. Put on one of these like breathable shirts today. It's not very breathable. That's true, Hemlock. So, and it's not just that, Hemlock. I'll teach you all about it. Every band, I love the way YouTube does it. Every band, I don't love this impact. No one was hurt, thank God. But every band that licenses music to YouTube gets to pick their royalty rate. I love it. It's totally in the band's control. They can pick, like, if you make a song on YouTube, say like I made a song, and I wanted to upload it, they'll let you do it. They don't care. It's your music. In fact, YouTube loves that. Like, YouTube's favorite thing is creativity. Like, that's my opinion. I can't speak for them as a platform, but just like I've seen, like the different creators, like, presented on, like, their channels, and just, like, how YouTube thinks about itself, it's all about creativity, like, pushing the bounds of, like, what human creativity is all about. You create a song, and you put it on YouTube, and you want to put it in the database, they will give you the options right there and then. How much, like if someone plays your song, how much do you want? You don't have to have a label or anything. It's your music. You own it. They want to help you like promote it. Now, some people don't do that at all. So like some bands, like I'm pretty sure Metallica might be like this. Maybe they're different now. Some bands will not put their stuff in the license category. It says like right in it, like a big X. That means they don't license it at all. Oh, they want to be the only ones who are allowed to play it. But that's very rare these days. Nobody really does that. It's a waste. You would like, because all the money's made on touring. So why would you ever want to reduce distribution of your music? It's the stupidest idea. There was a drone over Eilat, by the way, right before we went to our lunch break earlier. It was actually a breakfast break because I had to go to the doctor. This is what happened when the drone was over Eilat. It was a bit of a weird situation. I don't know how the drone got to Eilat. I think it was from Yemen. And then they shot the drone down with an interceptor. Oh, Biggies, I can't wait to listen to the Iranian song. It's loaded up in my queue. So if I didn't get the link, Biggies, send it to me again, my dear friend. I would love to listen to it. But it all, anytime you do the SR thing, it saves in a queue for me to look at later.
اطلق من اليمن شكله. الآن صاروخ نزل على إيلات هي قدامنا شايفينه.
Yeah, this is from Eilat. I think the drone was intercepted and fell in an open area. It might have hit, I'm not sure. There was a lot of activity. When we left, there was a flurry of activity. There was an attack on Tel Aviv in the morning. All right, this is the latest from Tel Aviv earlier this morning. This is Tel Aviv. This was as we went to breakfast. I do love Iranian music, I'll admit it. Hello, Johnny. Good to see you. This is the latest from Tel Aviv earlier today. Latest from Tel Aviv. No volume on this, but Tel Aviv took a hit today. Multiple hits. I'm not even sure, though. The Iranians did not respond to anything Mr. President just said, which is odd. Very unlike them. Here's a hit on Jerusalem earlier.
וואי, נראה לי נפל פה איזה רסיס כאן בפסגת זאב. וואי, היה פה פיצוצים חבל על הזמן בשמיים, נראה לי רסיס.
A hit very close to a mosque, I believe, in Jerusalem. That's the holy city.
וואי, היה פה פיצוצים חבל על הזמן בשמיים, נראה לי רסיס זה. וואי, נראה לי נפל פה איזה רסיס כאן בפסגת זאב.
God bless you, James. Thank you for being in the chat. Welcome. Stop war, indeed. I agree.
נפל פה איזה רסיס כאן בפסגת זאב. וואי, היה פה פיצוצים חבל על הזמן בשמיים, נראה לי רסיס זה. וואי, נראה לי נפל פה
Well, Fairy, Adnan Khashoggi stole my painting, so, you know, 6 in one hand, half a dozen terrible men in the other. That's what I think about it all. Hashtag give Towel back his paintings back. Give Towel his paintings back. Here's the shelling of the U.S. bases earlier in Erbil. This is Erbil, Iraq. Iran uses the north of Iraq to send missiles at Israel. So they have their local groups like do shelling of the U.S. positions in this area of Iraq behind me, Erbil. Oh, very close, Biggies. Okay, so, Biggies, I'm going to teach you how to do it. Ready? You got it. Perfect. So you do SR. You don't have to tag me. You just, like, type right at the bot. And see how I just did it? Oh, the song request queue is full. Oh, goodness. I have to permit you all to request more songs? Oh no, where's the song request queue? Hold on, where is it? Oh no, where is it? Hold on. Alright, hold on. I'm going into the song request queue. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Okay, hold on. I gotta set it up though, because right now you all you all went way past the limit. We're setting the limit at 500 songs. Okay, good. Now you can request more songs. Okay, ready? Okay, watch this. Mace, so what I'm doing is I'm holding this for 24 hours. If you send songs now, no, it's not full. I just updated the song request queue to allow up to like 20 songs. To allow up to 200 songs. Hold on. What? Oh, I went way over the maximum. Hold on. They have a maximum limit apparently. Yeah, so no, that's I will play them in 24 hours, maybe more. I have to do a little towel education where I have to learn about this. It's not as easy as you think. All right, let's see if I was able to set the queue size a little bit larger. No. I think the queue can only be... What? Why would they ever have that? Okay. Okay, so why can't I save the limit? It might not let more than 20. No, there you go. I set it to 50. Okay, you can do more now. It has an upper limit. It has an upper bound. Alright, you can now add new requests. But I had to change the settings. Fire in the Sand, a song for Iran. Alright. I think we can play this one. You're looking at the latest from the U.S. base in Erbil. A woman was seriously injured earlier today. She's thankfully okay. A woman was injured earlier today due to the fall of this rocket. Hey, God bless you to the people who are figuring. Oh, I got a bonus. Oh, listen to this. Oh, this is wonderful. Listen. If you sign up for Cash App and send me as little as $5, you get $5 free and I get $30. Oh, this is the greatest thing ever. Okay, whoever just figured this out, God bless you, it worked. If you follow the Cash App link, this is actually wild. They did not ask me to do this. It's just like a way to like help people, I guess, if you like need some extra money and you tell people about it. It's not a sponsorship. I have no affiliation to them. I'm just someone who uses Cash App, and in the bottom of the Cash App, they happen to have this link. So if you follow this link in the Cash App, okay, if you do this, if you help Towel, I get $30, you get $5 free, and you can send the money to me. I didn't know this. So if you don't have Cash App yet, okay, and you want to help Towel, if you've been thinking, all right, I'm going to figure this out, I'm going to figure out how to help Towel, I found a way, like it goes above and beyond helping. It's like the greatest thing ever. If you click the link in the chat, a lot of you have been asking for this, where the Cash App link is, okay? If you click it and you don't have Cash App, and you click that link, follow the instructions, just it won't tell you, it will just take you to a download, put in the information, we'll do your Cash App install, then you put like $5 on the Cash App, and you send it to me apparently, $5 or more, you get $5 free, and then I get $30 on top. It's the greatest system of all time. This is a great way to help Towel. Oh, goodness. It's literally, yeah, it's free money. Okay, so listen. I'm not saying that you have to do this, but if you want $5 and you want to give me $30 free, all you have to do is download the Cash App and send me at least $5. You don't actually have to send me any money. You can do anything. Oh, God bless you. And apparently, if you spend at least $5 after you do follow the invitation link, it apparently will send me a bonus. I think we got another one. I don't know if it's going to do another bonus, but yes, there's like a way that it has to like do it. You have to follow the link in the chat. Okay, it's the one up there, cash.app/app/ uppercase WBQ uppercase TMDJ. This is great. We've been looking for ways to help Towel. So if you don't have Cash App, you can like really help Towel today. I don't know why they have this program. I don't know if there's a limit to it. I don't know how it works. But apparently they will just give me $30 if you sign up and like send more than $5. I don't know if it's $5 or $10 or what you have to do, but it gives me a bonus of $30 every time someone signs up new to Cash App and sends at least $5. This is great. No, Standing Stones, I don't think so. No bank info. You might have to put like a card to prove it's you, like a physical card, but no bank info as far as I'm aware. Maybe for withdrawals, standing stones, if you want to like take money on to something other than like a debit card, but I don't believe I put my bank in. I think I put my debit card in. You're wonderful, folks. Windahair, yes, but bank. What I think Standing Stones is asking about is routing number and account number. I didn't give that. I use my debit card for Cash App. I've never given my account number or routing number. I followed the link, yet I have Cash App. Oh, don't worry, Job for 9. You are very kind to have sent that. It's for, it should be clear, it's for like new referrals. So if you already have Cash App, I'm grateful I can send the donation back if you thought it would give the bonus. But it has to be a new sign up. You have to have never had Cash App before. I think it's like a reward for me, like telling people about Cash App. They did not sponsor me. They didn't ask me to do this. I would disclose it if they did. I just was clicking in the app and it said, oh, here's a referral link, and I just posted it in chat, and it works. I didn't know it worked. God bless you, Job for 9. You are appreciated and loved. So yes, if you're wondering like how can you help Towel without having to actually spend any money, there is a way to do it. Well, you have to spend $5, but you get $5 free. If you don't have Cash App, this actually works. I can't believe it's working. They will just send me $30 every time someone does this. This is a great idea. I should do this more often. That's a very innocuous thing too, because Cash App's not really like a service. It's just I mean it's not really like a prediction market or anything like that. Like I'm very comfortable telling people like, yes, you can use Cash App. It's just like another like debit card in your wallet, and it's also good for like sending money to people. I don't know. It's a useful little app, and it's not predatory as far as I know. It doesn't really have any like prediction elements to it. I think you could store crypto. Don't you dare send it back. Job for 9. God bless you. You made me giggle. But yeah, I have no problem. Like, they didn't ask me to, but I have absolutely no problem telling people about Cash App. Here's the latest from Tel Aviv, by the way. Sorry to have taken you on that detour. I just can't believe it actually worked. I would have been doing this earlier. I didn't know they would give me $30 free just for telling people about Cash App. That's great. Anyway, here's the latest from Israel on a little less like uplifting news, I suppose. This was Tel Aviv earlier.
קומה שלישית נזק, חדירה מהגג. שנייה, אני אצלם לכם את המקום עצמו. איתי זוז, שנייה אחי. זו החדירה. זה הנזק. רחוב ה-218, קומה שלישית נזק, חדירה מהגג. אני אצלם לכם את המקום עצמו. איתי זוז, שנייה אחי. זו החדירה. זה הנזק. רחוב ה-218, קומה שלישית נזק.
So these cluster
חדירה
bombs
מהגג.
cause far more damage than people
אני
realize.
אצלם לכם את המקום עצמו. איתי זוז, שנייה אחי. זו החדירה. זה הנזק.
Tina Peters was released? No, was she?
רחוב ה-218, קומה שלישית
No,
נזק.
goodness. Standing Stones, I might have to come see you, my dear friend. Yeah, that's right, Windahair, about Cash App. You don't have to actually give out the routing number or the bank account number. Yeah, Cash App is just secondary. I use it, what I like about Cash App, not that I want to talk, I just want to answer Windahair's question. What I like about Cash App is when I go to the store sometimes, if I have a balance on my Cash App, I can just go into my Google Pay and just like put the virtual Cash App card like at the register to pay, and if I do that with enough money per month, I think it's like $250 or $500. It might have been $500 last month, I don't remember. But if you do it enough on your like regular, like at the CVS or whatever, they will give you like green status, and then they have all these benefits and like ATMs and all this stuff. I don't know. It's kind of I think they're doing pretty well. It's a pretty convenient service. I should write to them and be like, listen, I have a YouTube channel with like 1.5 million views in a month and a half. I only cover war. I will not answer to you, but I will tell people about Cash App like I've already been doing. what can we work out? You know, that would be cool. Like, I feel like a Cash App sponsorship is very innocuous. They are a very nice service. They don't, like, I don't think they're going to, like, try to control my opinion. I have to be very upfront with them about that. But now that I see, like, how it works, I'm really a fan. And they haven't even approached me. I did this on my own, and they've already given me, like, $60 free or $90 free. So God bless all of you. Hello, Vern. If you're just tuning in, we found this little, like, weird shortcut where if you don't have Cash App and you've been waiting for a way to help Towel, apparently I can give you $5 for free, and you can give me $30 just by sending me or someone else $5 or more. But you have to not have Cash App. So if you don't have Cash App and you've been thinking, listen, I love Grant's coverage, and like I know, I'm only doing this because people have been asking for this. If you've been thinking, how can I give Grant free money? Now is your day. This is your moment to shine. All you have to do is follow the Cash App link. I don't know why this is a thing. I'm completely baffled as to why they're willing to do this. But all you have to do is follow the link. All right? It just gives me free money. All you have to do is follow it, set up the Cash App. You have to use like a debit card or something. And then if you send $5, even to me, it will give you $5 and me $30. It's the greatest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. It's the greatest way to support Towel Channel I've ever heard of. You have to do a little bit of like effort out of your own time, but it's just a perfect way to support this channel. I didn't notice it until today. I should have noticed this a while ago because I've been trying to look for ways to spread out the donations to keep this service like up and running, keep me alive, all that good stuff. I'll show you now the moments of a fall in Bet Tikva in sadder news, but I am trying to keep up with chat because you're all being very kind, so I don't want to just abandon you. This was Bet Tikva. Oh, God bless you, Mimi. Mimi, I saw your email, my dear friend. I have a plan. Mimi, you are wonderful. Listen, I have a plan. We're going to make this work. We're not going to rush it, Mimi, but I have a plan. You are wonderful. God bless you, Mimi. You take care of the baby goat, Ellie, and you are so wonderful, even during these tense moments, Mimi, with your prayers and your energy. Mimi is a dear friend of mine. I'm going to take Mimi to the White House. Mimi's going to live in the Lincoln bedroom with the goat. Mimi, I think if I'm the president, I'm allowed to bring you to the White House. Okay, that's another part of my political campaign. One, I'll stop the war so that this stuff doesn't happen and you don't have to watch bomblets. That's a bomblet, by the way. You know, we talk about those Khorram Shah bomblets. Iran was bombing in the day today, so that's a bomblet. God bless you, Donald. That's the way to live, my friend. If I'm president, you can be all cash all the time. And I don't care at all. I support you entirely. I'll tell people, I'll say, listen, my friend Donald, he hasn't had a bank since the 1980s. Who cares? You want to live all cash? Do it. I'll try to increase the amount of paper currency in circulation to 10%. It's at 3% now. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I think I'll just encourage people to spend more paper currency. Digital currency is not healthy. It's great, but it's like very dehumanizing. The act of like paying someone for something is a very integral part of society. Hello, Triple Bob. God bless you. Yes, so for those wondering, what we're doing is you can help Towel get towards his goal of getting a car rental for a month. Things are hard right now. There's this battle over a car that's mine but isn't in my possession. So I'm just going to do a month rental to save money. And I found I can do it for like 800 and something bucks plus like the protections, and you want the protection. It's like on the car, it's like 140. So it's like 1,000 or 1,100. We can, by tomorrow, I know we can make a decent dent in this, especially with this free money through the Cash App thing. If we can get like 10 people to sign up on Cash App, there's a lot of you too. 10 people to sign up and then send $5. Oh yes, we can do this. We can easily make a dent. And then I don't want to put a burden on anyone, but I feel less anxious knowing I can ask people for help. We're going to do this. We're going to help Towel learn how to be an adult and continue this new service. And I don't mean to play the bomblet video, but thank goodness no one was hurt in this video. No buildings fell down. This is the best video I can show you about what a bomblet does. I just got distracted because my friend Triple Bob came in. Oh, God bless you. I think it worked. So whoever did it worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. Whoever just did it, it worked. Oh, this is genius. Listen, we are just doing this sign up bonus thing. People are learning about Cash App. It's working. This is wonderful. God bless all of you. You're helping me so much. I didn't know this was a thing. This is such a great idea. I got to actually write them. So I'll make a mental note to formally reach out to them and be like, listen, I'll put your logo up there. We'll figure this out. I feel like Cash App would actually benefit from this. It's a worldwide service. It's not in every country. It's innocuous. I'm comfortable with it morally. All the people in the chat seem comfortable with it. If anyone was like, Grant, Cash App did this, like, did you know about it? I would just be like, no, I don't want to. The company has to be cool. They have to be cool with the work that I do. They have to be cool with like a clause that says they can never censor me. And then I'll totally put a Cash App logo up. They're fine, in my opinion. Like, it has to be innocuous, but it's unfair for the burden of this channel to fall on like any one person, like keeping me alive. Like, I really think like corporations should do their part to subsidize public broadcasting anyway, so I'm cool with it. If anyone knows anyone at, I am from Boston, Massachusetts. If anyone knows anyone at Cash App, or if anyone at Cash App is listening or like works there or has a buddy there, yeah, just like hit me up, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I would love to advertise your company. I like your service. Like, you do a pretty good job. You're innocuous. You're one of the services I feel comfortable promoting, and I reach a large audience. I think people around the world would benefit from using Cash App, especially in certain areas. That's great. Oh, goodness. Let's see if another bonus comes in. I think we just got another bonus. You don't understand. Hold on. Normally takes like 5 seconds. Are we really going to get another bonus? Let's see. Let's see. Is it going to do it? Come on, you know you want to give me the bonus. I don't know if it gave me that last bonus. Hold on. No, it didn't give me the bonus for the last one, but maybe it just takes 5 seconds. But the point is, this is a genius. This is just a genius promotion. Windahair, I'm so sorry. So, I've heard it's very region specific. It's not, I'm sorry for playing this instructional bomblet video over and over again. I meant to pause it. I wanted to teach you a little bit about what a bomblet actually does and why it's so dangerous depending on what it hits. It uses the environment as a weapon. Someone asked about super chats, so it's very region specific, unfortunately. The super chats will go, but like it sometimes has to do with the payment method, the currency. It's very temperamental. There are other options in different regions of the world that the U.S. doesn't have. For example, jewels aren't really here yet. I do have them enabled on the channel. They're a beta feature. Might even be an alpha. I don't know. And then there's also stickers, which are region specific, but I think those might work. It really depends on like where you are. I know it sounds weird, but like it's because of the currency conversion and also like the way Google Pay works and the different payment methods work. I've tried to learn as much as I can. The documentation is like 50 pages long because it covers every country in the world. What does this note say? This is near a mosque in Israel. Israel claimed it was an Iranian missile, but it's an interceptor. I'm so sorry. Don't worry about it, Windahair. Your presence means a lot. Your comments mean a lot. Don't worry at all. We will spread out the burden of not the burden, but this channel's existence, and you just keep doing you and being you. You're appreciated. This is the latest for an Israeli interceptor that fell near a mosque in Jerusalem. The Israeli Foreign Ministry attributed it to Iran, which technically it is because the interceptor was only fired because of Iran. But the missile itself, the missile that landed near the mosque was indeed an Israeli interceptor. These were the subsequent hits on Tel Aviv earlier this morning. I'm catching you up on the day. Oh, you're wonderful, Marjorie. Don't worry at all. You are wonderful, my dear friend. Every time I see your name pop up, I smile. And that's the kind of thing that gets told through the day. Like surviving, I just try to deal with it. I'm doing better at like planning, but yeah, I just try to like be, happy. Because being happy allows me to do, not happy, but being less anxious allows me to do the work that I do with alacrity. So. This is Tel Aviv earlier today. Tel Aviv earlier today, about 9 a.m. Eastern. Oh, God bless you, Ghetto Gus. I love jewels. You don't understand. I don't even know what they are. They told me to turn them on. Like, YouTube has these, like, tutorials. Told me to turn them on because they were like a testing feature for some regions of the world. People love them. I love them. I don't even know what they are. They do amazing things, apparently. They're very cool. I just love the jewels. I don't know why. They send, like, emojis. I think it's YouTube kind of different countries. That's the best I can discern. And I think my channel is a very good like ground for them to try features. You have to like go into the studio and turn them all on. But I think it's a very good ground to try features because there's so many different countries. And the jewels thing, like people are jealous of the jewels thing. Like there are a lot of people who would love to be able to do that. It's just not a feature. So Ghetto Gus, you have something very special there. I don't know, like there's only a few people who can do it. You and I think my dear friend Ryan can do it. There's like 2 people who can do it. Oh, God bless you. Someone sent me a Cash App invite. No, that's very close. Hold on. My friend, my dear friend whose first name starts with M, sent me a Cash App invite. That's very close, my dear friend. But God bless you, Gus. But what you want to do, hold on, I got an email from my friend. If you send me an email and your first name is M, sorry, this is a video from a rooftop in Tel Aviv. I'm troubleshooting. If you sent me an email, okay, you already have Cash App. Oh, I see. You're trying to invite me. So I already have Cash App, and it seems like you might already have it. But yes, if your name is M and you sent me an email, if it starts with, and your last name is M as well, okay? If you sent me an email about Cash App, you have to not have signed up yet. And if you click the referral link and then sign up, you then have to send $5 on the Cash App to anyone. You could send it to like your daughter, your uncle, it doesn't matter. And then apparently if you clicked my link after you send the $5, I'll get a referral bonus. But you have to be a new user of Cash App. You can't have ever used it before. Oh, I wonder if Venmo has a bonus program. Oh, thank you. So see, I'm not like, I have autism, so I don't think about this stuff, but a lot of people want to help. So let me see if I can do this. Hold on. Let's see. Does Venmo have a referral program? I bet they do. Share Venmo. Yeah, but no, I want to get like referrals. Venmo referral program. It might only be Cash App. Oh, found in the Me tab. Oh, okay. Let's see how it works. You can earn up to $50. Okay, so you can earn up to $50 on the Venmo program. Cash App, maybe Cash App limits you too. I don't know if it limits. We'll have to see if the next person who does it like sends in. But apparently you go to the Me tab. Okay, and then you refer. Alright, this is a good idea. You can only get 50 through this, but it's still a good idea. No. I can't figure this out right now, but I will figure it out. Oh, you go to the Me tab, and then apparently it's on here somewhere. Doesn't say how to do it. I guess you have to like have... Oh, I got it. I got it. Okay, everybody ready? Okay. If you don't have Venmo and you would like to help the channel, I have a way for you to do this as well. Help Towel earn money on Venmo. Okay? This is a great idea. A lot of people have asked how they can help the channel this way. So there you go. If you don't have Venmo and you would like to help us both earn $5, go ahead. And then apparently, like, we each get $5. All right? So if you don't have Venmo, just follow the link right down there. All right? It's the link in the chat. And then you can get $5 and I can get $5. All right. Great job, everyone. All right. Hold on. I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a genius plan. Commands. All right. Venmo. All right. And then we can do that. And then I can do this. All right, so if you ever want to help people with the, like join the Cash App, you can either do the Cash App thing, you can do ! Cash App or ! Venmo if they ever ask, and it will just tell them, it will give them the link and tell them what to do. Good job. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate all this work we're doing together. I'm not the greatest at figuring this stuff out, but with your help, we can all make Towel Channel a long-lasting institution of public knowledge. God bless you. Here's the latest from Adam Deutsch a few days ago, a candidate for Norfolk County District Attorney, talking about police corruption in Massachusetts.
Justice, that two-tiered system of justice that absolutely should not exist. It cannot be that if you know the right people or if you're in law enforcement and have certain relationships, that you get a blind eye from the DA's office or other folks if there's a hint of involvement in an underlying crime. And we've seen a couple of high-profile cases, different high-profile cases, where one of the common themes is a question about what we do with law enforcement witnesses or potential law enforcement defendants. Obviously, I'm thinking of the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe and the death of Sandra Birchmore. And I think, while I can't comment on the details of the federal investigation in the Karen Reed case, what I can say is this. There were shortcuts taken and investigative missteps and decisions made by investigators and prosecutors in the DA's office in both of those cases that led to embarrassing controversies and victims who, to this date, have not gotten the justice they deserve.
Yeah. Now, you did work on, well, maybe not on the Karen Reed case in terms of her prosecution, but rather on investigating the DA office's conduct in that case, I understand. And presumably there's only so much you can comment on that, but my understanding is that you opened an investigation, you did some amount of investigating, and then that investigation was closed without any, additional prosecutions or anything of that nature. Do I have that much correct? And is there any detail you want to add there?
So let me start with the Justice Department has a policy nationally not to confirm or deny the existence of investigations. This is a very unique case where it has been publicly reported that a federal investigation took place. It has been publicly reported that I was the lead assistant U.S. attorney on that case. And I can say this, the conduct that I observed as a public corruption prosecutor on cases I worked right here in Norfolk County directly led me to the decision to leave the U.S. Attorney's Office and run for district attorney. And I think no matter what you believe happened in the Karen Reed case, I think we can all agree, I hope we can all agree, that steps, and this is based exclusively on what is public, that steps taken and not taken by the state police investigators and the prosecutors at the DA's office did not meet the standard that the public deserves to expect from its DA's office and from its investigators. You and I are not trained investigators, but if you and I had encountered the crime scene on January 29th, 2022, there are things that you and I would have done, would have thought to do, that unfortunately were not done then. And, you know, I think, unfortunately, because of that conduct, because of the charging decision by the DA's office, again, based exclusively on what's in the public record, a charging decision that was not consistent with the evidence in the case, you had a controversy, to put it mildly, and a national and international law enforcement embarrassment that was broadcast across the country, on the internet, and elsewhere, that was not befitting the District Attorney's Office Norfolk County deserves.
The latest from the Norfolk County District Attorney's race that only really has one viable candidate who's polling, at least informally in internet polls, at like 96%. The only candidate I have ever seen in my entire life in any race anywhere that right out of the gate, and this is informal polling, it takes a little while to get a field poll out there, and it really, like, you have to wait till after the convention anyway when he gets the nod. Like, there's no way he's not getting the nod after the primary in September. It'll be a contested primary, but anyway, I've never seen any candidate for any office. District attorney, our prosecutors are elected here in the United States. District attorney, governor, senator, president, rep, state rep, federal rep, state rep, federal senator, state senator, auditor. Even the auditor is 72%, which is unbelievable for her law to audit the state legislature. 90% in field polls. That guy you just listened to, Adam Deutsch, forget about just being a local prosecutor. If he wants to be the Attorney General of the United States, I'm down with it. You know what I'm saying? I'd actually have him on the short list. If you elect me, I'll put him on the short list for Attorney General of the United States. How about that? See, I got a plan. Here's the latest from the Iranian Foreign Minister.
سلام، روزتون بخیر. آقای دکتر، گفته میشه عملیات روز یکشنبه آمریکا برای پوشش نجات خلبانش تو خاک ایران در واقع ثروت اورانیوم قرینه شده بوده که با شکست روبرو شد. میخوام ببینم که شما این موضوع رو تایید میفرمایید یا نه. مرسی.
من فکر نمی‌کنم اینقدر سریع سوال مرتبط بود. ببینید، خب سوال عرض کردم، سوال و ابهام در مورد این عملیات که به هر حال نقض حریم هوایی کشور بود خیلی زیاد وجود داره. منطقه‌ای که ادعا میشد خلبان آمریکایی حضور داره در کوهگیلویه و بوی رحمت تا منطقه‌ای که اینها اقدام به پیاده کردن نیرو کردند یا می‌خواستند بکنند فاصله زیادی داره در مرکز ایران. بنابراین این که احتمال دارد این یک عملیات فریب برای دزدیدن اورانیوم غنی شده بوده باشه به هیچ عنوان نباید نادیده گرفت. اما عرض کردم آنچه که مشخص است نتیجه این عملیات چیزی نبود جز تبس دو و ما واقعا اعتقاد داریم که این از عنایات خداوندی بود که ملت ایران رو بعد از 36-7 روز مقاومت با این امداد کمک کرد و نشون داد که مقاومت، استقامت و دفاع نتیجه خودش رو خواهد داشت. این عملیات یک افتضاح فاجعه آور بود برای آمریکا و امیدواریم که درس خودشون رو گرفته باشن که در شرایطی که کیان ایران مورد هجمه قرار بگیره همه ایرانیان میدونیم که در اینجا خب عشایر غیور هموطنان لور ما بسیار نقش داشتند، لذا این رو باید به فال نیک گرفت به عنوان جدیت ایران در دفاع از حاکمیت ملی و عزت خودش در هر شرایطی که اینها میگفتن بعد از 36 روز از این جنگ تحمیلی ایران توانمندی‌های ایران کم شده، اما ایرانیان نشون دادن که وقتی پای وطن در میون باشه توانمندی‌هاشون چند برابر میشه و دسیسه‌های دشمن رو ناکام میگذارن. فارس بفرمایید.
Yeah, Bill, Dana, it was a daring rescue operation. Sources both in the United States and here in Israel have described it to Fox News as one for the history books. We can exclusively report it was on Saturday morning that the CIA was able to confirm and locate the missing airmen. The CIA was concerned that this was a trick by the Iranians to try and lure in U.S. Special Forces and attack them. But once they were able to use advanced technology to confirm not only that this was the identity of the airmen, but also the location, that message was delivered to the Secretary of War and the Joint Chiefs Chairman, and ultimately the President, I am told by a senior U.S. official. You look at the timeline here. It was late Thursday night into Friday when that F-15E fighter jet was shot down over the skies of southwestern Iran. The pilot of that jet was recovered on Friday by U.S. Special Forces, but that weapons systems officer had to spend up to 2 days evading Iranian capture. They activated that emergency beacon. It was confirmed by the CIA, who at the same time was running the deception campaign. And then ultimately it was the president, I am told, who made the decision. And within 12 hours, there were U.S. forces on the ground inside of Iran conducting the rescue mission. As it relates to the CIA deception campaign, I am told by a senior U.S. official, the CIA leaked through multiple sources that they were trying to move a valuable package out of the country through a maritime exfil. This was meant to draw the Iranians away from the area where the U.S. crew member was located. I'm told that deception campaign worked, coupled with the fire from the air and those drones targeting anyone who approached this area. There was that major concern as the clock was ticking and they were searching for this missing U.S. crew member. Now, the Wall Street Journal today is reporting the complex mission quickly ran into problems, officials said, as the U.S. redirected aircraft in the region to help with the mission. Some planned targets, including missile launcher sites, were left untouched. That allowed Iran to fire more weapons than usual in recent days, officials said. The first attempt to rescue the airmen had to be aborted. 2 H-6 helicopters took small arms fire from the ground, wounding the crews in both aircraft and requiring them to land safely in Kuwaiti airspace. Now, as this was taking place, the Israelis were watching closely and coordinating behind the scenes. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said this overnight, quote, "I spoke earlier with President Trump and personally congratulated him on his bold decision and a perfectly executed American mission to rescue the downed pilot from enemy territory. The president expressed his appreciation for Israel's help. I am deeply proud that our cooperation on and off the battlefield is unprecedented and that Israel could contribute to saving a brave American warrior." So again, Bill and Dana, this speaks to the coordination not only between the Americans and the Israelis, but also the U.S. military. I spoke with sources here and they said the credit belongs to the U.S. military. This was what they described as an excellent coordinated operation to use the willpower and the fighting force of U.S. Special Forces coupled with the intelligence apparatus of the United States to go deep into enemy territory with more than 100 U.S. Special Forces and rescue this F-15 crew member over the weekend. Guys.
Remarkable. Excellent report from Trey Yingst. He talked to the president, Mr. President Trump, on the phone yesterday. He's a great reporter. He's like, he has to be careful though. He's in the middle of Tel Aviv, and it's hard for him to. They don't make him, but he volunteers to film the missiles. So if they fired near him, he would not have a lot of time. A lot of people were interested in my post about Justin Al-Alien. Give that woman her baby back. Give Kelsey Fitzsimmons her baby back. That's my bottom line perspective. The Iranian embassy in Zimbabwe, about President Trump's deadline of 8 p.m. Tuesday, said, 8 p.m. is not that good. Could you change it to between 1 and 2 p.m. or, if possible, 1 and 2 a.m.? Thank you for your attention to this important matter. The Iranian embassy in Zimbabwe. Well, you got to give them credit for having a sense of humor. I showed you the scenes from Tel Aviv, B'nai Brak earlier, if you missed it. Iran might make jokes on social media, but they do not make jokes with their missiles.
זו החדירה. זה הנזק. רחוב ה-218, קומה שלישית, נזק, חדירה מהגג.
I think all religions are wonderful, but I just like the Pope. The Pope is a boss if you think about it. The current Pope is really a boss. I mean, everyone respects the Pope. I feel like even the Iranians like the Pope. It's kind of hard to dislike Pope Leo. He speaks Arabic, Polish, French, Spanish, Latin, Italian, and German. He speaks like 10 languages pretty fluently. I think the one he struggles with the most is Arabic, but he's learning. He was like me, he's learning Arabic. Arabic's a great language. I want to learn Farsi too. You have to start with Arabic though. That's what I think translators tell. She hasn't told me that, but that's my opinion. And if I learn Arabic first, I'll be able to pick up Farsi easier. Hi, Tawny Brow, my dear friend. God bless you. Hi, Michelle. No, exactly. There is nothing, unfortunately, Michelle, the best I can do is offer moments of levity between the intense imagery. I read some trauma research that said the healthiest thing for your brains is to break up the imagery of war with moments of levity. I know it's kind of like an ebb and flow situation where I'm learning how to do that. But yeah, in no sense of the term do I make light or would ever make light of any of the imagery we see. Sometimes I make light, perhaps in a juxtaposition with the Iranian propaganda juxtaposed with the impact of their missiles. It is not to understate the impact. It's to actually point out how well there's a lot of trolling on the internet by both sides or all sides of this war. Missiles are not trolling. They have a real human impact. This missile, thank goodness, did not hurt anyone or kill anyone. But these missiles, because the people in this house, this specific house in Bnei Barak, went to their shelter. But these missiles are like people, the trolling is betraying a more insidious reality of war. It's actually, in some sense, I think it's an important juxtaposition. Are they taking it lightly on social media? Yes. The government's. Is the reality of war starkly different? Yeah. And I think that's actually the story of this war, unfortunately. Governments, the Iranians, when they put out statements, they're pretty serious, but they do troll too. And the Americans troll, and the Israelis troll. All sides, and the Hezbollah trolls, and the Blood Guardians troll, and the Houthis troll. Everybody trolls as a weapon of modern information warfare. But at the same time, the reality of this conflict that I don't think anyone really wants to show in full on any side is the human toll of the missiles. Missiles are not just like objects flying through the sky. Whether they're a Khorram Shahar bomblet, like a bomblet is very dangerous if it hits a structure or a car. It uses the environment as a weapon. Those are those multi-warhead cluster missiles. Those are very dangerous. Not if they hit just cement, but if they hit any buildings or cars, they're very dangerous. Same thing with a 565 kilogram warhead that travels at Mach 8 in the atmosphere. That's very dangerous. And it can cause a lot of damage like it did in Arad a few weeks ago. And I think that's an unfortunate reality of this war. A digital space that likes to sort of use the shock and awe of it all, insulated in trolling to make ideological points that are so far removed from the actual reality on the ground in America, in Israel, Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Yemen, Oman, that it tells it's an unfortunate condemnation of the discourse online. Does it mean that you should just be constantly traumatized all the time? No. But is that the unfortunate reality of how the governments are fighting this war in the propaganda space and with missiles? Yeah. It's like this dark, insidious humor layered in like missile fire. That's the best way I can explain it. And like, I do agree. I think the warmongering in this, like, I don't think anyone should be deluded into thinking that Iran was warmongering. I think that they were in an aggressive and hostile posture because of the bases around them. But I don't think anyone can accuse Iran of warmongering. But they are trolling. If you don't think Iran's trolling, I don't know what to tell you. They troll all the time. They put memes on their missiles. Here's the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. It's footage from April 1st, just released today. It shows an IAF Hermes 450 UAV using a Misag series Monpod, being targeted using a Misag series Monpod over the town of Aniata in southern Lebanon on April 1st, 2026. The latest from Hezbollah, southern Lebanon. We analyze this to look at the status of the weaponry, what each side is putting out, how they're putting it out, how they're encoding it. This is from Hezbollah, southern Lebanon. Interesting anti-aircraft tech from Hezbollah on this plane. I haven't seen this before. They haven't shown a video like this before. Oh, they're going to fire tonight. They're threatening to fire on social media. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's going to be a night. Iran is preparing. They're getting ready. Chat reset. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare a chat reset. I declare a chat reset. Please pay attention to Nightbot. I will keep an eye on that, DD Thames. I do not have an update, but I'm on it. The Speaker has called for a chat reset. You are thus commanded to present to this honorable house your best emojis, including but not limited to sheep, goat, cat, dog, and or other animal-related emojis. I repeat, the Speaker has called for a chat reset. Now, I don't know if you've ever been here for a chat reset. It's really fun. You get a chance to kind of take out your pensive anxiety from the day, which has built up because things are intense, and you just get to post emojis. It's a really nice way to reset. People really like it. You can post animal emojis. You can post penguin emojis. So people like to make me laugh. You can post Primo's dog. You can post Mr. Rockstar. You can post Tall Mom Bunny's dog, Kofi. How you doing, Kofi? You can post Miss Rockstar's Miss Cat, Mr. Rockstar. You can post Chloe the dog in a wig. You can really just post any emoji you want. You can post a dancing sheep. You have to be a member of the channel to have the special emojis that I make like by hand, because I actually make them by hand. It's really hard. Oh, Nikki, what a nice goat emoji. That's a beautiful goat emoji, Nikki. Thank you so much. How'd you get that idea to post such a beautiful goat emoji? Oh, what a nice Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh, Nikki's doing a great job setting the tone. Good job, Nikki. I'm proud of you. Ron, great job with those emojis. Welcome to the channel. You can have a wrench. Good job, everyone. You're doing a great job with the chat reset. Oh, that's a beautiful emoji, Nikki. Oh, Tizzle, I like the flamingos. Michael Brown, those are some very nice clocks. You did a great job. That's clock art right there, Michael Brown. I give you a 10 out of 10. Oh, Kimberly, what a nice emoji. That emoji is a puffelfish. I like the puffelfish. Bunny, you posted Pete Bunny Towel. That was so nice of you. Oh, Miriam, what a very nice flag. I love it. Is it the flag of Iraq? Tizzle, that's a beautiful four-leaf clover. Oh, Primo's dog. Oh, it's Kofi. Hi, Lisa and Cannoli. You came in during a chat reset, so we're posting a lot of emojis. This is our emoji moment. Oh, Kofi popped up to say hi. Hi, Kofi. You're a dog. The man on the TV is talking to you. Yes, Kofi, you are a dog. Oh, God bless you, Mimi. Those are great emojis. Moonstar, how are you doing? So good to see you. Hi, Edric. I love those emojis. Oh, 20th Century Foxy, the Doves of Peace. I'm so touched. Oh, David, I love the goat emojis. Hashtag save the goats. Oh, you all did such a good job. Oh, Gun B, that's a wonderful emoji. He has a little tail. He's hanging out. I love him. How you doing? He wants to hang out with me. I would pass him my cigar. Oh, hello, Britt. I absolutely love those emojis. They are wonderful. You are all doing a good job. Look at that. What a great chat reset. Now, some of you might not have been here for a chat reset before. It's a very special tradition. Sylvia, those are wonderful rainbow emojis. I am thrilled. Oh, that is a great rabbit emoji, Gunby. I agree. Listen, you all are getting in the emoji spirit. Or, I love that emoji. I love it. That's one of the nicest emojis I've ever seen. Good job, everyone. 10 out of 10 chat reset. Oh, Big E's. I love those. Look at that. Big E's is making art. Look at that Big E's emoji art. It's smiley faces and cigarettes. I love it. G Reaper coming in with the wonderful pirate flag. I love it. Sylvia, I love those blue swirls. They have apparently a weird meaning, but I just think they look like a hurricane, right? But yeah, apparently, like in like certain intelligence research, I've seen it popped up like something you should look for in like, you know, online groups that might be dangerous to kids, like that symbol in particular. I don't know why it's an emoji. Michael Brown, God bless you. Celtic Linda, oh, I love it. Grammy Towel Linda, that is Kofi and Hank and Primo's dog and Pete Bunny Towel and Mr. Rockstar and penguins and a goat. Oh, this is great. Good job, everyone. I love all the different emojis. You guys did a great job. 10 out of 10 chat reset. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, I figured they were hurricane emojis. G Reaper, it's so frustrating how some of that symbology gets weaponized by bad people. Because, like, to me, it's a hurricane emoji. Like, it's simple. Like, it shouldn't be like that. But, like, people, like, that Khashoggi Epstein class are evil. Oh, good job, everyone. Good job. Game on indeed. Here we go. I'll show you the latest from... Wait a minute. We can't be 5 hours behind. I'll show you the latest from Hezbollah now. Yes, this is Iran. This is shelling in southern Iran. This is the Fars oil field. Oh, G Reaper, you'll love our weather command. You can do weather in any city on Earth, and it will tell you what it's like right now. Exclamation point weather, and then the city. This is the Pars oil field in Iran today, 4 hours ago.
دود سفید و سبز داره میاد. اینجا هم آبپاشا شروع کردن ولی دود سفید و سبز بود.
My pleasure, Mika. Good to see you.
تنفسم سخت شده الان برام. اینم چیه؟ سریع دود سیاه گرفت.
This is the Pars oil field.
من زد فکر کنم هشدار داد بین دو تا کشتی‌ها رو زد. عسلیه رو نابود. عسلیه اصلی نزدیک 7-8 تا بمب زدن. نکن داره میسوزنش، دارن تخلیه.
Great job, G Reaper, you did it. This is Potter's. This is the Potter's oil field. Let me confirm. Yes, the Southern Pars petrochemical facility in Iran. This is responsible for 85% of Iran's petrochemical exports. Excellent job, Britt.
اولین بار بود وسط آبم زد، فکر کنم هشدار داد بین 2 تا کشتی‌ها رو زد. اصلی رو نابود. اصلی نزدیک 7-8 تا بمب زدن.
Hi, Star Child.
داره میسوزنش، دارن تخلیه.
Wind here, they're so rare they can't even render on my chat.
دود سفید و سبز داره میاد. اینجا هم آب پاشا شروع کردن، ولی دود سفید و سبز بو گرد آمونیاکی داره میاد. تنفسم سخت شده الان برام.
Hello, Miss FAFO.
سگه دود سیاه گرفت. اولین بار بود وسط آبم زد، فکر کنم هشدار داد بین 2 تا کشتی‌ها رو زد. اصلی رو نابود.
Looks pretty nice.
اصلی نزدیک 7-8 تا بمب زدن.
Yeah, David, so there's a famous ruling. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. We can listen to it if you want. So Mr. President Trump made a threat today about the journalist who leaked the report about the pilots in Iran. I'll just give you the case, okay? We can just listen to it. I went to law school. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. All right, this is just a guy talking about the New York Times v. U.S. case. It's one of my favorite cases. But, like, if you want to understand what Mr. President Trump was saying, like, you really have to understand this case, okay? We're going to listen to the opinion, all right? I think it went up to the... Yeah, I think it was per curiam, okay? So we're going to listen to this case, okay? And this is about prior restraint, but it's also about sources and about wartime reporting. I'm going to take you through the majority holding, which allowed the Pentagon Papers to be published, but there's some caveats we need to listen to. Then I'm going to take you to the minority holding, which is the concurrence, which is dicta, but is like relevant. Then I'm going to take you to the dissent, okay? So this is the case. This is why Mr. President was able to issue that threat to the
New York Times Company versus United States, 403 U.S. 713, 1971. Primary holding. The First Amendment overrides the federal government's interest in keeping certain documents, such as the Pentagon Papers, classified. U.S. Supreme Court. New York Times Company versus United States, 403 U.S. 713, 1971. New York Times Company versus United States. No 1873. Argued June 26, 1971. Decided June 30, 1971 asterisk. 403 U.S. 713. Syllabus. The United States, which brought these actions to enjoin publication in the New York Times and in the Washington Post of certain classified material, has not met the heavy burden of showing justification for the enforcement of such prior restraint. No 1873, 44 F2D 544, reversed and remanded. No 1885, _ US App, DC. _ 446 F2D 1327, affirmed. Page 403 US 714. U.S. Supreme Court. New York Times Company versus United States, 403 U.S. 713, 1971. The United States, which brought these actions to enjoin publication in the New York Times and in the Washington Post of certain classified material, has not met the heavy burden of showing justification for the enforcement of such prior restraint. No 1873, 44 F2D 544, reversed and remanded. No 1885, _ US App, DC. _ 446 F2D 1327, affirmed. Page 403 US 714. Per CURIAM. We granted certiorari in these cases in which the United States seeks to enjoin the New York Times and the Washington Post from publishing the contents of a classified study entitled History of U.S. Decision-Making Process on Vietnam Policy. Post, pp. 942, 943. Any system of prior restraints of expression comes to this court bearing a heavy presumption against its constitutional validity. Bantam Books, Inc. vs. Sullivan, 372 U.S. 58, 372 U.S. 70, 1963. See also Near vs. Minnesota, 283 U.S. 697, The government thus carries a heavy burden of showing justification for the imposition of such a restraint. Organization for a Better Austin vs. Keefe, 402 U.S. 415, 402 U.S. 419, 1971. The District Court for the Southern District of New York, in the New York Times case, and the District Court for the District of Columbia and the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, in the Washington Post case, held that the government had not met that burden. We agree. The judgment of the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit is therefore affirmed. The order of the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit is reversed, and the case is remanded with directions to enter a judgment affirming the judgment of the District Court for the Southern District of New York. The stays entered June 25, 1971, by the court are vacated. The judgments shall issue forthwith. So ordered. Together with No. 1885, United States v. Washington Post Company et al. On certiorari to the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. Mr. Justice Black, with whom Mr. Justice Douglas joins, concurring. I adhere to the view that the government's case against the Washington Post should have been dismissed, and that the injunction against the New York Times should have been vacated without oral argument when the cases were first presented to this court. I believe. Page 403 U.S. 715. That every moment's continuance of the injunctions against these newspapers amounts to a flagrant, indefensible, and continuing violation of the First Amendment. Furthermore, after oral argument, I agree completely that we must affirm the judgment of the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit and reverse the judgment of the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit for the reasons stated by my brothers Douglas and Brennan. In my view, it is unfortunate that some of my brethren are apparently willing to hold that the publication of news may sometimes be enjoined. Such a holding would make a shambles of the First Amendment. Our government was launched in 1789 with the adoption of the Constitution. The Bill of Rights, including the First Amendment, followed in 1791. Now, for the first time in the 182 years since the founding of the Republic, the federal courts are asked to hold that the First Amendment does not mean what it says, but rather means that the government can hold the publication of current news of vital importance to the people of this country. In seeking injunctions against these newspapers, and in its presentation to the court, the executive branch seems to have forgotten the essential purpose and history of the First Amendment. When the Constitution was adopted, many people strongly opposed it because the document contained no Bill of Rights to safeguard certain basic freedoms. Footnote 1. They especially feared that the page 403 U.S. 716 new powers granted to a central government might be interpreted to permit the government to curtail freedom of religion, press, assembly, and speech. In response to an overwhelming public clamor, James Madison offered a series of amendments to satisfy citizens that these great liberties would remain safe and beyond the power of government to abridge. Madison proposed what later became the First Amendment in 3 parts, 2 of which are set out below, and 1 of which proclaimed: the people shall not be deprived or abridged of their right to speak, to write, or to publish their sentiments, and the freedom of the press, as one of the great bulwarks of liberty, shall be inviolable. Footnote 2. Emphasis added. The amendments were offered to curtail and restrict the general powers granted to the executive, legislative, and judicial branches 2 years before in the original Constitution. The Bill of Rights changed the original Constitution into a new charter under which no branch of government could abridge the people's freedoms of press, speech, religion, and assembly. Yet the Solicitor General argues, and some members of the court appear to agree, that the general powers of the government adopted in the original Constitution should be interpreted to limit and restrict the specific and emphatic guarantees of the Bill of Rights adopted later. I can imagine no greater perversion of history. Madison and the other framers of the First Amendment, able men. Page 403 U.S. 717. There they were, wrote in language they earnestly believed could never be misunderstood: Congress shall make no law. Abridging the freedom. Of the press. Both the history and language of the First Amendment support the view that the press must be left free to publish news, whatever the source, without censorship, injunctions, or prior restraints. In the First Amendment, the Founding Fathers gave the free press the protection it must have to fulfill its essential role in our democracy. The press was to serve the governed, not the governors. The government's power to censor the press was abolished so that the press would remain forever free to censure the government. The press was protected so that it could bear the secrets of government and inform the people. Only a free and unrestrained press can effectively expose deception in government. And paramount among the responsibilities of a free press is the duty to prevent any part of the government from deceiving the people and sending them off to distant lands to die of foreign fevers and foreign shot and shell. In my view, far from deserving condemnation for their courageous reporting, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other newspapers should be commended for serving the purpose that the Founding Fathers saw so clearly. In revealing the workings of government that led to the Vietnam War, the newspapers nobly did precisely that which the founders hoped and trusted they would do. The government's case here is based on premises entirely different from those that guided the framers of the First Amendment. The Solicitor General has carefully and emphatically stated, "Now, Mr. Justice Black, your construction of ... The First Amendment is well known, and I certainly respect it. You say that no law means no law, and that should be obvious. I can only, page 403 U.S. 718, say, Mr. Justice, that to me it is equally obvious that no law does not mean no law, and I would seek to persuade the court that that is true. T. Here are other parts of the Constitution that grant powers and responsibilities to the executive, and ... The First Amendment was not intended to make it impossible for the executive to function or to protect the security of the United States. Footnote 3. And the government argues in its brief that, in spite of the First Amendment, the authority of the executive department to protect the nation against publication of information whose disclosure would endanger the national security stems from two interrelated sources, the constitutional power of the President over the conduct of foreign affairs and his authority as Commander-in-Chief. Footnote 4. In other words, we are asked to hold that, despite the First Amendment's emphatic command, the executive branch, the Congress, and the judiciary can make laws enjoining publication of current news and abridging freedom of the press in the name of national security. The government does not even attempt to rely on any act of Congress. Instead, it makes the bold and dangerously far-reaching contention that the courts should take it upon themselves to make a law abridging freedom of the press in the name of equity, presidential power and national security. Even when the representatives of the people in Congress have adhered to the command of the First Amendment and refused to make such a law. Footnote 5. See concurring opinion of Mr. Justice Douglas. Page 403 U.S. 719. Post at 403 U.S. 721 to 722. To find that the President has inherent power to halt the publication of news by resort to the courts would wipe out the First Amendment and destroy the fundamental liberty and security of the very people the government hopes to make secure. No one can read the history of the adoption of the First Amendment without being convinced beyond any doubt that it was injunctions like those sought here that Madison and his collaborators intended to outlaw in this nation for all time. The word security is a broad, vague generality whose contours should not be invoked to abrogate the fundamental law embodied in the First Amendment. The guarding of military and diplomatic secrets at the expense of informed representative government provides no real security for our republic. The framers of the First Amendment, fully aware of both the need to defend a new nation and the abuses of the English and colonial governments, sought to give this new society strength and security by providing that freedom of speech, press, religion, and assembly should not be abridged. This thought was eloquently expressed in 1937 by Mr. Chief Justice Hughes, great man and great Chief Justice that he was, when the court held a man could not be punished for attending a meeting run by communists. The greater the importance of safeguarding the community from incitements to the overthrow of our institutions by force and violence, the more imperative is the need to preserve inviolate the constitutional rights of free speech, free press and free. Page 403 U.S. 720. Assembly in order to maintain the opportunity for free political discussion, to the end that government may be responsive to the will of the people and the changes, if desired, may be obtained by peaceful means. Therein lies the security of the Republic, the very foundation of constitutional government. Footnote 6. Footnote 1. In introducing the Bill of Rights in the House of Representatives, Madison said, I believe that the great mass of the people who opposed the Constitution disliked it because it did not contain effectual provisions against the encroachments on particular rights. Quote. 1 Annals of Cong. 433. Congressman Goodhue added, It is the wish of many of our constituents that something should be added to the Constitution to secure in a stronger manner their liberties from the inroads of power. Id. at 426. Footnote 2. The other parts were, the civil rights of none shall be abridged on account of religious belief or worship, nor shall any national religion be established, nor shall the full and equal rights of conscience be in any manner, or on any pretext, infringed. The people shall not be restrained from peaceably assembling and consulting for the common good, nor from applying to the legislature by petitions or remonstrances for redress of their grievances. 1 Annals of Cong. 434. Footnote 3. Trail of Oral Arg. 76. Footnote 4. Brief for the United States 13-14. Footnote 5. Compare the views of the Solicitor General with those of James Madison, the author of the First Amendment. When speaking of the Bill of Rights in the House of Representatives, Madison said, if they, the first 10 amendments, are incorporated into the Constitution, independent tribunals of justice will consider themselves in a peculiar manner the guardians of those rights. They will be an impenetrable bulwark against every assumption of power in the legislative or executive. They will be naturally led to resist every encroachment upon rights expressly stipulated for in the Constitution by the Declaration of Rights. 1 Annals of Cong. 439. Footnote 6. De Jonge vs. Oregon, 299 U.S. 353, 299 U.S. 365. Mr. Justice Douglas, with whom Mr. Justice Black joins, concurring. While I join the opinion of the court, I believe it necessary to express my views more fully. It should be noted at the outset that the First Amendment provides that Congress shall mail no law. Abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press. That leaves, in my view, no room for governmental restraint on the press. Footnote 2/1. There is, moreover, no statute barring the publication by the press of the material which the Times and the Post seek to use. Title 18 U.S.C. Section 793, e, provides that W. Hover having unauthorized possession of, access to, or control over any document, writing, or information relating to the national defense which information the possessor has reason to believe could be used to the injury of the United States or to the advantage of any foreign nation, willfully communicates. The same to any person not entitled to receive it. S. Hall we find. Page 403 U.S. 721. Not more than $10,000 are imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both. The government suggests that the word communicates is broad enough to encompass publication. There are 8 sections in the chapter on espionage and censorship, sections 792 to 799. In 3 of those 8, publish is specifically mentioned, section 794, b, applies to whoever, in time of war, with intent that the same shall be communicated to the enemy, collects, records, publishes, or communicates. The disposition of armed forces. Section 797 applies to whoever reproduces, publishes, sells, or gives away photographs of defense installations. Section 798, relating to cryptography, applies to whoever communicates, furnishes, transmits, or otherwise makes available. Or publishes the described material. Footnote 2 halves, emphasis added. Thus, it is apparent that Congress was capable of, and did, distinguish between publishing and communication in the various sections of the Espionage Act. The other evidence that Section 793 does not apply to the press is a rejected version of Section 793. That version read, during any national emergency resulting from a war to which the United States is a party, or from threat of such a war, the President may, by proclamation, declare the existence of such emergency and, by proclamation, prohibit the publishing or communicating of, or the attempting to publish or communicate any information relating to the national defense which, in his judgment, is of such character that it is or might be useful to the Page 403 U.S. 722. Enemy. 55 Cong. Rec. 1763. During the debates in the Senate, the First Amendment was specifically cited, and that provision was defeated. 55 Cong. Rec. 2167. Judge Gerfain's holding in the Times case that this act does not apply to this case was therefore preeminently sound. Moreover, the Act of September 23, 1950, in amending 18 U.S.C. Section 793 states in Section 1, b, that nothing in this Act shall be construed to authorize, require, or establish military or civilian censorship or in any way to limit or infringe upon freedom of the press or of speech as guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, and no regulation shall be promulgated hereunder having that effect. 64 Stat. 987. Thus, Congress had been faithful to the command of the First Amendment in this area. So any power that the government possesses must come from its inherent power. The power to wage war is the power to wage war successfully. See Hirabayashi vs. United States, 320 U.S. 81, 320 U.S. 93. But the war power stems from a declaration of war. The Constitution by Art. I, Section 8, gives Congress, not the President, power, to declare war. Nowhere are presidential wars authorized. We need not decide, therefore, what leveling effect the war power of Congress might have. These disclosures, footnote 2/3, may have a serious impact. But that is no basis for sanctioning a previous restraint on. Page 403 U.S. 723. The press. As stated by Chief Justice Hughes in Neer v. Minnesota, 283 U.S. 697, 283 U.S. 719 to 720. While reckless assaults upon public men, and efforts to bring obloquy upon those who are endeavoring faithfully to discharge official duties, exert a baleful influence and deserve the severest condemnation in public opinion, it cannot be said that this abuse is greater. And it is believed to be less than that which characterized the period in which our institutions took shape. Meanwhile, the administration of government has become more complex, the opportunities for malfeasance and corruption have multiplied, crime has grown to most serious proportions. And the danger of its protection by unfaithful officials and of the impairment of the fundamental security of life and property by criminal alliances and official neglect emphasizes the primary need of a vigilant and courageous press, especially in great cities. The fact that the liberty of the press may be abused by miscreant purveyors of scandal does not make any the less necessary the immunity of the press from previous restraint in dealing with official misconduct. As we stated only the other day in Organization for a Better Austin versus Keefe, 402 U.S. 415, 402 U.S. 419, NY prior restraint on expression comes to this court with a heavy presumption against its constitutional validity. The government says that it has inherent powers to go into court and obtain an injunction to protect the national interest, which, in this case, is alleged to be national security. Neer versus Minnesota, 283 U.S. 697, repudiated that expansive doctrine in no uncertain terms. The dominant purpose of the First Amendment was to prohibit the widespread practice of governmental suppression. Page 403 U.S. 724. Of embarrassing information. It is common knowledge that the First Amendment was adopted against the widespread use of the common law of seditious libel to punish the dissemination of material that is embarrassing to the powers that be. C.T. Emerson, The System of Freedom of Expression, circa v. 1970, Z. Chafee, Free Speech in the United States, circa 13, 1941. The present cases will, I think, go down in history as the most dramatic illustration of that principle. A debate of large proportions goes on in the nation over our posture in Vietnam. That debate antedated the disclosure of the contents of the present documents. The latter are highly relevant to the debate in progress. Secrecy in government is fundamentally anti-democratic, perpetuating bureaucratic errors. Open debate and discussion of public issues are vital to our national health. On public questions, there should be uninhibited, robust, and wide-open debate. New York Times Company vs. Sullivan, 376 U.S. 254, 376 U.S. 269 to 270. I would affirm the judgment of the Court of Appeals in the Post case, vacate the stay of the Court of Appeals in the Times case, and direct that it affirm the District Court. The stays in these cases that have been in effect for more than a week constitute a flouting of the principles of the First Amendment as interpreted in Neer versus Minnesota. Footnote 2/1. See Bohannes versus Illinois, 343 U.S. 250, 343 U.S. 267, dissenting opinion of Mr. Justice Black, 284, my dissenting. Footnote 2/2. These documents contain data concerning the communications system of the United States, the publication of which is made a crime. But the criminal sanction is not urged by the United States as the basis of equity power. Footnote 2/3. There are numerous sets of this material in existence, and they apparently are not under any controlled custody. Moreover, the President has sent a set to Congress. We start, then, with a case where there already is rather wide distribution of the material that is destined for publicity, not secrecy. I have gone over the material listed in the in-camera brief of the United States. It is all history, not future events. None of it is more recent than 1968. Mr. Justice Brennan, concurring. I write separately in these cases only to emphasize what should be apparent, that our judgments in the present cases may not be taken to indicate the propriety, in the future, of issuing temporary stays and restraining. Page 403 U.S. 725. Orders to block the publication of material sought to be suppressed by the government. So far as I can determine, never before has the United States sought to enjoin a newspaper from publishing information in its possession. The relative novelty of the questions presented, the necessary haste with which decisions were reached, the magnitude of the interests asserted, and the fact that all the parties have concentrated their arguments upon the question whether permanent restraints were proper may have justified at least some of the restraints heretofore imposed in these cases. Certainly it is difficult to fault the several courts below for seeking to assure that the issues here involved were preserved for ultimate review by this court. But even if it be assumed that some of the interim restraints were proper in the two cases before us, that assumption has no bearing upon the propriety of similar judicial action in the future. To begin with, there has now been ample time for reflection and judgment. Whatever values there may be in the preservation of novel questions for appellate review may not support any restraints in the future. More important, the First Amendment stands as an absolute bar to the imposition of judicial restraints in circumstances of the kind presented by these cases. 2. The error that has pervaded these cases from the outset was the granting of any injunctive relief whatsoever, interim or otherwise. The entire thrust of the government's claim throughout these cases has been that publication of the material sought to be enjoined could, or might, or may, prejudice the national interest in various ways. But the First Amendment tolerates absolutely no prior judicial restraints of the press predicated upon surmise or conjecture that untoward consequences. Page 403 US 726. May result. Our cases, it is true, have indicated that there is a single, extremely narrow class of cases in which the First Amendment's ban on prior judicial restraint may be overridden. Our cases have thus far indicated that such cases may arise only when the nation is at war. Schenck versus United States, 249 U.S. 47, 249 U.S. 52, 1919, during which times N. one would question but that a government might prevent actual obstruction to its recruiting service or the publication of the sailing dates of transports or the number and location of troops.
Okay, this is the case I wanted. So this is the case that is the only limit. So let's see if there's any limit. Let's see if Mr. President Trump has a case
Schenck versus United States, 249 U.S. 47, 1919. Primary holding. If speech is intended to result in a crime, and there is a clear and present danger that it actually will result in a crime, the First Amendment does not protect the speaker from government action. U.S. Supreme Court. Schenck versus United States. Syllabus. Evidence held sufficient to connect the defendants with the mailing of printed circulars in pursuance of a conspiracy to obstruct the recruiting and enlistment service, contrary to the Espionage Act of June 15, 1917. Incriminating documents seized under a search warrant directed against the Socialist headquarters, held admissible in evidence, consistently with the Fourth and Fifth Amendment, in a criminal prosecution against the General Secretary of a Socialist Party, who had charge of the office. Words which, ordinarily and in many places, would be within the freedom of speech protected by the First Amendment may become subject to prohibition when of such a nature and used in such circumstances are to create a clear and present danger that they will bring about the substantive evils which Congress has a right to prevent. The character of every act depends upon the circumstances in which it is done. A conspiracy to circulate among men called and accepted for military service under the Selective Service Act of May 18, 1917, a circular tending to influence them to obstruct the draft, with the intent to effect that result, and followed by the sending of such circulars, is within the power of Congress to punish, and is punishable under the Espionage Act, Section 4, although unsuccessful. The word, recruiting, as used in the Espionage Act, Section 3, means the gaining of fresh supplies of men for the military forces, as well by draft or otherwise. The amendment of the Espionage Act by the Act of May 16, 1918, circa 75, 40 Stat. 553, did not affect the prosecution of offences under the former. P. 249 U.S. 53. Affirmed. The case is stated in the opinion. U.S. Supreme Court. Schenck versus United States. Incriminating documents seized under a search warrant direct. The case is stated in the opinion. Mr. Justice Holmes delivered the opinion of the court. This is an indictment in 3 counts. The first charge is a conspiracy to violate the Espionage Act of June 15, 1917, circa 30, Section 3, 40 Stat. 217, 219, by causing and attempting. Page 249 U.S. 49. To cause insubordination, and c. in the military and naval forces of the United States, and to obstruct the recruiting and enlistment service of the United States, when the United States was at war with the German Empire, to wit, that the defendants willfully conspired to have printed and circulated to men who had been called and accepted for military service under the Act of May 18, 1917, a document set forth and alleged to be calculated to cause such insubordination and obstruction. The count alleges overt acts in pursuance of the conspiracy, ending in the distribution of the documents set forth. The second count alleges a conspiracy to commit an offence against the United States, to wit, to use the mails for the transmission of matter declared to be non-mailable by Title 12, Section 2 of the Act of June 15, 1917, to wit, the above-mentioned document, with an averment of the same overt acts. The third count charges an unlawful use of the mails for the transmission of the same matter and otherwise as above. The defendants were found guilty on all the counts. They set up the First Amendment to the Constitution forbidding Congress to make any law abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, and bringing the case here on that ground have argued some other points also of which we must dispose. It is argued that the evidence, if admissible, was not sufficient to prove that the defendant Schenck was concerned in sending the documents. According to the testimony, Schenck said he was General Secretary of the Socialist Party, and had charge of the Socialist headquarters from which the documents were sent. He identified a book found there as the minutes of the Executive Committee of the party. The book showed a resolution of August 13, 1917, that 15,000 leaflets should be printed on the other side of one of them in use, to be mailed to men who had passed exemption boards, and for distribution. Schenck personally attended to the printing. On page 249 U.S. 50. August 20th, the General Secretary's report said, obtained new leaflets from printer and started work addressing envelopes, and c. And there was a resolve that Comrade Schenck be allowed $125 for sending leaflets through the mail. He said that he had about 15 or 16,000 printed. There were files of the circular in question in the inner office which he said were printed on the other side of the one-sided circular, and were there for distribution. Other copies were proved to have been sent through the mails to drafted men. Without going into confirmatory details that were proved, no reasonable man could doubt that the defendant Schenck was largely instrumental in sending the circulars about. As to the defendant Baer, there was evidence that she was a member of the executive board, and that the minutes of its transactions were hers. The argument as to the sufficiency of the evidence that the defendants conspired to send the documents only impairs the seriousness of the real defense. It is objected that the documentary evidence was not admissible because obtained upon a search warrant, valid so far as appears. The contrary is established. Adams vs. New York, 192 U.S. 585, Weeks vs. United States, 232 U.S. 383, 232 U.S. 395, 232 U.S. 396. The search warrant did not issue against the defendant, but against the Socialist headquarters at 1326 Arch Street, and it would seem that the documents technically were not even in the defendant's possession. See Johnson vs. United States, 228 U.S. 457. Notwithstanding some protest in argument, the notion that evidence even directly proceeding from the defendant in a criminal proceeding is excluded in all cases by the Fifth Amendment is plainly unsound. Holt vs. United States, 218 U.S. 245, 218 U.S. 252, 218 U.S. 253. The document in question, upon its first printed side, recited the first section of the 13th Amendment, said that the idea embodied in it was violated by the Conscription Act, and that a conscript is little better than a. Page 249 U.S. 51. Convict. In impassioned language, it intimated that conscription was despotism in its worst form, and a monstrous wrong against humanity in the interest of Wall Street's chosen few. It said, do not submit to intimidation, but in form, at least, confined itself to peaceful measures such as a petition for the repeal of the Act. The other and later printed side of the sheet was headed, Assert Your Rights. It stated reasons for alleging that anyone violated the Constitution when he refused to recognize your right to assert your opposition to the draft, and went on. If you do not assert and support your rights, you are helping to deny or disparage rights which it is the solemn duty of all citizens and residents of the United States to retain. It described the arguments on the other side as coming from cunning politicians and a mercenary capitalist press, and even silent consent to the conscription law as helping to support an infamous conspiracy. It denied the power to send our citizens away to foreign shores to shoot up the people of other lands, and added that words could not express the condemnation such cold-blooded ruthlessness deserves, and see, winding up, you must do your share to maintain. Support and uphold the rights of the people of this country. Of course, the document would not have been sent unless it had been intended to have some effect. And we do not see what effect it could be expected to have upon persons subject to the draft except to influence them to obstruct the carrying of it out. The defendants do not deny that the jury might find against them on this point. But it is said, suppose that was the tendency of this circular, it is protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution. Two of the strongest expressions are said to be quoted respectively from well-known public men. It well may be that the prohibition of laws abridging the freedom of speech is not confined to previous restraints, although to prevent them may have been the. Page 249 U.S. 52. Main purpose, as intimated in Patterson v. Colorado, 205 U.S. 454, 205 U.S. 462. We admit that, in many places and in ordinary times, the defendants, in saying all that was said in the circular, would have been within their constitutional rights. But the character of every act depends upon the circumstances in which it is done. Akins v. Wisconsin, 195 U.S. 194, 195 U.S. 205, 195 U.S. 206. The most stringent protection of free speech would not protect a man in falsely shouting fire in a theater and causing a panic. It does not even protect a man from an injunction against uttering words that may have all the effect of force. Gompers v. Buck Stove and Range Company, 221 U.S. 418, 221 U.S. 439.
That's the famous fire in a crowded theater.
The question in every case is whether the words used are used in such circumstances and are of such a nature as to create a clear and present danger that they will bring about the substantive evils that Congress has a right to prevent. It is a question of proximity and degree. When a nation is at war, many things that might be said in time of peace are such a hindrance to its effort that their utterance will not be endured so long as men fight. And that no court could regard them as protected by any constitutional right. It seems to be admitted that, if an actual obstruction of the recruiting service were proved, liability for words that produced that effect might be enforced. The statute of 1917, in Section 4, punishes conspiracies to obstruct, as well as actual obstruction. If the act, speaking, or circulating a paper, its tendency, and the intent with which it is done are the same, we perceive no ground for saying that success alone warrants making the act a crime. Goldman v. United States, 245 U.S. 474, 245
It doesn't matter
US
if you
477.
succeed in actually impeding
Indeed,
the draft.
that case might be said to dispose of the present contention if the precedent covers all media concludendi. But, as the right to free speech was not referred to specially, we have thought fit to add a few words. It was not argued that a conspiracy to obstruct the draft was not within the words of the Act of 1917. The page 249 US 53. Words are obstruct the recruiting or enlistment service, and it might be suggested that they refer only to making it hard to get volunteers. Recruiting heretofore usually having been accomplished by getting volunteers, the word is apt to call up that method only in our minds. But recruiting is gaining fresh supplies for the forces, as well by draft as otherwise. It is put as an alternative to enlistment or voluntary enrollment in this Act. The fact that the Act of 1917 was enlarged by the amending Act of May 16, 1918, circa 75, 40 Stat. 553, of course, does not affect the present indictment, and would not even if the former Act had been repealed.
Okay, now let's go back to New York Times.
New York Times Company vs.
And I had to pick up where I left off in Mr. Justice Brennan's concurrence, and now we'll understand what he was talking about, because it's really like the limits of Schenck. Like, Schenck is very different than New York Times v. U.S., but this is really like what Mr. President was talking about at the press conference. If you actually want to understand the implications of doing that to a journalist, you kind of have to look at this. I wish it weren't so convoluted, but this is just how it's written. The concurring opinions in this case and that case and this precedent and that precedent. You kind of have to just jump back and forth, and you really have to know what you're reading, and you have to know how to read it. So where did we go? We were just done with Schenck, right? So now let's take a listen to
May
this.
result. Our cases, it is true, have indicated that there is a single, extremely narrow class of cases in which the First Amendment's ban on prior judicial restraint may be overridden. Our cases have thus far indicated that such cases may arise only when the nation is at war. Schenck versus United States, 249 U.S. 47, 249 U.S. 52, 1919, during which times N. one would question but that a government might prevent actual obstruction to its recruiting service or the publication of the sailing dates of transports or the number and location of troops. Neer versus Minnesota, 283 U.S. 697, 283 U.S. 716, 1931. Even if the present world situation were assumed to be tantamount to a time of war, or if the power of presently available armaments would justify even in peacetime the suppression of information that would set in motion a nuclear holocaust. In neither of these actions has the government presented or even alleged that publication of items from or based upon the material at issue would cause the happening of an event of that nature. The chief purpose of the First Amendment's guarantee is to prevent previous restraints upon publication. Neer versus Minnesota, Supra, at 283 U.S. 713. Thus, only governmental allegation and proof that publication must inevitably, directly. Page 403 U.S. 727. And immediately cause the occurrence of an event kindred to imperiling the safety of a transport already at sea can support even the issuance of an interim restraining order. In no event may mere conclusions be sufficient, for if the executive branch seeks judicial aid in preventing publication, it must inevitably submit the basis upon which that aid is sought to scrutiny by the judiciary. And, therefore, every restraint issued in this case, whatever its form, has violated the First Amendment, and not less so because that restraint was justified as necessary to afford the courts an opportunity to examine the claim more thoroughly. Unless and until the government has clearly made out its case, the First Amendment commands that no injunction may issue. Friedman versus Maryland, 380 U.S. 51, 1965, and similar cases regarding temporary restraints of allegedly obscene materials are not in point. For those cases rest upon the proposition that obscenity is not protected by the freedoms of speech and press. Roth versus United States, 354 U.S. 476, 354 U.S. 481, 1957. Here there is no question but that the material sought to be suppressed is within the protection of the First Amendment. The only question is whether, notwithstanding that fact, its publication may be enjoined for a time because of the presence of an overwhelming national interest. Similarly, copyright cases have no pertinence here. The government is not asserting an interest in the particular form of words chosen in the documents, but is seeking to suppress the ideas expressed therein. And the copyright laws, of course, protect only the form of expression, and not the ideas expressed. Mr. Justice Stewart, with whom Mr. Justice White joins, concurring. In the governmental structure created by our Constitution, the executive is endowed with enormous power in the two related areas of national defense and international relations. This power, largely unchecked by the legislative, footnote 3/1, and judicial, footnote 3/2, branches, has been pressed to the very hilt since the advent of the nuclear missile age. For better or for worse, the simple fact is that page 403 U.S. 728. President of the United States possesses vastly greater constitutional independence in these two vital areas of power than does, say, a Prime Minister of a country with a parliamentary form of government. In the absence of the governmental checks and balances present in other areas of our national life, the only effective restraint upon executive policy and power in the areas of national defense and international affairs may lie in an enlightened citizenry. In an informed and critical public opinion which alone can here protect the values of democratic government. For this reason, it is perhaps here that a press that is alert, aware, and free most vitally serves the basic purpose of the First Amendment. For, without an informed and free press, there cannot be an enlightened people. Yet it is elementary that the successful conduct of international diplomacy and the maintenance of an effective national defense require both confidentiality and secrecy. Other nations can hardly deal with this nation in an atmosphere of mutual trust unless they can be assured that their confidences will be kept. And, within our own executive departments, the development of considered and intelligent international policies would be impossible if those charged with their formulation could not communicate with each other freely, frankly, and in confidence. In the area of basic national defense, the frequent need for absolute secrecy is, of course, self-evident. I think there can be but one answer to this dilemma, if dilemma it be. The responsibility must be where the power is. Footnote 3/3, if the Constitution gives the executive. Page 403 U.S. 729. A large degree of unshared power in the conduct of foreign affairs and the maintenance of our national defense, then, under the Constitution. The executive must have the largely unshared duty to determine and preserve the degree of internal security necessary to exercise that power successfully. It is an awesome responsibility, requiring judgment and wisdom of a high order. I should suppose that moral, political, and practical considerations would dictate that a very first principle of that wisdom would be an insistence upon avoiding secrecy for its own sake. For when everything is classified, then nothing is classified, and the system becomes one to be disregarded by the cynical or the careless, and to be manipulated by those intent on self-protection or self-promotion. I should suppose, in short, that the hallmark of a truly effective internal security system would be the maximum possible disclosure, recognizing that secrecy can best be preserved only when credibility is truly maintained. But, be that as it may, it is clear to me that it is the constitutional duty of the executive, as a matter of sovereign prerogative, and not as a matter of law as the courts know law, through the promulgation and enforcement of executive regulations, to protect. Page 403 U.S. 730. The confidentiality necessary to carry out its responsibilities in the fields of international relations and national defense. This is not to say that Congress and the courts have no role to play. Undoubtedly, Congress has the power to enact specific and appropriate criminal laws to protect government property and preserve government secrets. Congress has passed such laws, and several of them are of very colorable relevance to the apparent circumstances of these cases. And if a criminal prosecution is instituted, it will be the responsibility of the courts to decide the applicability of the criminal law under which the charge is brought. Moreover, if Congress should pass a specific law authorizing civil proceedings in this field, the courts would likewise have the duty to decide the constitutionality of such a law, as well as its applicability to the facts proved. But in the cases before us, we are asked neither to construe specific regulations nor to apply specific laws. We are asked, instead, to perform a function that the Constitution gave to the executive, not the judiciary. We are asked, quite simply, to prevent the publication by two newspapers of material that the executive branch insists should not, in the national interest, be published. I am convinced that the executive is correct with respect to some of the documents involved. But I cannot say that disclosure of any of them will surely result in direct, immediate, and irreparable damage to our nation or its people. That being so, there can under the First Amendment be but one judicial resolution of the issues before us. I join the judgments of the court. Footnote 3/1. The President's power to make treaties and to appoint ambassadors is, of course, limited by the requirement of Art. 2, Section 2, of the Constitution that he obtain the advice and consent of the Senate. Article 1, Section 8, empowers Congress to raise and support armies, and provide and maintain a navy. And, of course, Congress alone can declare war. This power was last exercised almost 30 years ago at the inception of World War II. Since the end of that war in 1945, the armed forces of the United States have suffered approximately 500,000 casualties in various parts of the world. Footnote 3/2. See Chicago and Southern Airlines vs. Waterman SS Corp., 333 U.S. 103, Hirabayashi vs. United States, 320 U.S. 81, United States vs. Curtiss-Wright Corp., 299 U.S. 304, cf. Mora vs. McNamara, 128 U.S. App, D.C. 297, 387 F2D 862, cert. Denied, 389 U.S. 934. Footnote 3/3. It is quite apparent that, if, in the maintenance of our international relations, embarrassment, perhaps serious embarrassment, is to be avoided and success for our aims achieved, Congressional legislation which is to be made effective through negotiation and inquiry within the international field must often accord to the President a degree of discretion and freedom from statutory restriction which would not be admissible were domestic affairs alone involved. Moreover, he, not Congress, has the better opportunity of knowing the conditions which prevail in foreign countries, and especially is this true in time of war. He has his confidential sources of information. He has his agents in the form of diplomatic, consular and other officials. Secrecy in respect of information gathered by them may be highly necessary, and the premature disclosure of it productive of harmful results. Indeed, so clearly is this true that the first president refused to accede to a request to lay before the House of Representatives the instructions, correspondence and documents relating to the negotiation of the Jay Treaty. A refusal the wisdom of which was recognized by the House itself, and has never since been doubted. Quote. United States vs. Curtiss-Wright Corp. 299 U.S. 304, 299 U.S. 320. Mr. Justice White, with whom Mr. Justice Stewart joins, concurring. I concur in today's judgments, but only because of the concededly extraordinary protection against prior restraints. Page 403 U.S. 731. Enjoyed by the press under our constitutional system. I do not say that in no circumstances would the First Amendment permit an injunction against publishing information about government plans or operations. Footnote 4/1, nor, after examining the materials the government characterizes as the most sensitive and destructive, can I deny that revelation of these documents will do substantial damage to public interests. Indeed, I am confident that their disclosure will have that result. But I nevertheless agree that the United States has not satisfied the very heavy burden that it must meet to warrant an injunction against publication in these cases. At least in the absence of express and appropriately limited congressional authorization for prior restraints in circumstances such as these. Page 403 U.S. 732. The government's position is simply stated. The responsibility of the executive for the conduct of the foreign affairs and for the security of the nation is so basic that the president is entitled to an injunction against publication of a newspaper story whenever he can convince a court that the information to be revealed threatens grave and irreparable injury to the public interest. Footnote 4/2, and the injunction should issue whether or not the material to be published is classified, whether or not publication would be lawful under relevant criminal statutes enacted by Congress, and regardless of the circumstances by which the newspaper came into possession of the information. At least in the absence of legislation by Congress, based on its own investigations and findings. I am quite unable to agree that the inherent powers of the executive and the courts reach so far as to authorize remedies having such sweeping potential for inhibiting publications by the press. Much of the difficulty inheres in the grave and irreparable danger standard suggested by the United States. If the United States were to have judgment under such a standard in these cases, our decision would be of little guidance to other courts in other cases. For the material at issue here would not be available from the court's opinion or from public records, nor would it be published by the press. Indeed, even today, where we hold that the United States has not met its burden, the material remains sealed in court records and it is. Page 403 U.S. 733. Properly not discussed in today's opinions. Moreover, because the material poses substantial dangers to national interests, and because of the hazards of criminal sanctions, a responsible press may choose never to publish the more sensitive materials. To sustain the government in these cases would start the courts down a long and hazardous road that I am not willing to travel, at least without congressional guidance and direction. It is not easy to reject the proposition urged by the United States, and to deny relief on its good faith claims in these cases that publication will work serious damage to the country. But that discomfiture is considerably dispelled by the infrequency of prior restraint cases. Normally, publication will occur and the damage be done before the government has either opportunity or grounds for suppression. So here, publication has already begun, and a substantial part of the threatened damage has already occurred. The fact of a massive breakdown in security is known, access to the documents by many unauthorized people is undeniable, and the efficacy of equitable relief against these or other newspapers to avert anticipated damage is doubtful, at best. What is more, terminating the ban on publication of the relatively few sensitive documents the government now seeks to suppress does not mean that the law either requires or invites newspapers or others to publish them, or that they will be immune from criminal action if they do. Prior restraints require an unusually heavy justification under the First Amendment, but failure by the government to justify prior restraints does not measure its constitutional entitlement to a conviction for criminal publication. That the government mistakenly chose to proceed by injunction does not mean that it could not successfully proceed in another way. When the Espionage Act was under consideration in page 403 U.S. 734. 1917, Congress eliminated from the bill a provision that would have given the President broad powers in time of war to prescribe, under threat of criminal penalty, the publication of various categories of information related to the national defense. Footnote 4/3, Congress at that time was unwilling to clothe the President with such far-reaching powers to monitor the press. And those opposed to this part of the legislation assumed that a necessary concomitant of such power was the power to filter out the news to the people through some man. 55 Cong. Rec. 2008, Remarks of Sen. Ashurst. However, these same members of Congress appeared to have little doubt that newspapers would be subject to criminal prosecution if they insisted on publishing information of the type Congress had itself determined should not be revealed. Senator Ashurst, for example, was quite sure that the editor of such a newspaper should be punished if he did publish information as to the movements of the fleet, the troops, the aircraft, the location of powder factories, the location of defense works, and all that sort of thing. Id. At 2009. Footnote 4 quarters. Page 403 US 735. The Criminal Code contains numerous provisions potentially relevant to these cases. Section 797, footnote 4/5, makes it a crime to publish certain photographs or drawings of military installations. Section 798, footnote 4/6, also in precise language, prescribes knowing and willful publication of any classified information concerning the cryptographic systems. Page 403 US 736. Or communication intelligence activities of the United States, as well as any information obtained from communication intelligence operations. Footnote 4/7, if any of the material here at issue is of this nature, the newspapers are presumably now on full notice of the position of the United States, and must face the consequences if they. Page 403 US 737. Publish. I would have no difficulty in sustaining convictions under these sections on facts that would not justify the intervention of equity and the imposition of a prior restraint. The same would be true under those sections of the Criminal Code casting a wider net to protect the national defense. Section 793, footnote 4/8, makes it a criminal act for any unauthorized possessor of a document relating to the national defense, either 1. Willfully to communicate or cause to be communicated that document to any person not entitled to receive it, or 2. Willfully to retain the document and fail to deliver it to an officer of the United States entitled to receive it. The subsection was added in 1950 because pre-existing law provided no. Page 403 US 738. Penalty for the unauthorized possessor unless demand for the documents was made. Footnote 4/9. The dangers surrounding the unauthorized possession of such items are self-evident. Page 403 US 739. And it is deemed advisable to require their surrender in such a case, regardless of demand, especially since their unauthorized possession may be unknown to the authorities who would otherwise make the demand. S. Representative. Number 2369, Part 1, 81st Cong. 2D Sess. 9, 1950. Of course, in the cases before us, the unpublished documents have been demanded by the United States, and their import has been made known at least to counsel for the newspapers involved. In Gorin v. United States, 312 U.S. 19, 312 U.S. 28, 1941, the words, national defense, as used in a predecessor of Section 793 were held by a unanimous court to have a well-understood connotation, generic concept of broad connotations, referring to the military and naval establishments and the related activities of national preparedness, and to be sufficiently definite to apprise the public of prohibited activities. Page 403 U.S. 740. And to be consonant with due process. 312 U.S. at 312 U.S. 28. Also, as construed by the court in Gorin, information connected with the national defense is obviously not limited to that threatening grave and irreparable injury to the United States. Footnote 4/10. It is thus clear that Congress has addressed itself to the problems of protecting the security of the country and the national defense from unauthorized disclosure of potentially damaging information. Cf. Youngstown Sheet and Tube Company vs. Sawyer, 343 U.S. 579, 343 U.S. 585 to 586, 1952. See also id. At 343 U.S. 593 to 628, Frankfurter, J. Concurring. It has not, however, authorized the injunctive remedy against threatened publication. It has apparently been satisfied to rely on criminal sanctions and their deterrent effect on the responsible, as well as the irresponsible, press. I am not, of course, saying that either of these newspapers has yet committed a crime, or that either would commit a crime if it published all the material now in its possession. That matter must await resolution in the context of a criminal proceeding if one is instituted by the United States. In that event, the issue of guilt or innocence would be determined by procedures and standards quite different from those that have purported to govern these injunctive proceedings. Footnote 4/1. The Congress has authorized a strain of prior restraints against private parties in certain instances. The National Labor Relations Board routinely issues cease and desist orders against employers who it finds have threatened or coerced employees in the exercise of protected rights. See 29 U.S.C. Section 160, c. Similarly, the Federal Trade Commission is empowered to impose cease and desist orders against unfair methods of competition. 15 U.S.C. Section 45, b. Such orders can, and quite often do, restrict what may be spoken or written under certain circumstances. C. E.g., NLRB versus Gistle Packing Company, 395 U.S. 575, 395 U.S. 616 to 620, 1969. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution authorizes Congress to secure the exclusive right of authors to their writings, and no one denies that a newspaper can properly be enjoined from publishing the copyrighted works of another. See Westerman Company versus Dispatch Company, 249 U.S. 100, 1919. Newspapers do themselves rely from time to time on the copyright as a means of protecting their accounts of important events. However, those enjoined under the statutes relating to the National Labor Relations Board and the Federal Trade Commission are private parties, not the press, and, when the press is enjoined under the copyright laws, the complainant is a private copyright holder enforcing a private right. These situations are quite distinct from the government's request for an injunction against publishing information about the affairs of government, a request admittedly not based on any statute. Footnote 4 halves. The grave and irreparable danger standard is that asserted by the government in this court. In remanding to Judge Gerfien for further hearings in the Times litigation, 5 members of the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit directed him to determine whether disclosure of certain items specified with particularity by the government would pose such grave and immediate danger to the security of the United States as to warrant their publication being enjoined. Footnote 4/3. Whoever, in time of war, in violation of reasonable regulations to be prescribed by the President, which he is hereby authorized to make and promulgate, shall publish any information with respect to the movement, numbers, description, condition, or disposition of any of the armed forces, ships, aircraft, or war materials of the United States, or with respect to the plans or conduct of any naval or military operations, or with respect to any works or measures undertaken for or connected with, or intended for the fortification or defense of any place, or any other information relating to the public defense calculated to be useful to the enemy, shall be punished by a fine. Or by imprisonment. Quote. 55 Cong. Rec. 2100. Footnote 4/4. Senator Ashurst also urged that freedom of the press means freedom from the restraints of a censor, means the absolute liberty and right to publish whatever you wish, but you take your chances of punishment in the courts of your country for the violation of the laws of libel, slander, and treason. 55 Cong. Rec. 2005. Footnote 4/5. Title 18 U.S.C. Section 797 provides, on and after 30 days from the date upon which the President defines any vital military or naval installation or equipment as being within the category contemplated under Section 795 of this title, whoever reproduces, publishes, sells, or gives away any photograph, sketch, picture, drawing, map, or graphical representation of the vital military or naval installations or equipment so defined, without first obtaining permission of the commanding officer of the military or naval post, camp, or station concerned, or higher authority, unless such photograph, sketch, picture, drawing, map, or graphical representation has clearly indicated thereon that it has been censored by the proper military or naval authority, shall be fined not more than $1,000 or imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both. Footnote 4/6. In relevant part 18 U.S.C. Section 798 provides, whoever knowingly and willfully communicates, furnishes, transmits, or otherwise makes available to an unauthorized person, or publishes, or uses in any manner prejudicial to the safety or interest of the United States or for the benefit of any foreign government to the detriment of the United States any classified information. 1. Concerning the nature, preparation, or use of any code, cipher, or cryptographic system of the United States or any foreign government, or 2. Concerning the design, construction, use, maintenance, or repair of any device, apparatus, or appliance used or prepared or planned for use by the United States or any foreign government for cryptographic or communication intelligence purposes, or 3. Concerning the communication intelligence activities of the United States or any foreign government, or 4. Obtained by the process of communication intelligence from the communications of any foreign government, knowing the same to have been obtained by such processes, shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both. Footnote 4/7. The purport of 18 U.S.C. Section 798 is clear. Both the House and Senate reports on the bill, in identical terms, speak of furthering the security of the United States by preventing disclosure of information concerning the cryptographic systems and the communication intelligence systems of the United States, and explaining that his bill makes it a crime to reveal the methods, techniques, and materiel used in the transmission by this nation of enciphered or coded messages. Further, it makes it a crime to reveal methods used by this nation in breaking the secret codes of a foreign nation. It also prohibits under certain penalties the divulging of any information which may have come into this government's hands as a result of such a code breaking. C.H.R. Representative. No 1895, 81st Cong. 2d Sess. 1, 1950. The narrow reach of the statute was explained as covering only a small category of classified matter, a category which is both vital and vulnerable to an almost unique degree. Id. At 2, existing legislation was deemed inadequate. At present, 2 other acts protect this information, but only in a limited way. These are the Espionage Act of 1917, 40 Stat. 217, and the Act of June 10, 1933, 48 Stat. 122. Under the first, unauthorized revelation of information of this kind can be penalized only if it can be proved that the person making the revelation did so with an intent to injure the United States. Under the second, only diplomatic codes and messages transmitted in diplomatic codes are protected. The present bill is designed to protect against knowing and willful publication or any other revelation of all important information affecting the United States communication intelligence operations and all direct information about all United States codes and ciphers. Ibid. Section 798 obviously was intended to cover publications by non-employees of the government, and to ease the government's burden in obtaining convictions. C.H.R. Representative. No 1895, Supra, at 2-5. The identical Senate report, not cited in parallel in the text of this footnote, is S. Representative. Number 111, 81st Cong. 1st Sess. 1949. Footnote 4/8. Section 793, E, of 18 U.S.C. provides that E. Whoever having unauthorized possession of, access to, or control over any document, writing, codebook, signal book, sketch, photograph, photographic negative, blueprint, plan, map, model, instrument, appliance, or note relating to the national defense, or information relating to the national defense which information the possessor has reason to believe could be used to the injury of the United States or to the advantage of any foreign nation, willfully communicates, delivers, transmits or causes to be communicated, delivered, or transmitted, or attempts to communicate, deliver, transmit or cause to be communicated, delivered, or transmitted the same to any person not entitled to receive it, or willfully retains the same and fails to deliver it to the officer or employee of the United States entitled to receive it, is guilty of an offense punishable by 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. It should also be noted that 18 U.S.C. Section 793, G, added in 1950, C 64 Stat. 1004, S. Representative. Number 239, Part 1, 81st Cong. 2d Sess. 9, 1950, provides that if 2 or more persons conspire to violate any of the foregoing provisions of this section, and 1 or more of such persons do any act to affect the object of the conspiracy, each of the parties to such conspiracy shall be subject to the punishment provided for the offense which is the object of such conspiracy. Footnote 4/9. The amendment of Section 793 that added subsection E was part of the Subversive Activities Control Act of 1950, which was, in turn, Title I of the Internal Security Act of 1950. See 64 Stat. 987. The report of the Senate Judiciary Committee best explains the purposes of the amendment. Section 18 of the bill amends Section 793 of Title 18 of the United States Code, Espionage Statute. The several paragraphs of Section 793 of Title 18 are designated as subsections through G for purposes of convenient reference. The significant changes which would be made in Section 793 of Title 18 are as follows. 1. Amends the 4th paragraph of Section 793, Title 18, subsect D. To cover the unlawful dissemination of information relating to the national defense which information the possessor has reason to believe to be used to the injury of the United States or to the advantage of any foreign nation. The phrase, which information the possessor has reason to believe could be used to the injury of the United States or to the advantage of any foreign nation, would modify only information relating to the national defense, and not the other items enumerated in the subsection. The 4th paragraph of Section 793 is also amended to provide that only those with lawful possession of the items relating to national defense enumerated therein may retain them subject to demand therefore. Those who have unauthorized possession of such items are treated in a separate subsection. 2. Amends Section 793, Title 18, subsect E, to provide that unauthorized possessors of items enumerated in paragraph 4 of Section 793 must surrender possession thereof to the proper authorities without demand. Existing law provides no penalty for the unauthorized possession of such items unless a demand for them is made by the person entitled to receive them. The dangers surrounding the unauthorized possession of such items are self-evident, and it is deemed advisable to require their surrender in such a case, regardless of demand, especially since their unauthorized possession may be unknown to the authorities who would otherwise make the demand. The only difference between subsection D and subsection E of Section 793 is that a demand by the person entitled to receive the items would be a necessary element of an offense under subsection D, where the possession is lawful, whereas such a demand would not be a necessary element of an offense under subsection E, where where the possession is unauthorized. S. Representative. Number 2369, Part 1, 81st Cong. 2D Sess. 8 to 9, 1950, emphasis added. It seems clear from the foregoing, contrary to the intimations of the District Court for the Southern District of New York in this case, that in prosecuting for communicating or withholding a document, as contrasted with similar action with respect to information, the government need not prove an intent to injure the United States or to benefit a foreign nation, but only willful and knowing conduct. The District Court relied on Gorin v. United States, 312 U.S. 19, 1941. But that case arose under other parts of the predecessor to Section 793, see 312 U.S. at 312 U.S. 21 to 22, parts that imposed different intent standards not repeated in Section 793, D, or Section 793, E. Cf. 18 U.S.C. Section 793, A, B, and C. Also, from the face of subsection E, and from the context of the act of which it was a part, it seems undeniable that a newspaper, as well as others unconnected with the government, are vulnerable to prosecution under Section 793, E, if they communicate or withhold the materials covered by that section. The District Court ruled that communication did not reach publication by a newspaper of documents relating to the national defense. I intimate no views on the correctness of that conclusion, but neither communication nor publication is necessary to violate the subsection. Footnote 4/10. Also relevant is 18 U.S.C. Section 794. Subsection B thereof forbids in time of war the collection or publication, with intent that it shall be communicated to the enemy, of any information with respect to the movements of military forces, or with respect to the plans or conduct. Dot. Dot. Of any naval or military operations. Dot. Dot. Or any other information relating to the public defense, which might be useful to the enemy. Dot. Dot. Dot quote. Mr. Justice Marshall, concurring. The government contends that the only issue in these cases is whether, in a suit by the United States, the First Amendment bars a court from prohibiting a newspaper. Page 403 U.S. 741. From publishing material whose disclosure would pose grave and immediate danger to the security of the United States. Brief for the United States 7. With all due respect, I believe the ultimate issue in these cases is even more basic than the one posed by the Solicitor General. The issue is whether this court or the Congress has the power to make law. In these cases, there is no problem concerning the President's power to classify information as secret or top secret. Congress has specifically recognized presidential authority, which has been formally exercised in Exec. Order 10,501, 1953, to classify documents and information. See, e.g., 18 U.S.C. Section 798, 50 U.S.C. Section 783. Footnote 5/1. Nor is there any issue here regarding the President's power as Chief Executive and Commander-in-Chief to protect national security by disciplining employees who disclose information and by taking precautions to prevent leaks. The problem here is whether, in these particular cases, the executive branch has authority to invoke the equity jurisdiction of the courts to protect what it believes to be the national interest. See in Redebs, 158 U.S. 564, 158 U.S. 584, 1895. The government argues that, in addition to the inherent power of any government to protect itself, the President's power to conduct foreign affairs and his position as Commander-in-Chief give him authority to impose censorship on the press to protect his ability to deal effectively with foreign nations and to conduct the military affairs of the country. Of course, it is beyond cavil that the President has broad powers by virtue of his primary responsibility for the conduct of our foreign affairs and his position as Commander-in-Chief. Chicago and Southern Airlines vs. Waterman SS Corp. 333 U.S. 103, 1948, Hirabayashi vs. United States, 320 U.S. 81, 320 U.S. 93, 1943, United States vs. Curtis. Page 403 U.S. 742. Wright Corp. 299 U.S. 304, 1936. Footnote 5 halves, and, in some situations, it may be that, under whatever inherent powers the government may have, as well as the implicit authority derived from the President's mandate to conduct foreign affairs and to act as Commander-in-Chief, there is a basis for the invocation of the equity jurisdiction of this court as an aid to prevent the publication of material damaging to national security, however that term may be defined. It would, however, be utterly inconsistent with the concept of separation of powers for this court to use its power of contempt to prevent behavior that Congress has specifically declined to prohibit. There would be a similar damage to the basic concept of these co-equal branches of government if, when the executive branch has adequate authority granted by Congress to protect national security, it can choose, instead, to invoke the contempt power of a court to enjoin the threatened conduct. The Constitution provides that Congress shall make laws, the President execute laws, and courts interpret laws. Youngstown Sheet and Tube Company versus Sawyer, 343 U.S. 579, 1952. It did not provide for government by injunction in which the courts and the executive branch can make law without regard to the action of Congress. It may be more convenient for the executive branch if it need only convince a judge to prohibit conduct, rather than ask the Congress to pass a law. And it may be more convenient to enforce a contempt order than to seek a criminal conviction in a jury trial. Moreover, it may be considered politically wise to get a court to share the responsibility for arresting those who the executive branch has probable cause to believe are violating the law. But convenience and political considerations of the page 403 U.S. 743 moment do not justify a basic departure from the principles of our system of government. In these cases, we are not faced with a situation where Congress has failed to provide the executive with broad power to protect the nation from disclosure of damaging state secrets. Congress has, on several occasions, given extensive consideration to the problem of protecting the military and strategic secrets of the United States. This consideration has resulted in the enactment of statutes making it a crime to receive, disclose, communicate, withhold, and publish certain documents, photographs, instruments, appliances, and information. The bulk of these statutes is found in Chapter 37 of U.S.C. Title 18, entitled Espionage and Censorship. Footnote 5/3, in that chapter. Page 403 U.S. 744. Congress has provided penalties ranging from a $10,000 fine to death for violating the various statutes. Thus, it would seem that in order for this court to issue an injunction, it would require a showing that such an injunction would enhance the already existing power of the government to act. See Bennett v. Lehman, 277 NY 368, 14 NE 2D 439, 1938. It is a traditional axiom of equity that a court of equity will not do a useless thing, just as it is a traditional axiom that equity will not enjoin the commission of a crime. See Z. Chafee and E. Ree, Equity 935 to 954, 5th ed. .1967, 1 H. Joyce, Injunction Sections 580A, 1909. Here, there has been no attempt to make such a showing. The Solicitor General does not even mention in his brief whether the government considers that there is probable cause to believe a crime has been committed, or whether there is a conspiracy to commit future crimes. If the government had attempted to show that there was no effective remedy under traditional criminal law, it would have had to show that there is no arguably applicable statute. Of course, at this stage, this court could not and cannot determine whether there has been a violation of a particular statute or decide the constitutionality of any statute. Whether a good faith prosecution could have been instituted under any statute could, however, be determined. Page 403 U.S. 745.
Here's what we want.
At least one of the many statutes in this area seems relevant to these cases. Congress has provided in 18 U.S.C. Section 793, e, that whoever, having unauthorized possession of, access to, or control over any document, writing, code book, signal book, or note relating to the national defense, or information relating to the national defense, which information the possessor has reason to believe could be used to the injury of the United States or to the advantage of any foreign nation, willfully communicates, delivers, transmits, the same to any person not entitled to receive it, or willfully retains the same and fails to deliver it to the officer or employee of the United States entitled to receive it, S. Hall will be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both. Congress has also made it a crime to conspire to commit any of the offenses listed in 18 U.S.C. Section 793, e. It is true that Judge Gerfin found that Congress had not made it a crime to publish the items and materials specified in Section 793, e. He found that the words communicates, delivers, transmits, did not refer to publication of newspaper stories. And that view has some support in the legislative history, and conforms with the past practice of using the statute only to prosecute those charged with ordinary espionage. But see 103 Cong. Rec. 10,449, Remarks of Sen. Humphrey. Judge Gerfain's view of the statute is not, however, the only plausible construction that could be given. See my brother White's concurring opinion. Even if it is determined that the government could not in good faith bring criminal prosecutions against the New York Times and the Washington Post, it is clear that Congress has specifically rejected passing legislation that would have clearly given the President the power he seeks here and made the current activity of the newspapers unlawful. When Congress specifically declines to make conduct unlawful, it is not for this court. Page 403 U.S. 746. To re-decide those issues, to overrule Congress. See Youngstown Sheet and Tube Company v. Sawyer, 343 U.S. 579, 1952. On at least two occasions, Congress has refused to enact legislation that would have made the conduct engaged in here unlawful and given the President the power that he seeks in this case. In 1917, during the debate over the original Espionage Act, still the basic provisions of Section 793, Congress rejected a proposal to give the President in time of war or threat of war authority to directly prohibit by proclamation the publication of information relating to national defense that might be useful to the enemy. The proposal provided that, during any national emergency resulting from a war to which the United States is a party, or from threat of such a war, the President may, by proclamation, declare the existence of such emergency and, by proclamation, prohibit the publishing or communicating of, or the attempting to publish or communicate any information relating to the national defense which, in his judgment, is of such character that it is or might be useful to the enemy. Whoever violates any such prohibition shall be punished by a fine of not more than $10,000 or by imprisonment for not more than 10 years, or both, provided that nothing in this section shall be construed to limit or restrict any discussion, comment, or criticism of the acts or policies of the government or its representatives or the publication of the same. 55 Cong. Rec. 1763. Congress rejected this proposal after war against Germany had been declared, even though many believed that there was a grave national emergency and that the threat of security leaks and espionage was serious. The executive branch has not gone to Congress and requested that the decision to provide such power be reconsidered. Instead, page 403 U.S. 747. The executive branch comes to this court and asks that it be granted the power Congress refused to give. In 1957, the United States Commission on Government Security found that plain journals, scientific periodicals, and even the daily newspaper have featured articles containing information and other data which should have been deleted in whole or in part for security reasons. In response to this problem, the Commission proposed that Congress enact legislation making it a crime for any person willfully to disclose without proper authorization, for any purpose whatever, information classified, secret, or top secret, knowing, or having reasonable grounds to believe, such information to have been so classified. Report of Commission on Government Security 619 to 620, 1957. After substantial floor discussion on the proposal, it was rejected. See 103 Cong. Rec. 10447, 10450. If the proposal that Senator Cotton championed on the floor had been enacted, the publication of the documents involved here would certainly have been a crime. Congress refused, however, to make it a crime. The government is here asking this court to remake that decision. This court has no such power. Either the government has the power under statutory grant to use traditional criminal law to protect the country or, if there is no basis for arguing that Congress has made the activity a crime. It is plain that Congress has specifically refused to grant the authority the government seeks from this court. In either case, this court does not have authority to grant the requested relief. It is not for this court to fling itself into every breach perceived by some government official, nor is it for this court to take on itself the burden of enacting law, especially a law that Congress has refused to pass. I believe that the judgment of the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit should, page 403 U.S. 748, be affirmed, and the judgment of the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit should be reversed in so. There are several other statutory provisions prohibiting and punishing the dissemination of information, the disclosure of which Congress thought sufficiently imperiled national security to warrant that result. These include 42 U.S.C. sections 2161 through 2166, relating to the authority of the Atomic Energy Commission to classify and declassify restricted data. Restricted data is a term of art employed uniquely by the Atomic Energy Act. Specifically, 42 U.S.C. section 2162 authorizes the Atomic Energy Commission to classify certain information. Title 42 U.S.C. section 2274, subsection, provides penalties for a person who communicates, transmits, or discloses restricted data. With intent to injure the United States or with intent to secure an advantage to any foreign nation. Quote. Subsection B of section 2274 provides lesser penalties for one who communicates, transmits, or discloses such information with reason to believe such data will be utilized to injure the United States or to secure an advantage to any foreign nation. Other sections of Title 42 of the United States Code dealing with atomic energy prohibit and punish acquisition, removal, concealment, tampering with, alteration, mutilation, or destruction of documents incorporating restricted data and provide penalties for employees and former employees of the Atomic Energy Commission. The armed services, contractors and licensees of the Atomic Energy Commission. Title 42 U.S.C. sections 2276, 2277. Title 50 U.S.C. App. Section 781, 56 Stat. 390, prohibits the making of any sketch or other representation of military installations or any military equipment located on any military installation, as specified, and, indeed, Congress, in the National Defense Act of 1940, 54 Stat. 676, as amended, 56 Stat. 179 conferred jurisdiction on federal district courts over civil actions to enjoin any violation thereof. 50 U.S.C. App. Section 1152, 6. Title 50 U.S.C. Section 783, b. makes it unlawful for any officers or employees of the United States or any corporation which is owned by the United States to communicate material which has been classified by the President to any person who that governmental employee knows or has reason to believe is an agent or representative of any foreign government or any communist organization. Mr. Chief Justice Berger, dissenting. So clear are the constitutional limitations on prior restraint against expression that, from the time of Neer versus Minnesota, 283 U.S. 697, 1931, until recently in Organization for a Better Austin versus Keefe, 402 U.S. 415, 1971. We have had little occasion to be concerned with cases involving prior restraints against news reporting on matters of public interest. There is, therefore, little variation among the members of the court in terms of resistance to prior restraints against publication. Adherence to this basic constitutional principle, however, does not make these cases simple. In these cases, the imperative of a free and unfettered press comes into collision with another imperative, the effective functioning of a complex modern government, and, specifically, the effective exercise of certain constitutional powers of the executive. Only those who view the First Amendment as an absolute in all circumstances, a view I respect, but reject, can find such cases as these to be simple or easy. These cases are not simple for another and more immediate reason. We do not know the facts of the cases. No district judge knew all the facts. No court of appeals judge knew all the facts. No member of this court knows all the facts. Why are we in this posture, in which only those judges to whom the First Amendment is absolute and permits of no restraint in any circumstances or for any reason, are really in a position to act? I suggest we are in this posture because these cases have been conducted in unseemly haste. Mr. Justice Harlan covers the chronology of events demonstrating the hectic pressures under which these cases have been processed, and I need not restate them. The prompt. Page 403 U.S. 749. Setting of these cases reflects our universal abhorrence of prior restraint. But prompt judicial action does not mean unjudicial haste. Here, moreover, the frenetic haste is due in large part to the manner in which the Times proceeded from the date it obtained the purloined documents. It seems reasonably clear now that the haste precluded reasonable and deliberate judicial treatment of these cases, and was not warranted. The precipitate action of this court aborting trials not yet completed is not the kind of judicial conduct that ought to attend the disposition of a great issue. The newspapers make a derivative claim under the First Amendment. They denominate this right as the public right to know. By implication, the Times asserts a sole trusteeship of that right by virtue of its journalistic scoop. The right is asserted as an absolute. Of course, the First Amendment right itself is not an absolute, as Justice Holmes so long ago pointed out in his aphorism concerning the right to shout "fire" in a crowded theatre if there was no fire. There are other exceptions, some of which Chief Justice Hughes mentioned by way of example in Neer versus Minnesota. There are no doubt other exceptions no one has had occasion to describe or discuss. Conceivably, such exceptions may be lurking in these cases, and would have been flushed had they been properly considered in the trial courts, free from unwarranted deadlines and frenetic pressures. An issue of this importance should be tried and heard in a judicial atmosphere conducive to thoughtful, reflective deliberation, especially when haste, in terms of hours, is unwarranted in light of the long period the Times, by its own choice, deferred publication. Footnote 6/1. Page 403 U.S. 750. It is not disputed that the Times has had unauthorized possession of the documents for 3 to 4 months, during which it has had its expert analysts studying them, presumably digesting them and preparing the material for publication. During all of this time, the Times, presumably in its capacity as trustee of the public's right to know, has held up publication for purposes it considered proper, and thus public knowledge was delayed. No doubt this was for a good reason. The analysis of 7,000 pages of complex material drawn from a vastly greater volume of material would inevitably take time, and the writing of good news stories takes time. But why should the United States government, from whom this information was illegally acquired by someone, along with all the counsel, trial judges, and appellate judges, be placed under needless pressure? After these months of deferral, the alleged right to know has somehow and suddenly become a right that must be vindicated instanter. Would it have been unreasonable, since the newspaper could anticipate the government's objections to release of secret material, to give the government an opportunity to review the entire collection and determine whether agreement could be reached on publication? Stolen or not, if security was not, in fact, jeopardized, much of the material could no doubt have been declassified, since it spans a period ending in 1968. With such an approach, one that great newspapers have in the past practiced and stated editorially to be the duty of an honorable press, the newspapers and government might well have narrowed. Page 403 U.S. 751. The area of disagreement as to what was and was not publishable, leaving the remainder to be resolved in orderly litigation, if necessary. To me, It is hardly believable that a newspaper long regarded as a great institution in American life would fail to perform one of the basic and simple duties of every citizen with respect to the discovery or possession of stolen property or secret government documents. That duty, I had thought, perhaps naively, was to report forthwith to responsible public officers. This duty rests on taxi drivers, justices, and the New York Times. The course followed by the Times, whether so calculated or not, removed any possibility of orderly litigation of the issue. If the action of the judges up to now has been correct, that result is sheer happenstance. Footnote 6 halves. Our grant of the writ of certiorari before final judgment in the Times case aborted the trial in the district court before it had made a complete record pursuant to the mandate of the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. The consequence of all this melancholy series of events is that we literally do not know what we are acting on. As I see it, we have been forced to deal with litigation concerning rights of great magnitude without an adequate record, and surely without time for adequate treatment either in the prior proceedings or in this court. It is interesting to note that counsel on both sides, in oral argument before this court, were frequently unable to respond to questions on factual points. Not surprisingly, they pointed out that they had been working literally around the clock, and simply were unable to review the documents that give rise to these cases and page 403 US 752. We're not familiar with them. This court is in no better posture. I agree generally with Mr. Justice Harlan and Mr. Justice Blackmun, but I am not prepared to reach the merits. Footnote 6/3. I would affirm the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit and allow the District Court to complete the trial aborted by our grant of certiorari, meanwhile preserving the status quo in the post case. I would direct that the District Court, on remand, give priority to the Times case to the exclusion of all other business of that court, but I would not set arbitrary deadlines. I should add that I am in general agreement with much of what Mr. Justice White has expressed with respect to penal sanctions concerning communication or retention of documents or information relating to the national defense. We all crave speedier judicial processes, but, when judges are pressured, as in these cases, the result is a parody of the judicial function. Footnote 6/1. As noted elsewhere, the Times conducted its analysis of the 47 volumes of government documents over a period of several months, and did so with a degree of security that a government might envy. Such security was essential, of course, to protect the enterprise from others. Meanwhile, the Times has copyrighted its material, and there were strong intimations in the oral argument that the Times contemplated enjoining its use by any other publisher in violation of its copyright. Paradoxically, this would afford it a protection, analogous to prior restraint, against all others, a protection the Times denies the government of the United States. Footnote 6 halves. Interestingly, the Times explained its refusal to allow the government to examine its own purloined documents by saying in substance this might compromise its sources and informants. The Times thus asserts a right to guard the secrecy of its sources while denying that the government of the United States has that power. Footnote 6/3. With respect to the question of inherent power of the executive to classify papers, records, and documents as secret, or otherwise unavailable for public exposure, and to secure aid of the courts for enforcement, there may be an analogy with respect to this court. No statute gives this court express power to establish and enforce the utmost security measures for the secrecy of our deliberations and records. Yet I have little doubt as to the inherent power of the court to protect the confidentiality of its internal operations by whatever judicial measures may be required.
Famous last
Mr.
words. Hashtag
Justice
Politico.
Harlan, with whom the Chief Justice and Mr. Justice Blackmun join, dissenting. These cases forcefully call to mind the wise admonition of Mr. Justice Holmes, dissenting in Northern Securities Company versus United States, 193 U.S. 197, 193 U.S. 400-401, 1904. Great cases, like hard cases, make bad law. For great cases are called great not by reason of their.
All right.
Page 403 U.S.
All right, I'm back. Listen, I went to law school. You think that Mr. President's going to threaten to criminally charge reporters and I'm not going to shepherdize the case law? Are you crazy? What has happened in chat? Reaper has called my attention. Reaper notified me on my phone that I need to look at the chat. What have you done while I was doing my legal research? There's no missiles that were fired. Everything is calm. I'm just trying to figure out why the president threatened to criminally charge journalists. All right? Everybody relax. I went to law school. The president gave a press conference. One of the sections of the press conference was a threat to criminally charge journalists because of the revelation of information which arguably, would warrant criminal prosecution. The only reason Nixon's government didn't get the Times and the Post over Ellsberg's disclosure of the Pentagon Papers was they didn't criminally charge him. Bro, they would have criminally charged him. I know. There was attacks in the North, but listen, you got to understand. There was a threat by the President of the United States. It's a really big deal. It hasn't happened since 1972. A few journalists would disagree with that, but on that scale, related to war information, like it's kind of happened about like the security apparatus, Snowden, etc. But it's never really happened about like there was a fighter pilot down during war and somebody reported it. It's like a case to first impression for a very conservative court. It's a big deal. It could actually lead to criminal sanction that is upheld without First Amendment protection by a conservative court. Did you read Mr. Chief Justice Berger just there? Mr. Chief Justice Berger probably reflects more appropriately the conservative majority of the current court than anyone else. And if you're thinking, Grant, we cannot allow you to read like legal cases. We can't. We have to like prevent you. If you even start trying to read legal cases, we have to stop you. I won't stop. I'll shepherdize them. Did you see me clicking? Do you know how many cases I opened while we were shepardizing just there? No less than like 20, maybe like 10. Do you see all those cases? I just had to make sure that I understood what the justice was referring to. Do you understand they speak my language? Like, I know a lot of you will be like, Grant, you had a huge smile. Like, you were loving that. I know. Thank you for indulging me. That makes my heart sing. You don't know how much I love reading the words of Supreme Court justices. I told you, I'm trying to memorize them all in order. I love it. I know what they all wrote. I read, when I was 11 years old, my parents gave me a book called, I'll show you it. I think they were trying to send me a message about like what they wanted me to do with my life because they gave me this book when I was like 11. I've had it my whole life. It was published in 1992. It's by Professor Peter Irons. So when I was like 11, I remember reading Mr. Chief Justice Berger's dissent in New York Times v. U.S. I love that case. I talk about it all the time. I have read that case 500 times since I was 11. Every day. This is like, these are actually very rare. These are audio tapes of Supreme Court oral arguments. They're cassettes. I know some of you are going to be very, very overwhelmed. Those are actually cassette tapes, okay? You put them in a cassette player and they play audio. I know. Listen, it's physical media of the Supreme Court. You don't understand. This specific book was the first time ever that there were oral audio recordings of the Supreme Court released. I have it. I have the collection. I was 11. They just gave it to me and were like, here, read this in the bathroom. So I would just be like, I don't really know what this is. I know so many cases because of that, because I've read them like 1,000 times, just over and over and over and over. I read the majority opinions, the concurrent opinions, the minority opinions. Hello, Ifti Ahmad. There was a dearth in chat activity. Well, I studied why Mr. President made a threat to let's just say the entire media apparatus. You remember how that pilot went down in Iran the other day? So unbeknownst to us, because I don't report stuff like that, someone in the media during the middle of the operation, just so you all understand what that was all about, I'll summarize it for you. I think a lot of you took the opportunity to just kind of have a good time, you know what I'm saying? Thank you. Goodbye, Juan. It was nice to see you. But listen, all right, so if you're wondering what was that all about, all right, the other day when the American pilot went down, you all know exactly what that is about. I think every single one of us. Now, Mr. President didn't exactly dive into this in his news conference, so I will tell you now what has just happened. Okay, so we kind of had our head down during the situation with the pilot being downed in Iran. I think a lot of you know that. I was just reporting, as I was normally doing. I don't report troop movements. I don't report stuff like that because I'm responsible and I know what the decisions say, okay? Now, somebody, unbeknownst to me, because I had my head down and I don't have time to look at what every outlet is reporting, somebody stupidly almost compromised the rescue of the American pilot, apparently. I have an idea who it was. It was one of the big outlets. By reporting that one of the pilots was rescued while another one was down in Iran. Now, you might be saying to yourself, okay, what's done is done, it's over. No, in fact, it's not. There can be criminal penalties against the journalist and the source for publishing that in the middle of an operation, and that's exactly what all that case law just said. Every bit of it was about exactly what could come down. You know how sometimes you hear something here and then you see it pop up a few weeks later? Okay, well, take notes. Now, God bless all of you. Thank you very much for your indulgence. That was, in case you're thinking to yourself, okay, we got to find out balance here between Grant, like, informing us about the implications of things that are going to happen and his love of court cases. I know, but I just love them. They sing to my soul. The language, the grammar, the perfect spelling, the citations, the shepherdizing, the nested citations, the reference to one case and then id with the next citation. Oh, it makes my heart sing. Just allow me that moment of indulgence. And plus, if a missile had fired from Iran at Israel, you know I would have been on it immediately. Literally immediately. Thank you all for your for indulging me. Can you tell I really have a passion for the law? I know, I love the news. I know it's been 35 days. I know that there's a certain tone and pace of this coverage. But if you can't give me like an hour to just like let my heart sing, you know, everybody needs it once in a while. I hope you learned something. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm sure a lot of you are like, Grant, this is a lot. I know. I didn't bring it up. It was not a passion project. Mr. President is the one who very subtly, although he did, invoked all of that language, which, I mean, he, you know. Oh, we need a song. All right. We got a song. I can do a song. But the thing is, I don't know which songs are on the list or not. So let's do a Yoram song. Let's do a song to reset ourselves, welcome ourselves back. It's 5:30 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime. There have been no missiles fired from Iran at Israel. Okay, I promise. I would have stopped the coverage if there was a missile fired from Iran at Israel. I promise. I would have stopped my nonsense. It wasn't nonsense. It was just a personal, like, passion project. We're going to listen to the Old New by Yoram Kupermitz. It's 5:30 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It is, what is it, Tuesday? Is it Monday? It's Monday, April 6th. All right. It is 11:30 p.m. in South Africa. It's 12:30 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel on Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. And it's 1 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. As we reset and I get you back to the news, again, repeat, there have been no missiles fired by Iran at Israel in the last hour, however long it took me to just indulge my soul. Well, I love legal cases. Here's the Old New by Yoram Kupermitz. I love this song. Thanks, Mary B. One, stop trolling. I'm glad, Grammy Towlinda. I saw you having a great time. Thank you, Robaru. I'll check in on X now. But yes, if you're wondering, that will come up in the news a lot over the next 2 weeks. They will charge over that. I have the hits on the base in Herbal. I have hits on the power station in Mashhad. I have footage from the IRGC 20 minutes ago releasing a heavy barrage of drones targeting U.S. positions in Kuwait. Very sharp, violent shelling on Tehran in the last 10 minutes. Air defense is activated in Tehran in the last hour. Airstrikes in Saudi Arabia reported. But again, no missiles fired at Israel. Thank you, Kanapi. God bless you. Yes, we love Yoram's music. He's an excellent artist. Isfahan has been hit. Serious explosions in Isfahan. Energy facilities in Iran are being hit. No deadline. No deadline. I expect missiles to start coming at Iran very soon. What? What? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Why is Iranian state TV encouraging people to form human shields around power plants? Oh, no. All right. Thank you for getting my attention. There has been no missiles launched at Israel. I just want everyone to recognize that would have got my attention. There have been no missiles launched at Israel since... Oh, goodness. 9 hours ago, so I expect one now. So in the past 20 minutes, the deadline was not held, and Mr. President bombed the Iranian energy infrastructure. Oh, thank you, David. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, Mr. President definitely sent me on a rabbit hole there, but it was worth it. I have all that in my mind in case they charge journalists from the Times. It might have been the Times. I forget who reported it. Hi, Slinky Socks. How are you? We're doing a reset here with a nice song from Yoram Kukovitz. Oh, Slinky Socks. Yeah, it's a membership thing. I'm so sorry. I don't control the special emojis next to your name. YouTube gives them out for memberships. I wish I could give everyone a special emoji next to their name, but it's a custom feature for members. It's just built into YouTube. And then I think your emoji can evolve. They have this fun game YouTube built where the longer you're a member, I can give you bonus emojis. Tawam Lin has a goat emoji, but those are rare. Earning a goat emoji is hard. I know, see, Bunny has a penguin emoji. That's a hard one to earn too. Most people start as a towel, then you get promoted to a penguin and then a goat. One. You gotta stop ban evading. You gotta stop. One, it's I know your heart aches, okay, but it will be okay. I promise. My dear friend. I know you don't want to be friends, but I'm gonna win you over. Alright, one? It's not your fault. Nothing is wrong. It's okay, alright? I was young once. I was a young washcloth, alright? Alright, listen, watch the movie Barry Lyndon. Alright, one, that will really help you, in my opinion. Don't become Barry Lyndon. Nobody likes Barry Lyndon. Alright? Nobody likes a Barry Lyndon. Look how it worked out for Barry Lyndon. Dude lost his leg. Alright, one, you see what I'm saying? You'll be fine. I'm a little older. I'm 30 something. Alright, bro? You will be just fine, one. I think it's more of a personal thing. I have an idea of what's going on. I think it's a little, I would be melancholy too, bro. I'd be crestfallen I dropped my toothpaste, you know what I'm saying? That's called a Tom Swiftie. You know, one, but I just want to have a moment here with one, because I feel one, by the way, I don't look at my numbers at all, so, I just am going to cover what I want to cover. Once the missiles hit, I understand I have an obligation to very intensely cover the developments. I'm ready. But I just want to let you know, one and I are just going to have, a moment with each other. It's gonna be okay. I promise. You gotta watch Barry Lyndon. It's a great film by Kubrick. Okay, then I want you to watch the episode of South Park where Butters goes to the restaurant and falls in love with the waitress, okay? Then watch when Butters is in the gutter. I remember I was in philosophy or political science class one time, and I used this while talking about Plato, and the professor loved it. The professor was like, well, as Grant said about South Park. Yep, I went there. So anyway, watch that episode, because Butters is in the gutter, and he's really sad, and the goth kids are like, bro, don't you want to be sad all the time? And Butters is like, no, dude, it's a beautiful sadness, because you wouldn't know joy without knowing sadness first. In fact, you wouldn't appreciate joy without its opposite. I know Yoram's music is wonderful. I know. It's all right, Juan. You'll be fine, bro. It goes away. You'll be fine.
فردا در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور زنجیره انسانی جوانان تشکیل می شود. علیرضا رحیمی دبیر شورای عالی جوانان و نوجوانان کشور در پی پیشنهاد جوانان خلاق و فعالان گروه‌های مردمی از جوانان و چهره‌های فرهنگی، هنری و ورزشی دعوت کرد برای تشکیل زنجیره انسانی در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور در ساعت 14 حضور پیدا کنند.
Okay, so Iranian state TV is encouraging the youth to gather around the power plants. Oh, Slinky Socks, you're a goat. It kept track. You're a goat. You are the goat, Slinky Socks.
ساعت 2 ظهر دور نیروگاه‌هایی که داشته و سرمایه ملی ما هستند. بدون توجه به هر سلیقه و دیدگاه سیاسی مال آینده ایران و مال جوانان ایرانی هستند.
فردا در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور زنجیره انسانی جوانان تشکیل می شود.
Okay, so listen, when Iran put out this call to have students stand around their power plants, I think Mr.
علیرضا
President went
رحیمی
early
دبیر
because the
شورای
power
عالی
plants got
جوانان و
bombed.
نوجوانان کشور در پی پیشنهاد جوانان خلاق و فعالان گروه‌های مردمی از جوانان و چهره‌های فرهنگی، هنری و ورزشی دعوت کرد برای تشکیل زنجیره انسانی در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور در ساعت 14 حضور پیدا کنند.
Yes, Slinky Socks, and apparently it remembered that you had been a member before because you unlocked the goat emoji. You have a very rare emoji. That's really cool. I didn't know it did that. Thank you, Slinky Socks. You just taught me something. If you're wondering what you're watching, the Iranians were going to use their civilians to protect the power plants. Hello, Balzar. Good time. Good time.
دور نیروگاه‌هایی که داشته و سرمایه ملی ما هستند. بدون توجه به هر سلیقه و دیدگاه سیاسی مال آینده ایران و مال جوانان ایرانی هستند. جمع بشن.
Okay, so the Iranians told their civilians to gather around their power plants. In response, the Americans began bombing power plants in Iran. This is power plant number 123 near Al-Masala Street in the city of Mashhad. So the Americans didn't wait. So Iran's going to retaliate. There was no timeline. There was no deadline. There was never a deadline. It was all fake. It was all propaganda. There was never a deadline. Nothing was ever going to lead up to 2 p.m. tomorrow. They were just going to bomb their energy infrastructure immediately if Iran didn't make a deal so that Iran wouldn't see it coming. Iran doesn't trust the United States and probably prepared for this. Iraq bombed Kuwait's oil fields. Missiles from Hezbollah in the north. Missiles from Hezbollah in the north. So it's only been 1 or 2 salvos, but I imagine since Iran's oh, no, here we go. I imagine, I thought it was going to be quiet until tomorrow too, but I also would absolutely expect Mr. President after that press conference to just say, screw it, they're not going to come to the table, bomb their energy infrastructure. Sorry to be so direct about it, but that's exactly what happened. There was a lull while they kind of decided what to do, and then they bombed the power plants immediately. All war is deception. All right, Armwith, we don't have to... I get that we're using that term as a term of, not derogatory, but, No, one, you gotta relax. You gotta not bannovate, bruh. One, you bannovate harder than anyone I know, bruh. Which makes me think you're young. Oh, to be young. One, it'll happen naturally. You can't force it, bro. One needs a lot of help. Hello. Oh, Johnny Boy, no personalities. I know you didn't direct it specifically, but you're more likely to get flies with honey, so to speak. Hello, Claude Bell. I agree. I think Iran is going to hit a number of bases and plants. Yeah, Bunny, it does seem personal, doesn't it? You know what I'm saying? But that's cool. Okay, these are the latest pictures from Isfahan. Isfahan, Iran. Hi, Timothy. Hi, Primo. This just happened about maybe in the last hour. Everything was quiet. It really was. As much as I was enjoying my legal brief, after the president's press conference, everything was quiet until this. There was a little bit of shelling in the north. I wouldn't even call it missile fire. It was actually probably artillery shelling. But this was the first movement, and it was the power facilities. Oh yeah, I have no doubt that the Iranians are about to start reacting. It started 20 minutes ago. I haven't seen their most recent press statement. It will come across the wires. But I have no doubt that they're going to retaliate. Bahrain was indeed hit. I'll show you the latest from Bahrain now, and it was about 30 minutes ago. Again, nothing actually happened during Mr. President's speech. No missiles have been fired at Israel from Iran in 9 hours. Here's the latest from Bahrain, where the sirens were sounding 40 minutes ago. It's coming. This is Bahrain. That's Bahrain. If you miss why Bahrain, there's the U.S. forces there. I forget which base specifically is in Bahrain, but the U.S. uses Bahrain and Kuwait to have bases and also launch attacks. Forget if it's Kuwait or Bahrain that has the HIMARS. I think it's HIMARS or whatever it's called. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact acronym. I think that it's Kuwait, but Bahrain is also a tactically located Gulf state. If you take a look at this map, okay? Bahrain is right here. Kuwait's there, and Bahrain is here. It's like this little island connected to Saudi Arabia. It used to be part of Iran. I think what got given away first? I think Bahrain got given away first. Iran got screwed over by the British. The British took their oil at like an 84-16 split. The British got 84% of the profits, and Iran got like 14 or 16. And then the British got Bahrain, and then the British got Kuwait. And it was all like when Iran had leaders that were, pro-Western. So Bahrain and Kuwait, Iran wants them back. They really do. They want them back. Here's the latest. Here was Dana Bash asking a question to Mr. President Trump. This was at the press conference earlier.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting, including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools,
I don't want to tell you that. I don't want to tell you that. We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge one. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay, don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran.
tallest.
And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
Okay, that was the latest from Mr. President. I don't think he waited. I'll show you some of the pictures emerging from Iran. I don't think I'm just waiting for the Iranian response now. I still don't know who leaked this thing. I still don't. Multiple power plants. This is Isfahan. Okay? That is Isfahan, Iran. I have no idea what we keep trying to hit there, but that is a very large hit. I also now have the latest footage for you from when that Mr. President mentioned the striking of the bridge. Just a few minutes ago, a new angle has come in from Iran. There's been no attack on Israel in almost 10 hours now, okay, which means something is up and brewing, and it's not a good thing. Here is the latest from the American hit on the bridge that Mr. Trump mentioned. Mr. President Trump. Oh, goodness.
زد یکی دیگه هم زد قشنگ
Wow, Pete, it was an Israeli journalist? Let me show you this again. It will play in slow motion now. Well, I can't get ahead of the criminal process, Pete. We'll see what happens. That was quite a hit. Okay, I have the latest from the IRGC. I'll translate it for you now. So that was the bridge that was hit. Now I'll play the latest for from the IRGC for you, and then I'll translate it into English after this.
Page 403 US
No,
753.
don't start
importance in shaping the law of the
don't start us down that path.
Conversation. Breaking. Spokesperson for the central headquarters of the Seal of the Prophets, Ibrahim Dul Fakar, in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. By the permission of God, the naval and air forces of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, in response to warnings issued by the General Command of the Seal of the Prophets, peace be upon him, have organized their offensive operations against American and Zionist infrastructure, operational, logistical, and military-industrial, since this morning, in Wave 98 of Operation Promise 4, which bears the blessed codename, O Lord of the Sajadin, peace be upon him. In the first part of this operation this morning, Revolutionary Guard naval fighter jets targeted the Zionist entity's container ship, SDN 7 inches, with a cruise missile, resulting in its destruction and subsequent ignition. The amphibious helicopter carrier affiliated with the American Terrorist Army, bearing the number LHA-7, came under attack with offensive shells, forcing it to retreat to the depths of the Indian Ocean following this wave. North and south of Tel Aviv, ballistic missiles from the Revolutionary Guard Air Force precisely targeted strategic centers in Haifa, chemical companies and factories in Beersheba, and the Zionist Forces Assembly Headquarters in Bat Yam. In another part of the offensive operations, the Joint Production Center for Zionist Entity Drones in the Emirates, along with several aircraft stationed at Ali Salem Air Base, was precisely struck using drones and missiles. In the second phase of Wave 98, the American Al Udeid base in Kuwait was subjected to a missile and drone attack by the Revolutionary Guard Air Force, resulting in the destruction of the helicopter storage area and the residence headquarters of the American terrorist forces. The assembly and control centers at the American Victoria base in Baghdad were effectively targeted through successful and powerful operations by the Islamic resistance in Iraq. Following the receipt of intelligence information, 5 hideouts and organizations affiliated with terrorist groups in northern Iraq were targeted with drones. In a precise and planned operation, the brave soldiers of the Iranian army used suicide drones to target the American terrorists' Al-Kaj base and Al Udeid camp during the past hours. The deployment of Airborne Early Warning and Control Aircraft, AWACS-C3, and MQ-9 Reaper drones serves as the eyes of the United States in the region. Given the positioning of these aircraft and the fuel tanker aircraft at Al-Kaj base, this base plays a pivotal role in supporting American operations. Considering the deployment of ground units, special forces, and the special helicopter unit, Night Stalkers, the Al Udeid camp in Kuwait played a significant role in the failure of the enemy's operation south of Isfahan, which is now under precise military attacks. The Iranian Army and Revolutionary Guard Sky Defenders, through the guidance and control of the country's integrated air defense network, succeeded during the past hours in downing an orbiter drone in Kermanshah, a Hermes 900 drone in Andameshk. 2 MQ-9 drones in Isfahan and Keshem, a JASSM cruise missile by the brave Revolutionary Guard men, and 2 Tomahawk and JASSM cruise missiles in Tehran and Hamadan by the brave Army men. The vulgar, arrogant rhetoric and empty threats issued by the delusional American president, stemming from his predicament and justification for the successive defeats of the American army, will not affect the continuation of the devastating offensive operations launched by the warriors of Islam against the American and Zionist enemies, nor will they compensate for the shame and humiliation inflicted upon America in the West Asia region. With the aid of Almighty God, with every action you take, another defeat will be added to your previous defeats. And there is no victory except from God, the exalted, the wise.
Alright, so I'll play you that with English captions. That was British reporter towel reading it out isn't really the same. You know what I'm saying? Where's English? That's annoying. 1 second. I already did the translation. Oh, that is the English version. 1 second. I have it for you in the English. Give me 1 second. Alright, so you do this. Okay. Latest from the IRGC. It's different when the Iranian man reads it. English captions. Okay, and now you go grab this. You wait for it to load. This wasn't the same one, was it? I don't think so. Cost $12 to add another hour worth of transcriptions. It was worth it. Thank you all for supporting Towel Channel. If you're wondering what you support, well, it costs money to generate captions. I could write a script to do it, but it wouldn't be very accurate. And the service I use is very quick. It's called Happy Scribe. It does machine-generated translations. It's like 20 cents a minute. It's worth it. All right, so then it has the captions here. So you save the captions. Okay, now I want to make sure they're there. Okay, so here's the latest from the IRGC with English captions, thanks to your support of Towel Channel. Take a look at this. This is the latest from the
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. نیروهای دریایی و هوافضای سپاه پاسداران پیرو اعلامیه‌های حاوی اخطار قرارگاه مرکزی خاتم الانبیا صلوات الله علیه از صبح امروز در موج 98م عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا سید الساجدین علیه السلام به فضل الهی عملیات‌های تهاجمی خود را علیه مقرهای فرماندهی، عملیاتی، لوجستیکی و زیرساخت‌های صنعتی نظامی آمریکایی و صهیونیستی ترتیب دادند. در بخش نخست این عملیات در صبح امروز رزمندگان نیروی دریایی سپاه کشتی کانتینربر SDN-7 متعلق به رژیم صهیونیستی را با موشک کروز هدف قرار دادند که پس از انهدام دچار آتش سوزی گسترده شد. ناو بالگردبر آبی خاکی ارتش تروریستی آمریکا با شماره بدنه LHA-7 مورد هجمه پرتابه‌های تهاجمی قرار گرفت که پس از این موج مجبور به عقب نشینی تا اعماق اقیانوس هند شد. شمال و جنوب تل‌آویو، مراکز راهبردی در حیفا، شرکت‌ها و کارخانه‌های شیمیایی در بیروسب و محل تجمع نظامیان صهیونیست در پتختیکوا مورد اصابت دقیق موشک‌های بالستیک غیورمردان هوافضای سپاه قرار گرفتند. در بخش دیگر عملیات‌های تهاجمی، مرکز تولید مشترک پهپادهای رژیم صهیونیستی در امارات و تعدادی از هواگردهای مستقر در پایگاه الگسالم مورد اصابت دقیق پهپادی و موشکی قرار گرفتند. در مرحله دوم موج 98م، پایگاه العدیری آمریکایی‌ها در کویت مورد هجوم حملات موشکی و پهپادی نیروی هوافضای سپاه قرار گرفت و در پی این اقدام محل نگهداری بالگردها و اسکان نیروهای متجاوز ارتش تروریستی آمریکا منهدم شدند. مراکز تجمع و کنترل فرماندهی پایگاه ویکتوریای آمریکا در بغداد با عملیات‌های موفق و قدرتمندانه مقاومت اسلامی عراق مورد هدف مؤثر قرار گرفتند. 5 محل اختفا و سازماندهی گروهک‌های تروریستی در مناطق شمال عراق نیز پس از شناسایی اطلاعاتی مورد حمله پهپادی مؤثر قرار گرفتند. دلاورمردان ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران در یک عملیات دقیق و برنامه ریزی شده با بهره‌گیری از پهپادهای انهدامی در ساعات گذشته پایگاه الخرج و کمپ العدیری تروریستای آمریکایی را زیر ضربات پهپادهای انهدامی آرش 2 قرار دادند. استقرار هواپیماهای آواکس E3 و پهپادهای MQ-9 حکم چشمان آمریکا در منطقه را داشته و با توجه به استقرار این نوع هواپیماها و هواپیماهای سوخرسان در پایگاه الخرج، این پایگاه نقش کلیدی در پشتیبانی عملیات‌های آمریکا را دارد. با توجه به استقرار واحدهای زمینی، نیروهای ویژه و واحد ویژه بالگردی نایت استالکرز، کمپ العدیری واقع در کویت نقش مهمی در عملیات شکست خورده دشمن در جنوب اصفهان را داشته که اکنون زیر ضرب حملات دقیق ارتش قرار گرفته است. مدافعان آسمان ایران در ارتش و سپاه تحت هدایت و کنترل شبکه یکپارچه پدافند هوایی کشور در ساعات گذشته موفق به سرنگونی یک فروند پهپاد اوربیتر در کرمانشاه، یک فروند پهپاد هرمس 900 در اندیمشک، 2 فروند پهپاد MQ-9 در اصفهان و قشم و یک فروند موشک کروز جاس توسط غیورمردان سپاه و 2 فروند موشک کروز تاماهاک و جاس در تهران و همدان توسط دلاورمردان ارتش شدند. لفاظی‌های بی‌ادبانه، گستاخانه و تهدیدهای بی اساس رئیس جمهور متوهم آمریکا که ناشی از گرفتاری در بنبست و توجیه شکست‌های پی در پی ارتش آمریکاست، هیچ تأثیری در تداوم عملیات‌های تهاجمی و کوبنده رزمندگان اسلام علیه دشمنان آمریکایی و صهیونیستی ندارد و نخواهد توانست بی‌آبرویی و تحقیر آمریکا در منطقه غرب آسیا را جبران کند. به یاری خداوند متعال با هر اقدام شما شکست دیگری بر شکست‌های قبلی شما اضافه خواهد شد و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
Well, I think we know how oh goodness, they may have hit the bridge between Bahrain and Kuwait. The U.S. Victoria base has been hit, and the Kurds in Erbil have been hit. Iran is preparing to launch another missile at Israel. I can tell. No, we're good. Thank you, Mr. IOGC. I translated that into Arabic for you. Hello, Ifti Ahmad. This is the latest from the Victoria base in Baghdad, which has been hit. That means that Iran's about to fire at Israel. The U.S. Victoria base in Baghdad has been hit. Iranian missiles have hit Al-Jubali in Saudi Arabia. Iranian missiles have hit Al-Jubal in Saudi Arabia, home to major petrochemical and industrial facilities, or petrochemical and energy facilities. Saudi Arabia has been hit. I repeat, in the past 10 minutes or 20 minutes, it all kicked off. Mr. President Trump potentially bombed the Iranian energy facilities. There is no deadline. All war is deception. Here is the latest from Al-Jubal in Saudi Arabia. Jubail? Oh, it's not good. Something's about to go down. This is Saudi Arabia. So, don't often see footage from Saudi Arabia. Yes, I saw the South Pars. We took a look. This is the South Pars gas field, which was also hit in Iran. I'll show you footage from the South Pars gas field, and then I have more from the Iranian foreign minister. Here's the South Pars gas field. No, hold on. That was actually the different area of Iran where a gas field was also hit. That was an ammunition depot. That was not the South Pars gas field. That was not the South Pars gas field. Oh, there was a CRAM deployed. 1 second. Where's the South Pars gas field? Here it is. So earlier today, the South Pars petrochemical facility was hit by Israel today. This is a petrochemical facility called South Pars. Well, it's in South Pars. This is what started it all. Israel's about to get hit. There's no way that Iran isn't going to hit Israel after they bomb their energy infrastructure. They're just taking care of the Kuwaitis and the Bahrainis and the Saudi Arabians first. One, we do love America. I'm not sure you're here to talk about America, though, one. This is the latest from South Pars, Iran, where the energy infrastructure was hit. Latest from South Pars, Iran.
دود سفید و سبز داره میاد. اینجا هم آبپاشا شروع کردن ولی دود سفید و سبز بو گرد آمونیاکی داره میاد. تنفس هم سخت شده الان برام. نمیدونم چیه. اصلا یه دود سیاه گرفت. اولین بار بود وسط آبم زد فکر کنم هشدار داد بین 2 تا کشتی ها رو زد. اصلا یه نابود. اصلا نزدیک 7-8 تا بمب داره میسوزنش دارن تخلیه دود سفید و سبز داره میاد اینجا هم آبپاشا شروع کردن ولی دود سفید و سبز بو گرد آمونیاکی داره میاد تنفس هم سخت شده الان برام نمیدونم چیه اصلا یه دود سیاه گرفت اولین بار بود وسط آبم زد فکر کنم هشدار داد
This is South Pars, Iran.
اصلا یه نابود اصلا نزدیک 7-8 تا بمب داره میسوزنش دارن تخلیه
Now it's just a matter of what will Iran do in response.
دود سفید و سبز داره میاد اینجا هم آبپاشا شروع کردن ولی دود سفید و سبز بو گرد آمونیاکی داره میاد تنفس هم سخت شده الان برام نمیدونم چیه
Ali Larijani, the secretary of Iran's Security Council, his successor is Saeed Jalili. He said this on Twitter, quote, "Shut up is not the appropriate response to President Trump's ramblings. Let him speak more. Nothing is more effective in laying bare the true nature of the United States than Trump's outbursts." That was the new secretary of the Iranian Security Council who took over for Ali Larijani. All right, so this was the latest from the Iranians. This was earlier today. 1 second. Took a second to load up. This was the Iranian foreign, the Supreme Leader's representative to the Supreme National Security Council. All right. Matthew Farwell's in deep trouble regarding the Sandra Birchmore case, and the state police are in trouble too. There was DNA evidence. He's done. Here's Najafrabad. This is in Iran. Iran's airbase at Bushehr was hit today. Iran's airbase at Bushehr was hit today. I'll show you this footage now. This is pretty stunning footage. Well, I don't understand why there has been 9 hours of silence towards Israel. Yeah, Robert Devine, a lot of cops are in a lot of trouble. Here's the airbase at Bushehr. Whoa. This is Iran.
حرف پیروزیشون مفته زورشون هم فقط به ضعیفا میرسه حیف این همه پول که به جایی که صرف رفاه مردم بکنن اینجوری برباد دادن خدا لعنتشون بکنه وای وای چجوری میزنن واو این همه اینا هاردورتی کنن یه دفعه میان میزنن درب و داغونشون میکنن و به خون آتیششون میکشونن واه حرف پیروزیشون مفته زورشون هم فقط به ضعیفا میرسه حیف این همه پول که به جایی که صرف رفاه مردم بکنن اینجوری برباد دادن خدا لعنتشون بکنه وای وای چجوری میزنن واو این همه اینا هاردورتی کنن یه دفعه
They edit the voices of the Iranians to protect them. It's one of the bigger explosions I've seen. Huge munition. They censor the voices to protect the Iranians.
واو این همه اینا هاردورتی کنن یه دفعه میان میزنن درب و داغونشون میکنن و به خون آتیش
It takes up the whole camera.
همه اینا هاردورتی کنن یه دفعه میان میزنن درب و
Wow. You got a cut. That's, I mean, it looks like some fungus. Doesn't even look real. Oh my. One bomb did that. How? It looks like a giant. Oh, Sandra Birchmore, Sammy. It is a case of a young woman who was groomed by police officers and then, I believe, forced to work in a brothel, and then she was killed by police officers. Water under the fridge says, about time for the witching hour as darkness falls. Well, we pray for those in harm's way, water under the fridge, and I pray that you had a wonderful day today. Today, water under the fridge. Even among my chaotic endeavors, I was thinking of you, my dear friend. God bless you, water under the fridge. I did have quite a chaotic day, but I pulled it off. Everything was fine. I'm not great at adulting, but I'm working on it. God bless you, water under the fridge. Helping us marching towards our goal. Well, there's lots of people here. One, what's going on? One, what are you doing? What are you doing, One? One, what do we say about ban evading? Okay. All right. I don't know why you're so obsessed. I think One's not doing well. It's like why I want to find a nice balance here, but I'm worried One isn't doing very well. You know, it's all right. I don't know why you want me for support. You probably should, but I'm not going to judge. Here's the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Targeting of a tank with an FPV drone from March 30th, released today. All right. Pretty fancy drone footage. Mary P, he has a lot of alt accounts. One, no personalities. You know better than that. One, it's okay if you don't smoke cigars. I like game black sweets, but I don't encourage smoking. I think it's bad. This is the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Here's the latest from the IDF showing strikes on Iranian helicopters. That was the latest from Hezbollah. Here is the latest from the IDF showing strikes on Iranian helicopters. Latest from the IDF. Artillery shelling occurring in, I'll give you the exact name, the town of Al-Mansuri in southern Lebanon. So this is the latest Israeli strike on Iranian helicopters. I'll now show you the latest from the town of Al-Mansuri in southern Lebanon, where there is heavy artillery shelling occurring now. This was about 20 minutes ago, actually. Hi, Dee Tames, good to see you. Major fires in Saudi Arabia. Major fires in Saudi Arabia. I repeat, major fires in Saudi Arabia right now. I'll give you the exact location. It is Jubail, Jubil industrial city after it was struck by Iranian missiles. Iranian's power infrastructure has been hit. Hello, James Oliver. God bless you. Here's the latest from Jubail industrial city. There are massive fires burning in Saudi Arabia. The energy infrastructure, the industrial energy infrastructure in Saudi Arabia has been hit. I don't know what's coming for Israel, but it's not going to be good. This was Zone 1 in Jubail, Jubail. Oh, God bless you, Francine. Okay, that's the latest from Saudi Arabia where it is burning. Okay, I'm telling you, things are about to get bad. Iran's energy was bombed and they have bombed back. I'm now going to show you the latest from the Iranian foreign minister. This was earlier. It's translated into English here. The Iranian foreign minister speaking at a press conference earlier. I have the latest. Okay, here's the latest from the Iranian foreign minister earlier at a press conference.
سلام آقای سخنگو، وقت شما.
English subtitles.
اخبار غیر رسمی وجود داره مبنی بر اینکه طرحی مطرح شده برای خاتمه جنگ. در عین حال شاهد اظهارات ضد و نقیض رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده هم هستیم که با تعیین زمان ایران رو تهدید میکنه به تشدید تنش و مورد حمله قرار دادن زیرساخت‌ها. اول از همه سوالم این هستش که آیا طرح جدیدی برای خاتمه جنگ بین تهران و واشنگتن وجود داره و دوم اینکه پاسخ شما به صحبت‌های رئیس جمهور آمریکا که مصداق جنایت جنگی هست چیه؟ متشکرم.
این طرح رو خیلی شفاف قبلا ما مطرح کردیم. چندین روز قبل از طریق واسطه ها پیشنهادایی رو مطرح کردن موسوم شد به طرح 15 ماده‌ای آمریکا که از طریق پاکستان و برخی دیگر از کشورهای دوست منعکس شد. همون موقع ما اعلام کردیم که چنین پیشنهادهایی هم به شدت زیاده خواهانه است، هم غیر معقول و غیر منطقی. ما فارغ از اون پیشنهاد که عرض کردم به هیچ عنوان برای ما قابل قبول نبود، بر اساس منافع خودمون، بر اساس ملاحظات خودمون، مجموعه مطالباتی که داشتیم و داریم رو مدون کردیم. ببینید ما خجالت نمی‌کشیم از اینکه مطالبات خودمون رو، خواسته های مشروع و منطقی خودمون رو فریاد بزنیم. این که در مقابل یک طرحی جمهوری اسلامی ایران دیدگاه‌های خودش رو خیلی سریع و شجاعانه مطرح بکنه، به هیچ عنوان نشانه کوتاه آمدن در برابر دشمن نباید تلقی بشه. ما همزمان که مدافعان وطن شجاعانه جانفشانی میکنن در راه دفاع از کشورمون، دستگاه دیپلماسی هم باید وظیفه خودش رو انجام بده. مبنا و ملاک ما منافع ملی، امنیت ملی و مطالبات به حق ایرانیان هست که در هم از قبل میدانستیم چی میخواهیم و چه خطوطی رو حاضر نیستیم بپذیریم و هم الان موضع ما روشن هست. بنابراین از همان زمانی که این بحث مطرح شد ما پاسخهامون رو تدوین کردیم. هر زمان که لازم باشه در مورد اعلامش، نحوه اعلامش صراحتاً اطلاع رسانی خواهیم کرد. این که واسطه ها نقطه نظرات طرفین رو منتقل بکنن چیز عجیبی نیست. همونطور که عرض کردم، ملتی که منطق داره، ملتی که میداند چه میخواهد و چه مواردی رو نمیتواند بپذیرد، رو در وایسی نداره برای بیان مواضعش. این مواضع از طریق واسطه ها همون ابتدا مطرح شد، منتقل شد و کماکان هم این انتقال پیام ها طبیعی است که ادامه پیدا بکنه. اما مذاکره به هیچ عنوان با التیماتوم، با جنایت، با تهدید به ارتکاب جنایت جنگی سازگاری نداره. جمهوری اسلامی ایران و ملت ایران تجربه بسیار بسیار تلخی از مذاکره با آمریکا داره و این تجارب رو ما به آسانی به دست نیاوردیم که بخوایم به آسانی نادیده بگیریم. همونطور که باز عرض کردم و تأکید میکنم، در شرایطی که دشمن ما بر حجم جنایاتش داره می‌افزایه و هر روز ما میدونیم جنایات جدید رو رقم میزنه، همه هوش و حواس ما باید معطوف به دفاع از کشور باشه. دستگاه دیپلماسی هم قاعدتاً به عنوان یکی از ارکان نظام وظایف خودش رو هم در عرصه تبیین، هم در عرصه مستندسازی جنایات و هم در عرصه پاسخ دادن شجاعانه و صریح به ادعاها و خواسته های نامشروع طرف مقابل به خوبی انجام میده. در مورد تهدیدهایی که علیه ما میشه، بدون تردید نفس طرح چنین تهدیدهایی جنایت جنگی است، ترغیب به جنایت جنگی است، عادی سازی جنایت جنگی است. اینکه شما مرتباً در فواصل زمانی مختلف کشوری رو تهدید بکنید به از بین بردن زیرساخت‌های انرژی، زیرساخت‌های صنعتی و همزمان در قالب یک تقسیم کار به رژیم صهیونیستی این چراغ سبز رو بدید که با همکاری شما یا به تنهایی اهداف غیر نظامی رو مورد حمله قرار بده، اینها هم طبق حقوق بین‌الملل بشر دوستانه و هم طبق اساسنامه دیوان بین‌المللی کیفری مصداق جنایت جنگی است. قطعاً هر کشوری که به هر نحوی به ارتکاب این جنایات کمک بکنه، مشارکت بکنه، باید پاسخگو باشه در برابر، اگر عضو دیوان بین‌المللی کیفری هستند در مقابل دیوان بین‌المللی کیفری، اگر نیستن در چارچوب‌های ملی قطعاً باید پاسخگو باشند. بدانند همه کشورها که هر گونه همراهی و همکاری با آمریکا در ارتکاب جنایاتش به عنوان جنایت جنگی و جنایت علیه بشریت باید مورد مؤاخذه و بازخواست قرار بگیره.
From the Iranian foreign minister. Oh, goodness. The car I rented can't keep a charge in the battery. I'm going to have to get a refund on this. I'll just start a new rental tomorrow or Wednesday. I don't have anything else going on this week until Thursday. But my goodness, I go out there, right, during that video, because I get the car jumped earlier. I pay out of pocket for it, by the way, because why would I ever think I need enhanced roadside protection for 3 days on a rental? Because I was getting a month rental later this week. Nope, the battery dies, so I pay out of pocket. I'm so frustrated earlier today. I get the guy to come and jump the car through the roadside protection. It wasn't horrible. It was, whatever, $99. He jumps it because it couldn't get jumped from a regular starter. It needed like a jump. So I now know I can get it jumped as long as I have another car that will jump it. But the car that I rented has a battery that literally turned on when I rented it, and by the next day it was dead. How do I know? Because I kept all the electronics off. And then after the jump today, I triple checked all the electronics were off, all the lights, all the trunk lights, and the damn thing won't turn on. It's just like, I think I'm meant to just sit inside. It's fine. I don't really have anything to do. I went grocery shopping today, and I'm expecting a coffee maker soon, so... But anyway, my point is, I'm getting a refund on that rental. That's outrageous. I got to drive it once, and it was a lot. It was like a decent investment, which I paid like overtime. I'm demanding a refund. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I have just had a series of unfortunate events happen to me. I didn't even get to listen to the Iranian foreign minister. Okay. Well, I will try to get another jump, but I'm sensing the battery is old after talking to the tech. May just have hit the end of its life. Oh, goodness. Oh, now I have to find a car with jumper cables, and oh, it's going to be so annoying. But at least I'm not under pressure tomorrow to do anything, and I can just get what I need to get done. But still, that's so frustrating. It's like the most unlucky thing to happen. And I talked to the tech, too, who came and looked at it, and he was like, yeah, it's just the battery's old. It reached the end of its life. Yep. Not a worry. I'll give Turo a call and we'll figure it out. I have to start another rental soon anyway. Yeah, it's just bad luck. It happens from time to time. It's like very bad luck. Yeah, may just have been unlucky, sadly, with the end of life happening as I rented it. These things happen. I understand. I'm relatively amicable. I mean, you can't control something like that. Literally, it's just like a random occurrence, but it really threw my day off, only because I had the doctors today. I can work around the next few days. But yeah, like, how unlucky is that? Here's the latest from the Iranian foreign minister.
اینکه ما میگوییم آتش بس نمیخواهیم نه به این دلیل که دنبال جنگ هستیم، به این دلیل که این بار این جنگ باید به شکلی تمام بشود که دشمنان ما دیگر هرگز به فکر تکرار این حملات و این تجاوز نیفتند. و من فکر میکنم تا همین الان هم درس خوبی فرا گرفتند. فهمیدند که با چه ملتی طرف هستند که در دفاع از خودش هیچ تردیدی نمیکنه و آمادگی داره که جنگ رو تا هر کجا که هست ادامه بده و به هر کجا که هست بکشه. این که ما میگوییم آتش بس نمیخواهیم نه به این دلیل که دنبال جنگ هستیم، به این دلیل که این بار این جنگ باید به شکلی تمام بشود که دشمنان ما دیگر هرگز به فکر تکرار این حملات و این تجاوز نیفتند. و من فکر میکنم تا همین الان هم درس خوبی فرا گرفتند. فهمیدند که با چه ملتی طرف هستند که در دفاع از خودش هیچ تردیدی نمیکنه.
God bless you. Hold on, I'm gonna get this name. Hold on. God bless you to Honest Rick. It didn't show the end of the name. First of all, I love your name. It reminds me of Casablanca. God bless you, Honest Rick. 1962. You are so kind. My father's name was Rick, and it will always bring fond memories to my eyes when you show up in chat. That was very kind of you. Oh, God bless you, Honest Rick. Thank you very much for your support. I'm going to wake up and figure this out tomorrow. Oh, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. No, we're about to go the long... I can't imagine Iran is not going to fire. I can't imagine. They are burning the energy fields in Saudi Arabia. Here's the latest showing the IRCG earlier, by the way. Showing them loading up missiles.
این فصل آخر است که آغاز میکنیم این بار همه نام حق اجاز میکنیم دریا گواه ماست که فرعون نماندنیست داریم سوی معرکه پرواز میکنیم داریم سوی معرکه پرواز میکنیم درست دمدنی درست تهمتنی این تو شیر پیل افکنی این تو شیر پیل افکنی بزن که خوب میزنی نترس از این که دارد روبرویت ناو میآید که دارد سوی یک شیر گرسنه گاو میآید تو رستم تهمتنی تو رستم تهمتنی تو شیر پیل افکنی تو شیر پیل افکنی به فرق کاخ و تختشان به زندگی نحزشان به قلب دشمن دنی بزن که خوب میزنی نمیبینی به ایران باز هم طاغوت برگردد نمیبینی به ایران باز هم طاغوت برگردد تجاوز کار میبایست با تاب درستم تهمتنی این تو شیر پیل افکنی این تو شیر پیل افکنی بزن که خوب میزنی نترس از این که دارد روبرویت ناو میآید که دارد سوی یک شیر گرسنه گاو میآید تو رستم تهمتنی تو رستم تهمتنی تو شیر پیل افکنی
Latest from the IRGC.
تو رستم تهمتنی تو شیر پیل افکنی تو رستم تهمتنی تو شیر پیل افکنی این فصل آخر است که آغاز میکنیم این بار همه نام حق اجاز میکنیم
I'm a little bit confused as to what they're showing, but I think I know what it is. It's a good song.
داریم سوی معرکه پرواز میکنیم داریم سوی معرکه پرواز میکنیم درستم دمدنی درستم تهمتنی این تو شیر پیل افکنی شیر پیل افکنی بزن که خوب میزنی نترس از این که دارد روبرویت ناو می آید که دارد سوی یک شیر گرسنه گاو می آید تو رستم تهمتنی تو رستم تهمتنی تو شیر پیل افکنی تو شیر پیل افکنی به فرق کاخ و تختشان به زندگی نحسشان به قلب دشمن دنی به سنگ
I was wondering what it was. It's a drone interceptor mission.
نمیبینی به ایران باز هم طاغوت برگردد نمیبینی به ایران باز هم طاغوت برگردد تجاوزکار میبایست با
It's very Iranian. Baji news. The Baji have news.
تو شیر پیل افکنی تو شیر پیل افکنی بزن که خوب میزنی نترس از این که دارد روبرویت ناو میاد.
All right, for those of you who missed it, let me show you a little bit of this press conference earlier with Mr. President Trump. I don't really know how to explain this. If you missed it earlier, there have been no attacks in 9 hours. I think the Iranians, well, they started bombing Saudi oil facilities almost immediately. Let me just show you what the press conference was like while I deal with this slight issue on the phone. It's going to take me like a minute or two. It was I don't know if interesting is the word. It was a press conference. It didn't go for an hour and a half, did it? I'll show you just like the exchanges. It did not go for an hour and a half. There's no way. All right, I'll show you the press conference earlier today. It really did, huh? It went for like an hour. You're only going to see a few minutes of it. I'll show you Mr. President Trump's exchanges with reporters at the end of the press conference. It was a little interesting.
Pretty amazing.
Right. Here's
pretty
Mr.
amazing.
President.
And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been...
I know, Ifti Ahmad. This is just
the
the press conference part.
General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. I said, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? It's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us he was 40 miles away. And he said, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain. Vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. He stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. you make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have two quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told, if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change. We do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, you know, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news, but you can't. It's so bad for the people that are so you just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas.
Told you
a woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there, what's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were. Where they coming from? This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, AOC plus 3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is.
Please. Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They weren't. It would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. This is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible, because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, but I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds. And hundreds of these people, that's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment, nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking, this could have completely changed.
So the first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. We're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody. We have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory, where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, they're totally whatever. But and they have probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well,
What's your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. Women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, you take a look. I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did, because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. Countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or a 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did, because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision, too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon. at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never
I'm still here.
He's never been replaced.
I have not abandoned you. This car thing is very annoying. I'm still here. God bless all of you. Yes, these questions are fascinating. I'll be with you in a minute. Thank you for your patience. There have been no attacks on Israel in the intervening moments since I stepped away.
You know, and I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question today, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran and
I can't
the
talk about
US?
ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that. But
Mr. President, you've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please go ahead.
You've listed the goals.
Who you with? Who you with?
My name is Diakur. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away, or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, I mean, you know, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
the failing?
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going
concerned
on
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place.
All right, excellent news. First of all, guess who's back? It's me. Second of all, excellent news. We did it. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We managed to get Tell not to have to spend any more money. They're just going to come take the car and return it to the owner. I don't have to do anything else. I don't have to make any efforts. All I have to do is sit here. 1 second. Should I? I'm coordinating. I can't believe they're going to do this. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and Yeah, that was intense. I don't think I've ever had to deal with like a rental stopping working. So I was letting you listen to Mr. President answer questions. Can you believe there's been no attacks on Israel in 10 hours? Doesn't that seem odd? Doesn't everything seem odd? I promise you, I'm not exaggerating. Look, I can prove it. The last attack on Tel Aviv was 10 hours ago. We broke the record. What is going on right now? Hello, Tim. Welcome. Yeah, I don't personally see a problem with enrichment for civilian purposes. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for being with me as I dealt with, I don't know, I had a weird personal day. Like, I rented this car for a few days until I get my monthly rental. I was going to do it Wednesday, might do it tomorrow now. And it just didn't work. Like, the whole thing didn't work. Never worked. I was able to drive it back, and then we thought maybe like something had been plugged into the car that I like didn't know about. Like maybe somebody from the last trip like left something in a cigarette lighter. Nope. Checked it all, checked the lights, checked the cabin lights. I spent my whole day looking at why this battery was draining. It's just an old battery. So anyway, God bless Turo, who went out of their way to help me. I don't know if I might use them again, I don't know. But anyway, they were just like, you know what? You have been a really good customer, and so we're just going to come deal with it. And so they're just going to take it to the mechanic of the owner. And now I get the money back for the trip, which is good. It will take a while to process, but that's fine. And then, yeah, I feel less stressed now. I was so frustrated. I can't even tell you how frustrating today was. I had a serious doctor's appointment for a surgery I have later this month. And I was just panicked all day about this damn car. Tells you though, you gotta, I mean, it works. I've never had an issue before. But it like threw my whole day off. Good thing I wasn't like trying to balance a bunch of other stuff. Oh, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. There is a pensive lull. Israel has not been attacked in 10 hours. Good night, Ray. God bless you. 10 hours. For the first time that I can remember during this war, it just stopped. But of course, Iran's power plants were bombed, as was Saudi Arabia, as was Iraq. It is stressful, Mary P. And I feel much better now. I feel much better. And now that it's all resolved. But like earlier today, I was so frustrated. But you know, I think it's an opportunity for us all to reflect on, like, everybody's human. I may cover the war, but I still like try to go day to day, and I run into challenges like everyone else just because I have a really good memory. Like, I'm not perfect. Like, I have like things that happen where I'm like, oh, this is very stressful. I wish I had like an immediate solution. And then I have to think through it, and then it gets solved, you know. And I like practice balancing my emotions so I don't get mad. I didn't yell at anyone all day. It was good. No, Miss Clutch wants lemon meringue pie. The last pie that I ate was an apple pie. Very, very many years ago. I don't think I actually ate the filling. I just ate the crust. It was okay. 7 out of 10. I haven't eaten. I was too stressed. I didn't want to deal with food because of the car. Just the little things get me stressed sometimes. But doesn't that happen to us all? Isn't it a good reminder that stress affects us all in our own ways? Sorry, I was swallowing there. I was thinking about stress. Mr. President started off that speech like a little tired. Surprisingly tired. And then he just picked it up. Yeah, social emotional skills I had, but I practice every day. I try to be like a better person every single day. And I just pray that I live up to those standards, and, you know, I try really hard. So, yeah, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for being with me. It's 7 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime. 7:03. It's Monday, April 6, 2026. It's 1:06 a.m. in South Africa. It's 2:06 a.m. in Tel Aviv, and it's 2:36 a.m. in Tehran. It's approaching the witching hour. God bless the USA, and God bless Denmark. We love the people of Denmark. God bless Denmark. Everybody loves Denmark. We don't really want Greenland, Sammy. You can keep Greenland. You know, just let everybody know. I just want to let everybody know. Sammy can keep Greenland. Alright, I think this is Saudi Arabia. Yeah, there's a serious fire in the industrial area where the petrochemicals are produced in Saudi Arabia and Jabril. That's not good. Oh, thank you, Northside. What is going on here? I'll show you, like, the hit on Saudi Arabia. It's a very odd, like, scene. It really is. Like, the missiles falling over, it's a very strange... Like, it's a very strange sight over Saudi Arabia. I don't know what Iran used. But yeah, apparently there's a massive fire at Saudi Arabia's petrochemical complex. This is the news. You're looking at it. I don't know what Iran did in Saudi Arabia, but it caused a massive fire at one of the largest petrochemical complexes in Iran. Nothing has happened in Israel for 10 hours. This is Saudi Arabia's, it produces 85% of Saudi Arabia's petrochemical output. I don't know what it is that Iran fired at them. I've never seen that kind of thing before. Caused a very big fire. This is like the moment it fell, or like one of the parts of the fall, and then there's a strike too. I don't really know like what that is. So if you're wondering what is happening, I don't know. There were strikes in Iran on the power facilities, and then immediately afterwards, the next update was that Saudi Arabia's power facilities were bombed. So, I don't really know what to tell you. Like, I wish I had a better answer for you. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why Israel's not being hit. This is the latest from the hit on Saudi Arabia. This was the last thing that happened. Alright, that was the hit on the Saudi Arabian petrochemical facility. I have no idea what has happened or why the Iranians are not targeting Israel. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, I do have... let's see if this is in English. Hold on. Oh, okay, I have a good translated video here for you. I'm never going to learn Hebrew. I really would like to, but I'm never going to be able to do it. It's really hard. Arabic's going to be hard enough. Hebrew is way, way more difficult, in my opinion. It's a harsh language, but so is Arabic. Harsh as in, like, the consonants are very harshly emphasized. I don't speak that way. Here's the latest from I-24 in Israel, describing the combat operations. I'm going to get my water 1 second.
שלך היא בפתח של מנהרה שממנה יוצאים הטילים למדינת ישראל, או רגע כזה שאתה רואה את כל השלג ואת הנוף הירוק הזה, אבל רואה טיל. אני יודע שיש עכשיו התראה שבעוד 7 דקות מגיע טיל. זה דיסוננס שאני חי איתו כל הזמן, מאוד קשה, בין נופים יפהפיים לבין מה שקורה מתחת לפני הנופים האלה. היית רוצה לחיות רק את הנוף היפה ולא את הרוע.
History is being written in the skies of the Middle East at this very time, through operations and actions that until recently were beyond the reach of imagination. At Ramon base in the heart of the Negev, we received a rare glimpse into the beating heart of the F-16 squadron, the war machine that hadn't stopped from the very first moment.
זה נראה וזה גם מרגיש היסטורי.
ממש רגעים שזה כל רגע שעובר מרגיש שהוא לא יחזור שוב. עשיתי תדריך לפתיחת המלחמה הזו, ואמרתי להם שאנחנו מעצבים את העתיד למען הילדים והילדים של הילדים שלי. חשבתי על הנכדים שלי שהסתובבו בסדרות או הסתובבו ביישובי הצפון, והם לא יספגו צבע אדום, והם לא יספגו התראות ולא יחששו שתהיה חדירה לבתים שלהם.
אנו טייסי ונווטי חיל האוויר הישראלי, עושים כעת במבנה מעל שמי טהרן, הדרך לתקיפת מטרות היסטוריות. אנחנו בעיצומה של מערכה שמטרתה להצהיר איום קיומי על מדינתנו.
From the early planning through the screens in the control room until the moment of truth when the plane breaks contact with the ground.
זה תהליך ארוך, הוא תהליך שמתחיל כמה שעות טובות לפני שאתה ממריא.
זה רגעים שאתה חושב על הפרטים הכי קטנים, מה חסר ומה נשאר, בשביל שהכל יצא הכי מוצלח שיש. ממש מורידים פאניקה, חושבים על הכל ומנסים לעשות כזה את הדברים בקצב מהיר, שהכל יעבוד ונעמוד בזמנים.
ברגע שאתה יודע לאיזה משימה אתה מאויש ואתה מבין עם מי אתה מאויש לחיסה הזו, גם בתוך הקוקפיט וגם במבנה, הרבה מאוד מטוסים, לאן אתה טס. רגע פתיחת המנוע, ריצה למסלול, קיפול הגלגלים וחציית הקו הראשונה מזרחה. יש שקט בקוקפיט לאורך כל הדרך. נאמרים רק הדברים החשובים, רק הדברים הקריטיים לביצוע המשימה. הגלגלים כל הזמן עובדים. מה שכחתי, מה פספסתי, במה לא טיפלתי, מה הדבר הבא שאני צריך לעשות.
I can't understand the Hebrew, but I'm glad I can read the words.
לילדים אתה עובד כל הזמן, רק במשימה עצמה.
I wish more of this was translated into English.
The burst of emotions that comes with landing in the ground. Then the engine shuts down, the magnitude of the event perhaps begin to sink in.
The Israelis actually don't do a great job translating a lot of their stuff. It doesn't get out as much.
אני מחכה לו כבר בדתק, בהתרגשות מאוד מאוד גדולה. הוא פותח את החופה, יורד מהמטוס. הוא מסתכל עליי ובוחן איך אני מרגיש ומה אני חושב. אני מסתכל ואז אני מתמלא חיוך ומסמן לו עם הזרוע ככה על העוצמה הגדולה שממנה חזרנו. כל רגע שהוא באוויר אני רק מחכה לשמוע שהם חזרו והכל בסדר ושהם עשו את המשימה. ניגש לעברי, אני מביא לו חיבוק גדול, ואז הוא מסמן לכולם את אוקיי, אפשר לשמוח, אפשר רגע להרגיש את הסיפוק. אני מרגיש שמבחינתו הייתי איתו כל הגיחה לאיראן. הייתי איתו, ישבתי מאחוריו, כי גם הם מרגישים את אותו דבר שאני מרגיש, זה פשוט מדהים, ואז נופל האסימון ומבינים מה קרה פה.
In recent weeks, the Air Force has been operating at a dizzying pace, strike after strike, many hundreds of kilometers to the east, deep within enemy airspace, record-breaking amount of munitions, and the squadron walking around the clock without stopping for a moment.
אתה נוחת מטיסה ומיד הולך לאירוע הבא. אתה רגע אוכל משהו, הוא רואה את הסרטים, מתחקר כל דבר שאפשר ללמוד ממנו לפעם הבאה, כותב תחקיר, הולך לישון 2-3 ומתכונן לאירוע הבא. זאת רוטינה שעוד פעם, כל אחד בענף, בגוף, בטייסת, ביחידה שלו עובר, זה פשוט כמו סרט. בסוף הגוף יכול להגיד שהוא עייף לגמרי, אבל משהו באדרנלין, זה בגדול מאלץ אותך, אתה לא יכול לבחור כל כך אחרת, וכולם מבינים שאין מקום לשחיקה, אין מקום לעייפות, אין מקום לריפיון. פשוט זה לא בסל המושגים שלנו בכלל.
Throughout the entire war, the scenario of plane going down exists both on the planning table and especially in the head. As the team commando leading the pilots in the skies of Iran, the danger turns from an operational term into a weight on the shoulders.
היה לנו מטס שאמרו לנו באופן ספציפי שהמדיניות היא מדיניות של מדיניות אדומה, אנחנו קוראים לה.
מה זה אומר?
אנחנו עכשיו הולכים לתקוף בסיכון מאוד גבוה. אנחנו לא שואלים את השאלות, אנחנו מבינים שהולכים לתקוף בסיכון גבוה. ממש עכשיו שזה מטס שתוכנן ואמרו לך לך תשמיד אותו עכשיו, אחרת הוא יצא ותיקח סיכון גבוה. ואתה עושה את זה כי אתה יודע שזה מה שיציל עכשיו שכונות ביפו. זו תחושה שאתה יודע שהיא משרתת באופן מובהק את ההגנה על תושבי מדינת ישראל, באופן מיידי. ואחרי נחיתה, אנחנו מבינים שמטח שתוכנן לשטח המדינה סוכל. ואין תחושת גאווה מזה. כשאתה יודע שלקחת סיכון גבוה ואתה מוכן להקריב את המטוס ואת הצוות שלך בעבור זה שמטח לא יגיע למדינת ישראל.
כשאתה שולח טייסים ואתה יודע שיש סיכון.
אנחנו טסים כל הזמן בסיכון, ובאחת הפעמים ששוגר עלינו טיל, ביצענו את כל הפעולות הנדרשות כדי לחמוק ממנו. בביטחון מלא, בחלק מהמקומות עם סכין בין השיניים, הולכים ומבצעים את המשימה.
The sense of responsibility and the entire historical reality suddenly takes on a completely different meaning in one single moment, the meaning with the family.
אחרי שבועיים שראיתי את הילדים פעם ראשונה ל4 שעות, נתתי להם נשיקה ואז אמרתי, וואו, איפה הייתי? כי עד אותו הרגע הייתי בזון אחר לחלוטין, אתה לא עסוק בשום דבר, ולרגע אחד אתה פוקח את העיניים ואומר, הילדים שלי? אתה אומר, זה למענם, ולמען, כמו שאמרתי, הבאים אחריהם. פשוט תחושות עילאיות.
מה אומרים?
לא אומרים.
כלום?
פשוט מתחבקים. מסתכלים אחד לשני בעיניים.
זה יותר מזה?
זה עמוק.
It is a great honor for us to fight with you. You are doing a great job.
חוויה.
תסביר.
להמריא. לקרוא בקשר למתדלק בשפה אנגלית. לראות מתדלק שהוא לא ישראלי, אלא שיש סמל של ארצות הברית, ולשמוע ממנו ברכה בסיום התדלוק שהוא סיים לתדלק אותך ואומר לך בהצלחה, תן להם בראש.
Thank you very much. Likewise, gentlemen. Please be safe out there. Strike hard. See ya.
אירוע בלתי נתפס.
Thugzilla. I like apple pies. Don't you? For Thanksgiving.
של האויב, ככה שהאויב לא יצטרך לספוג פה מאות או אלפי טילים שהיו פוגעים לנו באתרים הכרחיים, בגוף, בנפש. לא היה לנו איך למנוע את זה אם לא מטס הפתיחה.
הבוקר של המטס פתיחה הוא היה ממש, הוא נחקק לי. זה פשוט היה טירוף לדעת שעכשיו כל הטייסת באוויר, ואנחנו רק מחכים לשמוע איך היה ומחכים לנחיתה.
אותו הזון כמו שלי, רק בעולם אחר, כדי ששום דבר מהברגים במטוס לא יהיה שבטעות לא במקום, כדי שהמטוס יגיע עד לקצה, יעשה את המשימה ויחזור. זה מדהים איך הסינכרון בין כל הזונים האלה של הגופים השונים והענפים השונים מתלכד בסוף.
They're trying, I guess.
ברגע אחד. אני מאוד מאוד גאה.
I have to give both sides fair airtime, by the way. And Israel doesn't put out a lot. They really don't. They're very protective of their people. For good reason.
לעשות את הכל עם ברק בעיניים ועם תשוקה, וזה לא נגמר. זה לא נגמר. אני מקפיד להגיד לאנשים שלי שהדברים שאנחנו עושים היום כנראה עוד ילמדו בשיעורי היסטוריה מתישהו בבתי הספר. אנחנו חלק מתהליך מאוד מאוד גדול.
While millions of Israelis move between the Passover table and the protected spaces, there are those who mark the Festival of Freedom hundreds of kilometers to the east, in the place where one still needs to fight for it.
Yeah, it's better. They're trying. And it's really my duty to provide equal time, by the way. I know a lot of people will criticize it. A baking contest, yes! No, Mary P, I have an even better idea. Mary P, listen, I have an even better idea. Okay, I can't eat a lot of food because of my colitis anyway. I will cook something for this, but listen. If you all bake things, okay, we have to give like 7 days ahead of like notice. We will call it the Great Towel Bake Off. If you all bake things and submit pictures, I'm gonna have to like create a form for you to submit the pictures. I will totally judge the items on screen. We can call it the Great Towel Bake Off. It'll be one of our decompression moments. All right, so I am all about this. Mary P gets to be one of the judges because Mary P came up with the idea. It's going to be called the Great Towel Bake Off, okay? It's going to be one of our decompression moments. I think you all will like this. You all need everybody needs decompression during the war. All right? So we are going to have the Great Towel Bake-Off. I don't care how many of you participate. Even if 3 of you participate, I will judge. If 5 of you participate, I'll judge. If 50 of you participate, I'll judge. It doesn't really matter. I'm a little worried we might get overwhelmed with submissions, but that's okay. I want to see what the people in the different countries of the world want to bake. How about this? We'll call it the Great International Towel Bake-Off, okay? You all will bake things from your respective countries. I'll pick a date for this, okay? I'm not gonna make you like bake it in a day. That would be kind of silly. I'll give you like a certain amount of time. Speaking of that, I really need, if we're gonna do a stream tonight, if Iran's gonna attack, I have to eat. I have to get a coffee and I have to eat, which is really frustrating me because I now have spent at least $20 on Ubers, $10 each way today, and $7 out of pocket once I got there in tip because I had to tip the Uber guy, and then the coffee run, at least I got done on the way to the store. But still, like and the car that I rented, which I will get refunded. They already told me I'm a very good Turo customer. That was out of pocket, which I won't get back for weeks. Like I just got screwed today, but you all are so kind and you made it up for it in donations. I'll just talk to my friend tomorrow. It's gonna be a rough day tomorrow to get this car done tomorrow or Wednesday. I can't believe it just failed. Like it's like a test, you know, like how do you react to things going wrong when you're already under a lot of stress? Like, do you deal with it with grace? Like, can you like meet the moment and like not let the little things, it's almost like it really is a test. Like I'm actually very grateful to God that I got through today. I thought I did a good job. I wasn't like 100% proud of myself. There were a few moments where I like kind of could have done better, but on the whole, like I confronted a lot of stress today and I didn't eat it all. I just gave up on that plan, but you know, I can eat now. And then tomorrow I'll reach out. We'll figure it out. Whatever happens, we'll figure it out. I don't get as worried. I don't really have a family. But you all have a family. Like, I never feel alone. So. Oh, goodness. Yeah, we're going to do the Great Towel Bake-Off, though, in like a week. Speaking of bake-off, I need to eat. I need to eat something. I haven't eaten all day, and my body hurts. And I'm worried. I don't know what Iran is about to do. I should either go to bed or eat. Maybe I should just go to bed. I'll think about it. Oh, God bless you. Wayne, how apropos. A piece of pie. Yeah, I think my body's telling me to get some rest. I'll wake up around like 3 or 4 a.m. and like get a coffee delivered. But like, yeah, I think I want to get some sleep. I know, Thugzilla. It is sad. I like your username. I don't know if you've caused any problems or anything, but you can have a wrench. What's going on, Miss Clutch? Thank you, Triple Bob. You're so kind. How long have we been going for? 7 hours? And we did a morning stream? Alright, that's 10 hours. That's why I'm tired. 7 hours? What were we doing for 7 hours? 7 hours? What? Wait a minute. 7 hours? Plus the morning stream? Wait a minute. You've already got me for 10 hours today? All right, I'm going to bed. No updates from the UAE from right now. We're at our decompression at the end of the stream. Oh, the case law. Soul Controller had a great day. Hey, if you had a good day, I'm happy, Soul Controller. All right, so before we go, tomorrow, I guess it's going to be Wednesday. I can probably get away with like one day of not leaving the house. I can just like figure it out tomorrow morning. But yeah, if you want to support me, I definitely need some help this week. We're trying to raise funds for towels so I can extend my rental on Thursday. Every dollar that you send helps this week with this towels public information service. Things will be a little easier at the end of the month. Now, listen, I have a few different things, okay? So you can do, apparently, hold on. You can do a few different things. There's a Cash App one. Oh, God bless you, Soul Controller. There's ways to support this channel now. I just found out that I didn't know about before. Okay, one of them is through the Cash App referral. So where is it? I thought I put it in here. Okay, so you can actually help me get $33. It's not always $30. It depends on like if you're new to Cash App or if you've been referred or whatnot. But if you click that link and you don't have the Cash App and you can use it in your country, and you put $5 on you don't have to give your bank, you can use your debit card. A lot of people have asked, like, what is a way to help? Well, if you click that link right there in the chat, all right? Hi, Penny. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Mary. Yes, Mary P., you're on it. Good job. Thank you, my friend. You were reading my mind. So not the thing on the screen. If you click the link in the chat, it's going to be above my head right now, and you don't have Cash App. You have to be a new user of Cash App. All you're going to do is click that link. Okay, it's right above my head right now. Okay, you're going to click it. Now, you can also, if you want to let people know how to do that, you can just put at any time in the chat, ! Cash App, and the bot will do it. If you go to that link, okay, and you send a Cash App, okay, hold on. I'm so inspired by the people who try to undermine support for this public information service. I'm going to double down. People send me emails to inspire me when I'm doing the donation read, which happens like once every 4 to 8 hours. This is a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I'm a one-man operation operating off a computer that gets primary source videos before a lot of the major networks, Al Arabia, Al Mayadeen, Al Mana, Al Jazeera English. A lot of the people who inspire me with their wonderful emails that only make me want to do this more don't even know what half of those networks are, and I just want to rub it in their face because I know they're having a really good time right now, so anyway, the mission of this network, it is supported by your donations. I would not be able to do it without you. The mission is fundamentally rooted around using education and information insulated in a layer of entertainment designed as a buffer to protect your brain from trauma and also to facilitate camaraderie and unconditional love and compassion. Okay? It's designed to engender cogent public discourse to ward off the usurpation of our representative and other forms of government worldwide. It's centered in the Rawlsian tradition, which I think comes from John Rawls, which I think is a wonderful sort of representation of the Kantian ideals from Theory and Practice, in particular the essay Perpetual Peace. And I think, just like I think it was Chief Justice Berger in his dissent from New York Times v. U.S., or it was one of the concurrences. It was a beautiful concurrence. It was like the cogency of the discourse of our republic as reflected in the unfettered publication of the press is central to the very foundations of our form of democracy. I was like, yes, where are these men on the Supreme Court these days? Or women, they were all men back then. The point is, where are they these days? Where is my Chief Justice Berger? Where is he? What is going on? I read these current opinions and it's just a bunch of profligate waffling, I tell you. Habermas was right. legal, whatever the hell it's called, has just legal fiction has eradicated the normative moral force of the American judiciary, and I'm going to fix it. You hear what I'm saying? Through this channel and otherwise. So yes, you can support. And by the way, like, so there's this, like, a few people, one in particular, who emails to, like, inspire me whenever I do a donation read. God bless you for that. And if you want to support this channel, and if you think this public information service with no paywalls or otherwise is worth it, and you think access to information should be available to all regardless of means, resources, connections, or otherwise, and if you think this is important, you can help Little Towel. There's a Cash App. Not only is there a Cash App, you can actually get, like, us both free money, apparently, by signing up on my Cash App referral link. Just click the link. If you don't have a Cash App, install the Cash App application. It helps us. Like, yeah, it helps you, it helps me, it helps the channel. You can also send a donation, though, # Grant Smith Ellis on Cash App, especially despite the people who don't want to see you have access to this kind of information in a way that is sustainable. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1, and there's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Okay, so God bless each and every one of you for your compassion, your support, your camaraderie with each other. I am still kind of awake, but I can tell you, we're way better off because of what today was like. If I just get some rest, I will reach out. I need to sleep. I need a little bit of Zen time in the morning to, like, figure out what I'm going to do for the next rental. And then by 7 or 8 a.m. tomorrow, you have me for the full day. All right? But yes. Yeah, I also have, like, dental surgery at the end of the month. There's just all this stuff I have to deal with. It was really the car that overwhelmed me today. Like, it just took a lot of my energy. I still gave you a morning stream before I went and dealt with the doctor and that, and then came back, dealt with it, did 7 hours. I feel like I've done my best for you, even in my struggling state. But yeah, God bless all of you for supporting this public information service. You know I got to do Tippecanoe and Tyler too, by the way. We can do the Iranian song, by the way, to dance us out. But I'll do Tippecanoe and Tyler too first, because my dear friend Triple Bob loves it. Everybody loves Tippecanoe. All right, I got to make Triple Bob a special Tippecanoe command. I don't, like, Triple Bob would love that. All right, hold on. I'm doing that now. All right. Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 lyrics. I need to actually, like, get a segment of the lyrics. Alright, I got it. It's the unofficial campaign song. Alright. Oh! Alright, hold on. Alright, hold on. Triple Pop is gonna love this. Alright. Okay, listen. Okay, Triple Pop, you're gonna get a Tippecanoe command. I hope he's here. Oh, he's gonna love this. Oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Okay, it's gotta work though. It's gotta work. Okay. Alright. I don't know if it's gonna actually work. Okay, you have a Tippecanoe command, Triple Bob. Oh, can you please update Discord link? Yeah, the Discord link is updated. I just updated it. If you can't access it, let me know. Send me an email, Soul Controller. I just updated it. So hold on. Triple Bob has a brand new emoji. Okay. If you do ! Tippecanoe. All right. Calm down. The chat literally freezes up my computer. I just want to type Tippecanoe. Okay, is that how it's spelled? I have no idea how it's spelled. Oh, the chat froze. Seriously? I just want to do ! Tippecanoe. Okay, oh, now I'm going to be able to do it. The chat got a little bit overwhelming for my computer. Okay, so Tippecanoe. I don't think that's how you spell Tippecanoe. Oh, Discord, Sammy. It's a chat platform where you can hang out with us when I'm not streaming. You just click the link. I did not spell Tippecanoe right. So hold on. Can someone just spell Tippecanoe? I don't know how to spell the damn thing. All right. Canoe. All right, let's just get Canoe. All right, thank you. All right. So you do exclamation point Canoe. Triple Bob, Jinx. Enjoy your new command, my friend. Okay, let's do it. I want to see it, Nightbot. Where is it? Where is it, Nightbot? Hold on, I gotta go into Nightbot. I might have done the command wrong. Hold on here. Come on now. Nightbot, you can't just let us down like that, okay? I was very excited for this. Where's my Tippecanoe command? Alright, where is it? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Sorry, Triple Bob. Okay, here we go. Alright, ready for this? Well, wait, do we both spell it wrong? How is it spelled? Is it Tippecanoe? No, we both spelled it fairly. We both spelled it so wrong, Triple Bob. We were both so wrong. Okay, listen. This is how it's actually spelled. It's Tippecanoe. We weren't even close. I mean, we were close. I think you got it right the second time. Alright, I updated it. It should do it now. Come on now. Let me see it. Tippecanoe. Alright, come on now, bot. Let's see it. So anyway, it now does the end of the lyrics of Tippecanoe. It does the last chat. So, like, way better. Tippecanoe. Fine, you know what, Triple Bob? I'm going to do that for you. In your honor, I'm going to let something be spelled wrong. I normally would never do this, but Triple Bob gets a special exemption. He's the only person I know who actually loves U.S. presidential history as much as I do. So, Triple Bob, I have a special announcement for you. You now may spell it Tippecanoe. All right? I updated the bot. Now watch this. Okay, so. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm going to add one more command. All right? President. Grant is currently reciting the presidents. You should attempt to remember them all while he is speaking. There will be a quiz, and this will be on the final. No exceptions. Okay? So now if you do exclamation point president while I'm doing Tippecanoe, it's got to be presidents. The bot will let you know what you need to know. Okay, everyone ready? I'm going to do Tippecanoe and Tyler too. It's actually a battle that occurred, but then during a presidential campaign, the general from the battle called his presidential campaign Tippecanoe and Tyler too. And I list the presidents in order at the end of every stream, and Triple Bob really enjoys it. Everything. The Iranians broke their record. Yeah, well, Silent Dogs, you also think that all of the countries of the world are fake. I think you've said like 2 countries are real, so I don't know what to tell you, my friend. All right, here we go. Of course, President Washington. Then President Adams, then President Jefferson, then President Madison. Skip 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know them yet. Well, I do know them, but I don't know them in order. 8 is Van Buren. 9, 10, 11, 12, little struggle. 13 is Jackson. Then I don't know the numerical order, but I pick up with like Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So it's Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? Were you able to keep up? Good job. Hi, Francine. You want to say hi to your friend Pete Bunny? He missed you very much. This is Francine's friend, Pete Bunny. She loves Pete Bunny. Pete Bunny loves Francine very much. Triple Bob was thrilled to win Tippecanoe. Oh, God bless you, Triple Bob. Your knowledge and love of American presidents makes me beam every day. There are very few people in the world who actually value knowledge of the American presidents, and there's only one person I've ever met who just is rejoiced by the idea of Tippecanoe. Every time Tippecanoe comes up, Triple Bob is thrilled. And if that isn't like a silver lining of this world, I don't know what is. It's a very unique gem of a human being, Triple Bob. Francine, I know how excited you are to see your friend Pete Bunny Towel. He loves you very much. He's very glad to see you. He's a card holder. He's eventually, he can't get out from under the mountain of things. Bunny Towel Mom buried him in cards, He got he's a card holder. He has the Kofi Kingston card, the Jerry Lawler card. It was from Kofi, Bo, and Bunny Towel Mom. So now every day, Bunny Towel, he's our channel mascot. He shows up to say hi to his dear friend Francine. She loves Pete Bunny Towel. He loves her very dearly. So, he shows up, he says hello, and then, he's a card stand. So he can't appear in person. He's not really doing personal appearances right now. He's a card stand. If I move him, the cards will fall, so he just has to stand exactly like that. It took a long time to balance him like that. Yes, Hezbollah, I know. But I'm going to be up at 3 in the morning to update you all on whatever the hell happens. I need just a little bit of time. I was live for 10 hours today. We did a morning live. I went to the doctor. We did 7 hours in the afternoon. I only did 2 donation reads the whole time. But then I actually had a moment where we figured out Cash App would send me $30 if you sign up via my referral link, and it just kept sending me $30. So that was fun. It only did it 3 times before it started switching to mystery bonus. But still, the point is that was very nice of them. President Monroe getting no respect. He was the Rodney Dangerfield of his day, Skynet activated, I'll tell you. It's one rocket barrage at Metula. And no matter what happens over the next 7 hours, you will have me awake very early tomorrow morning. We have alerts. Soul Controller, it's not that kind of alert. It's a Hezbollah alert. But you'll prefer me well rested in the morning. You will. Especially because tomorrow is deadline day. As much as the deadlines are already blown. Yes, any donations by tomorrow are helpful. If we can just make an impact. They're going to refund me on this Turo, but I got screwed. I got absolutely screwed. It's nobody's fault. Who would anticipate a battery? Batteries reach the end of their life naturally, and it can happen. I mean, it really can just happen. But who would just assume, and I got to drive the car, I needed it for doctor's appointments and stuff. I got to drive it one time, couldn't even use it for the doctor today, etc., etc., etc. And it was nobody's fault. It was just the battery over time. I checked and triple checked, quadruple checked. There was nothing left on. The lights were in the off position. There was nothing plugged in that I could find to the cigarette lighter. It was all just off. And I think the battery just was at the end of its life. I mean, it's just one of those things. So, I appreciate everybody's patience today. I appreciate you all staying with me. Robin Hood, you're wonderful. Yeah, Turo. Turo's good. I like the company Turo, but on something like this, there's, even if it happened on a rental car, they would say the same thing. Okay, we'll come collect the rental car and refund you and give you another one if you want, or we'll refund you, or you can use another company. And that's exactly what they did. So I like Turo. They're very good. I like Cash App, too. I'm going to reach out to both of them. I don't know if Turo would want to... that would be a good idea. I don't know if they'd want to sponsor news. They're actually... If they're branching out internationally, it might actually be worthwhile for Turo to sponsor this program. I'm allowed to, by the way. They help us connect with brands. I haven't done it in a while, but there's this button I can click where it pushes my channel out and tells different brands about me, and then the brands can determine if they want. I can actually see if I got any offers. They can reach out and tell me. It's a very formal thing. I think it's called Brand Connect or something. I don't remember. Oh, that's right. You have to do all these things to do it through YouTube, but I might do it. You're also allowed to just reach out as long as you declare it. As long as I'm not like being like today, for example, I openly said like no one at Cash App asked me to mention it. I just like was looking in my app and saw this thing that said if you share this referral link, it will give you like a bonus. So I put it in the chat. People did it and it worked. You got to follow the instructions. You got to like add $5, send $5 to someone, and it will like add a bonus. But yeah, I know, Mary P. And like Turo was very kind. Like they offered to like refund my Ubers that I had to take to the doctor. Like I explained, like I was relying on this. I'm disabled. They were fine. They made me pay for the tow, $99 out of pocket. That was fine. I didn't mind. You know, it was important in my opinion. You know, I didn't want to risk driving the car with the battery in that condition after it wouldn't hold the charge. And they were great. Their support was good. Ember Wolf, it's good to see you. Yes, Mary P. Oh, Mary P, you're wonderful. So, yeah, Mary P, something that would be really helpful. Like, maybe we can make it a group effort. Are you on the Discord, Mary P? Maybe you can reach out to me on email, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. If you're on the Discord, just send me a DM. Okay. Tomorrow morning, I'll wake up early, and whatever's the cheapest rate, I just want to get a month rental so I can get through the month. Hopefully the car will be resolved. I have a car that is mine. It was passed down. It's mine, but I don't have it yet. There's some paperwork. I don't know. I don't want to deal with it. It will eventually be mine when the people who are above my pay grade figure it out. The point is, God bless all of you. Chad says Tecumseh would have won the Battle of Tippecanoe if not for his brother. Tecumseh fought for his people and against colonialism. Are you talking about William Tecumseh Sherman? Is that the Tecumseh you're talking about? First of all, God bless you, Chad. What a great reference. A history super chat. William Tecumseh Sherman. I knew it off the top of my head. Of course I did, because I listened to a lot of books about the Civil War. God bless you, Chad. 7 billion bonus points on the final for making the greatest super chat reference I have ever seen. Literally, I've never seen something so great. We might have to have an IRGC dance video now in honor of Chad. That was the greatest super chat. I mean, I've gotten a lot of very kind super chats, very touching super chats, but like from a like academic nerd perspective, oh, you just touched my heart. Oh, God bless you to the person who just sent a donation on Cash App. You are so kind. We're making very good progress towards making, Tao able to do his work. And by the way, I'm thinking about planning a trip to see some of you all. I don't know when. Well, I do know, but I'm thinking about maybe we'll do like news from different countries. I got to talk to probably the governments if I do that. But yeah, I would come in. I got to get media permits, but I would come in. I would, I want to visit people, maybe in America. I want to do a road trip. I think this next year I'm really going to spread my wings. I think it's time for Towel to fly. I think it's finally time for me to leave the nest. I'm ready. I really am. I'm so excited. I've made the decision. The Towel, just like the little birdies, it's time for Towel to fly free. Oh, Chad has taken this to another level. Hold on. Not only did Chad make a reference that I thought I understood to a history general, Chad actually was making a reference to something else entirely, and this is even better. I've learned something. It is the Shawnee leader, Tecumseh, not the U.S. general. What? He took his name? Tecumseh was a revered Shawnee war chief and leader who worked to unite Native American tribes into a confederacy to resist white expansion in the Ohio River Valley. A key ally to the British in the War of 1812, he was instrumental in capturing Detroit. He captured Detroit It wasn't the Canadians, it was him. Oh, you don't understand. Chad, first of all, God bless you for teaching me about that. He was actually born in 1768 in the Shawnee village of Pequot, near present-day Springfield, Ohio, on the Scioto River. His name is commonly interpreted as Shooting Star or Panther Passing Across, associated with the Panther Clan. He witnessed extreme violence against his people and thus envisioned a mass pan-Indian alliance to protect native lands from U.S. encroachment, refusing to recognize separate tribal treaties. His brother, Tenskwata, the prophet, provided the spiritual foundation for this political movement. In 1808, he established Prophetstown at the confluence of the Wapas and Tippecanoe rivers as a headquarters for his followers. The Battle of Tippecanoe, while Tecumseh was seeking allies in the south, U.S. forces led by William Henry Harrison defeated his brother, breaking the momentum of their alliance. War of 1812. Tecumseh allied with the British, becoming a general. He played a massive role in capturing Detroit in 1812. He was killed in battle on October 5, 1813, during the Battle of Thames, Moraviantown, in Ontario, Canada. His death led to the collapse of his native confederacy and triggered the end of organized, widespread native resistance in the Ohio River Valley. He is remembered as a visionary leader, powerful orator, and a skilled strategist who worked to ensure Native American freedom and territory. Well, God bless him. I had no idea. And what, William Tecumseh Sherman stole his name? Oh, goodness. Yes, Lame Matrix. I agree. A Native American president would be excellent. I think Native Americans deserve, well, so it's kind of interesting. Native American tribal courts are very interesting. I've looked at them a little bit. There's some comedy with federal law, some non-comedy. There's a lot of, I think, repatriation of land that probably has to occur. Like I don't really think just having Native Americans on reservations that are vestiges of like the Trail of Tears and like serious oppression is really ideal. I think they should have all their land. I just don't think, I think we need to repatriate a little more land. Like we didn't give them very good land. I think we should let them hunt and gather and I don't necessarily know about they can have liquor stores, anyone can have them, but I think what we did to the Native American tribes is really sad, and we never really fixed it or apologized for it. There was some efforts in Congress, if I recall, in the 90s, especially with recognition of Native American sovereignty around efforts to engender economic development, gaming, tribal gaming, I think came out of those reforms. And there is a substantial amount of deference to tribal sovereignty. I'm just saying, I think we should repatriate some land back to the tribes. I don't think just putting them on barren wasteland was a good idea. They like to hunt, and they're we're gonna destroy their societies unless you let them flourish in the wilderness. Maybe we could put them in some of the national parks. They would really do well with our national parks. Has anyone thought about that? Where some of the tribal lands in national parks, maybe we should give that to the Native Americans. I'm just saying. I would like to have a meeting. Okay, if I get elected, I will bring the Native Americans into my cabinet. I can't make them president because I'm not Native American. I encourage them to get more involved in presidential administrations than Native Americans. They can be in my cabinet. I'll create a secretary position for Native Americans. We'll call it there already is something like that. It's the Undersecretary for Native American Affairs, but I'll make it a cabinet level position. Why don't we have a cabinet level position for Native American Affairs? That actually is kind of stupid. We should have one immediately. That's what I'll do. If you elect me, I'll make a cabinet secretary position dedicated entirely to Native American affairs. It'll be really fun. They'll be able to tell me all these updates, and you can have meetings at the White House if you're part of the different Native American contingents, and we'll have all sorts of proposals, and you can pitch me on what type of lands we should give back. It probably will take an act of Congress, You know, I can't just be giving away federal lands. But like, yeah, we can totally do that. Yeah, I think we can really pull this off. I think we can like undo a lot of damage, sort of like restore some healing to the earth. I would have so much fun talking to the different countries. We could have like international peace. Oh, the Iranian song. So I have to study, by the way, I know a lot of you put in music requests. I can't play music until I study the rights library. I have to learn how the rights library works. I can't just be, like, there are very cool elements to it where I can, like, if I look at it in real time, I can be like, oh yeah, I'll give, like, this percentage of the ad revenue for this. Like, that's cool, but I have to learn how it works. I can't just wing it. With some songs that are like in the database, like I know already this Iranian song is in the database as sharing, I'm fine with. But the other ones I got to research. So this is our song. Maybe they all want to just relax. You can tell they're all kind of fishing for like a reprieve. 12 hours, though. They broke their record by 3 hours. You've now seen the longest period of firing without firing at Tel Aviv since the start of the war. Forget Tel Aviv. They haven't fired at Haifa. They haven't fired at Tel Aviv. I think people are tired. My honest read of it. Well, I've been very honest with you, but I try not to like read people's minds. My best read of the Iranian position and the Israeli position and the American position is that everyone is tired. I think how can you not be? You have to go like 12 to 18 hours a day, every day. There's no weekends. You like the human body after like 35 days, like you're either going to enter a state of permanent war, which means it's going to be like this for years, or you're going to like off ramp. You have to make a serious decision. I think they want a rest. I honestly think each side wants a rest. I think they're exhausted. They've depleted their missile supplies, not entirely. We were getting pretty low though, like on the stealth sidewinders. I'm pretty sure we had to go into like the Pacific to draw like supplies because we were so low. We were going to start affecting the strategic stockpile in the Indo-Pacific. That is not why would you want to do that right now with China and Taiwan on the map and what's going on there? No chance. No chance. Fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. Yeah. I really do think they're tired. Yeah, well, I don't know why everyone is so surprised. Oh, I'll take Q&A at the end, by the way. I always like to do that. I don't know why everyone is so surprised by this, but every military uses drugs and has for a long time. I mean, some of the like militant guerrilla factions use like cocaine. I almost said its street name. Its street name is not cocaine, but well, it actually has multiple street names, but its most common vernacular is not. Nobody calls it cocaine. That would be the stupidest thing in the entire world. First of all, I've never seen... Well, one time I think I saw it because I was in, like, a weird environment. But, like, I don't know. That is not attractive to me at all. If you need that to feel like you're on top of the world, bro, you're not on top of the world. Stop doing those drugs. They're so bad for your brain. Cocaine is, like, especially with some of the adulterated stuff. One, like, no one should be doing any powdered narcotics. I just want to make an anti-drug statement here. No one should be doing any powdered or pressed narcotics that are bought on the street. Are you crazy? Right now? Bro, what are you trying to, like, you won't make it. Like, seriously, you won't make it. Who the hell knows what's in most of that stuff, even if you're testing it? Second of all, even if you somehow got, like, fish scale cocaine, like, what are you doing? It is. Do you know how they make cocaine? Have you ever looked at the process? Like, they document it on the news. I'm not telling anyone anything that the news doesn't cover. They use, like, hardened chemicals. Bro, you watch that once, you will never, ever want to do cocaine. Oh my God, what they do to those, like that coca leaf in the extraction process. And then, that's not even talking about, say you were at the source and you were just doing it at the source with no adulterants, like, but with the cleanest you could get it. Okay, it's still going to rot your brain. It's cocaine. And so any stimulant, to bring this back, all stimulants are derivatives of some isonomer of like meth or cocaine. I think cocaine's kind of like its own thing. It has applications in the medical field. It's a class C narcotic because it has applications, I think, in like, I don't know what type of like medicine. It's like a local anesthetic or something. I've looked into the literature about it. It's a little weird. Like, it's a lidocaine like application. People steal it a lot from hospitals though, so they don't really like keep it around. Like liquid cocaine in hospitals, bro, you don't need more than like a little bit, but like you put too much, okay, it suddenly goes, like I've read the medical literature, like liquid cocaine is supposed to be kept like in very small amounts and only used as a local anesthetic in like cases of last resort. There's only like 3 surgeries that actually call for the use of liquid cocaine. It is a thing though, it has medical applications. It's actually probably where it started, local anesthetic, like because cocaine has been around forever. But the actual medical applications of cocaine probably started in the 1800s. I would guess as like an elixir, like an uplifting tonic. I think they drank it with like wine a lot. If I recall, like a very popular drink among the English aristocracy was like a type of wine. It was very heavy, dark red, but it just had cocaine in it. Like not even like a changed form. It was just cocaine in wine, and I'm pretty sure that's how Coca-Cola came about. If I recall, like there was a very heavy, it was like a red wine or something. I know the story of this for some reason. There was just a very popular British drink in the like 17 and 1800s. And like what you had to do though was you had to make it with alcohol. Like, and I don't know why people liked it. It was apparently disgusting. It doesn't exist anymore, but it was like a sherry wine with like cocaine. And it was very popular. I mean, you can imagine. I don't think it was popular because of the wine. I think it was popular because it had cocaine in it. But they just sold it. And it was just very common to drink. And if I recall, what happened was in Atlanta, Georgia, I think in like the 1890s, like prohibition federally was the last thing to happen. It happened kind of locally first. If I recall, Georgia implemented prohibition, especially like the county of Atlanta. Atlanta was called Terminus when it was first settled. You can actually see the original settlement. It's where the railways used to like end in the south, so Terminus, you know, the terminal. But anyway, or like the end of something. But it's called Atlanta now. And what was I going on about? Hold on. Railways, Atlanta. Right. Okay. So in the 1880s in the Atlanta, Georgia area, the sherry wine thing with the cocaine was very popular. But then Atlanta introduced prohibition, if I recall. And the guy who invented Coca-Cola, I'm pretty sure, he was like, oh, what if we just like altered this? I'm speaking generally. I don't remember this 100%. This is just what I vaguely remember. Fact check this. I encourage you to, so you can find out the exact story. He wanted to get around the prohibition, but he wanted to keep the like elixir drink. So he developed a non-alcoholic version of like this famous like sherry wine based cocaine drink. And that's how Coca-Cola started. And they're like, no, I'm sorry, Dubska, the war is not over. It's quiet. Israel hasn't been fired at in 12 hours. Thugzilla wants to party with Grant. Yeah, we can hang out. I don't do any drugs or anything. I don't drink. I haven't had a drink since the day I turned 21. I would say, what am I now, like... When was the last time I had a drink? I'm probably like 17 years sober, except for one like glass of wine on Easter. I wouldn't even call it a glass of wine. It was wine, but I had it on Easter. But yeah, I haven't had a drink. Oh, you are, Miriam, that is such a wonderful poem to share with us about Jesus. Everyone needs that at the end of a stream. God bless you. What a wonderful thing. Oh, I love that in chat. Oh, that was touching. But yeah, the stories are fascinating. But yeah, I don't really party. I don't go out. I can't do that. My body is very broken. I would hang out with you all, but like partying would consist of us like sitting on a couch and me being like, okay, I need some water and a Gatorade. Can I also have like a cigar? And then you can just hang out, you know. Oh, it's the translate of the song. Okay, so the translation of the song is, I will stand firm even to the point of giving my life. My life is devoted to you. You are my belief. I will stand firm even to the point of giving my life. I am ready on your path. I am always with you. Oh, I mean, yeah, it's probably about God. I mean, it might be about the Iranian nation as well, but just from the sounds of it, it sounds like it's about God. And a lot of Iranian music is about God, which I like. We don't have a lot of popular Christian or Catholic or Jewish or Arabic or Muslim music at all. I guess only one of those things is not a religion. But my point is, we don't really have faith-inspired music. Like, Arabic music is very faith-inspired. I've noticed that. There's some elements of it that are like, I don't know what you'd call it, uncouth, like vulgar, I guess. Like, I've seen some rap from Egypt that's like very like sexual. I didn't even know that was like a thing. But yeah, that was pretty radical. But yeah, most Arabic rap, or most Arabic music I've heard is, not all of it, but a lot of it is religious inspired, the popular music. Here, to find like popularized religious music, it exists. Like, when was the last like time we had a popular, like an actual popular like religious band or like singer? I mean, there are religious singers, but that actually sing about like Jesus and like Christianity. Creed, I guess. Wasn't what was that other band? Oh goodness, it had the music video with the guy falling off the speaker backwards. Oh, I can't remember. It was from like 2002. They were another Christian band, but it's not common. Imagine Dragons. Oh, okay, that makes sense, actually. I think I knew that. I think I listened to one of their songs, and then someone had made a video being like, did you realize that this was actually about Jesus? And I was like, okay, I'll, like, give me your analysis. And then I think it was an Imagine Dragon song, and it was definitely about Jesus. Bob Dylan as well. Bob Dylan became quite Christian after the motorcycle accident in upstate New York in 76. So you could argue that Bob Dylan was very Christian in his later years. Kings of Leon, that makes sense. That makes sense. I didn't know Kings of Leon was a Christian band, but that makes sense. We've had some Mormon bands. The Killers are Mormon. Have you ever listened to the Killers? Like, actually listened to the Killers? Do you know why Mr. Brightside gets played at all the religious schools and stuff? So if you listen to the Killers albums, it kind of looks like they're a rock band from Vegas from like the mid-2000s. No. A lot of that is about Jesus. It's very encoded. It sounds like the best way to explain it is like, it's like the Arctic Monkeys, but like about Jesus. It sounds exactly like, I love the Arctic Monkeys. I love a lot of that like 2000 British era, like just kind of like ditzy. It's like, I'd call it like ditzy post-industrial punk pop. Like, it has a very subversive, like narrative story driven, like narrative style, like story driven, like motif. A lot of the songs will be like about like the boys like getting picked up in the paddy wagon like after a night drinking, but it's kind of a mix of like progressive ska with like, I don't know, like a little bit of like early like dance influence, but also a little bit of electronic, but also guitar, like electric guitar coupled with like progressive ska, coupled with like narrative driven storytelling, coupled with like very like isolated songs. Like, every song is an experience meant to take you into like a time and place. Like, you're like in like, you know, the suburbs of like London in 2004, and like it's just like a bunch of chavs just like running around doing crazy things, and like you're at the pub, and then you're at the disco, and then like that's what they call dance club, and then you're like at the chicken truck, and then there's like a paddy wagon, and then you're running from the bobbies, and like it's like very, very, very like evocative kind, but you have to know it. What I like about it is it's a puzzle. That style of music is a puzzle. it's meant like it's a very like juvenile style of musical composition. Actually, now that I think about it, it's not like classical music, but it's very refined in how it is catchy. Okay, I'm talking about like the Killers, like Midnight, what was it called, like Midnight Fuss, and then Sam's Town by the Killers is like this as well. I really like the Abbey Road version of Sam's Town by the Killers, but like juxtaposing that with like Arctic Monkeys, bro. Arctic Monkeys, that's like what the Killers were trying to be but couldn't achieve because they were acting within a more corporate hierarchy. The Killers achieved something really, really impressive with Midnight Fuss or whatever, that blue covered album. That was one of the greatest albums of the early 2000s. But the Killers are a surprisingly religious band. If you actually listen to like Somebody Told Me and oh goodness, there's a lot of religious imagery in some of those albums. It's more prevalent in the later albums. They hit it. I think they're Mormons, so they kind of hit it because I think they thought there would be like a resistance to Mormonism or something. But the Killers are incredible. They're really good. The Libertines, I'll have to check those out. Let's see. The Libertines. Thank you, Matt, for that. Matt Bendus recommendation, first comment. That's so wonderful, Matt. God bless you. I do have to eat. I didn't eat. I should probably eat. I'll have a snack. Hi, Bill. God bless you. I have drank. I did eat some chicken earlier, but I have not had dinner. My rental car stopped working because the battery wasn't good. I ended up driving it once, and then when I went to turn it on this morning, the battery didn't turn over. I took a look. There was nothing on in the car, no electronics on, no lights on. The battery was just old and like literally like by happenstance reached the end of its life the day I got the car, the day after. So anyway, I got to wait for the tow to be accommodated and all that stuff. So. Hello, Petty LaBelle. Yeah, I should have some soup. I can't wait to listen to the Libertines. Thank you for that recommendation. You're wonderful, Mercury Star. I'm glad I got to spend this time with y'all at the end. They did it. They broke the record. Hi, Mimi. They broke the record. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. They broke the record though for the long. Oh, God bless you, Bill. Yeah, they broke the record. We've now hit 12 hours, basically. This is a wonderful chat. I know, Mac Daddy, and it's so frustrating because, like, I want to like take some time to like rest, and I'll think about it in the morning. I have a car that was given to me. But it has not been given to me yet. It was handed down. It never got given to me. There's some like paperwork, I don't know, and it's costing like it shouldn't. People shouldn't have to support me because of that. And I wish I could solve that. I don't know if it makes sense. I don't even think it makes sense to buy another car in the interim and then like register it and then insure it and then sell it, especially if I could get that other car that's already mine and is perfectly good at any moment. So I just do the rental. It's incredibly frustrating. Like I feel like such a burden, but I just pray to God every day that I just am able to keep going and keep doing this work and that things line up. I think I'm almost there. I want to leave here. Like I want to just go. I want to get out and like I'm ready. Like there's more I'll tell you all like in a bit. But like I have a strategic plan of what I want to do with my life. Like it's almost time for me to fly. We'll keep doing our streams, obviously, but like I'm very trapped here, and I've been trapped here since 2014. And like with you all, like I'm almost ready to spread my wings. It's going to take a little bit more like help and management, but we'll get there, and we'll set this up as a network. I'll find some other like anchors. I'll talk to some of these companies about whether they want to like support this once like I can get it up and running and like get like people in there managing the production meetings in the morning. Like I know how to run a news network. I've worked within a lot of them. I worked in the orbit of them. I'm quicker than most of them. I know what I want. I know what I expect. I know how to do it. Oh, God bless you, Petty LaBelle. Oh, Mary P. Well, I'm so glad we crossed paths. You are wonderful, Mary P. You reach out to me, whether on Discord or email. Just make sure I follow up with you tomorrow. Whatever the plan is that we figure out for the month rental, like we'll figure out the cheapest option. We'll all do it together. We'll reduce the expenses as much as possible. We'll hashtag get towel through another. Oh, all right, fine. Fine, I'll stay live. Fine. Fine. You thought you could troll me, Iranians. The streak has broken. I repeat, incoming. Did you stay? They heard me. I guess we're staying up now. All right, I'm getting a coffee. All right, rally the troops. That's it. I'm ordering a coffee and dinner. That's it. I hope you didn't turn the stream off early. That's it. That's it. They trolled me. They trolled the ever-loving hell out of me. Damn Iranians. They were like, oh yeah, he's about to go to bed. No, we don't want him to go to bed. Damn Iranians. They knew. Dude, they knew. They were like, no, Petty, I didn't jinx it. They were waiting for me to like wind down. I know it. I can sense it in my soul. They were like, no, we gotta mess with him. We gotta mess with him. As soon as he's gonna go to bed, fire the missile at Israel. Incoming, you have 6 minutes. We're not gonna see it, but they're gonna fire Tel Aviv Yaffo right after it. They broke their streak. They did it. The damn Iranians. All right, 4 extra hours of towel. Fine. Damn Iranians. They didn't want towel to go to bed. They just want to torment me. Just in. For the first time in 12 hours, Iran has fired at Israel. The target is the Negev. Time to arrival, 6 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Oh, we might actually be able to see it because of the central Israel cam. 12 hours with no firing. Listen, the Iranians, they loved our song. They were all pleased with the song. I don't know who did it. Somebody upset the Iranians. Got all mad. And now they're gonna punish Israel as a result. Who upset the Iranians? That's it. It said that someone upset them. They just wanted to troll me. Stu, I don't know. Like when they hit Arad that time, it was brutal. You have 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes. I have the cams coming up now. It was so brutal when they hit Arad that one time, Stu. Like they have the capacity to strike civilians down there. They just don't. Like on the whole, they don't, but they absolutely could if they wanted to. I hope you didn't go to bed. I'll get you the best view of the cams that I can. Did anyone take the bait? The Iranians didn't take the bait. They were like, nah, he's messing with us. He's trying to get us to not fire at Israel. So let's fire at Israel to troll him right before he goes to bed so he can't go to bed. They probably know so much about my life. They're probably so baffled by it all, frankly. Frankly, I'm baffled by the fact that they watch this stream. You know, so they're probably baffled. I'm baffled. The Pope's baffled. The Germans are baffled. The Brazilians are baffled. Everybody's just baffled. I hope you didn't go to bed. Hashtag save the goats. Hello, Mad Mike. Everybody is just baffled. Okay? Everybody is baffled. We've all baffled each other. The baffling continues. Iran has launched at Israel. You have 3 minutes. They only let them sleep until 3:30 a.m. It's the witching hour. You have 3 minutes. Here we go. I'll get a coffee. Fine. Can you give me a discount at least? Why only convenience stores? I want Dunkin' Donuts. I want money off Dunkin' Donuts. Give me money off Dunkin' Donuts. You can get coffee from 7-Eleven. Oh, John Giel, God bless you. Enjoy your new emojis. You can. But no, I need a coffee. If we're going down this route, if you want me for 4 more hours, I demand food and a coffee, which I will now order for myself. I can just live on food from Dunkin' Donuts. Bro, Dunkin' Donuts is my favorite. Yes, I can definitely come to Canada. Well, yeah, I've been to Canada before. All right, alerts. Wait, what? Here they come. Red alerts. Watch for the missile now. It's coming. I can definitely come to Canada. Email me at grantsmithellis@gmail.com for all towel road trip requests and suggestions. Email grantsmithellis@gmail.com. Here it comes. You might see it on 8. You got it, John Giel. You just keep me, when I mention the towel road trip, you just tell me. I'm going to plan a whole road trip. Going to visit the entire United States. Probably this year. Maybe this summer. Maybe the fall. Yeah, I'm going to Standing Stones. You know I'm going to come see you far before that. But yeah, I'm going to see the whole country. I've decided I'm going on a road trip. Alerts. I haven't seen the missile, but it's coming. And I also need a coffee and food. My coffee maker is supposed to arrive soon. That'll be nice. Alerts. It is the South. Alerts. 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 Mary P. Yes. Mary P. A camper with cameras for my adventure. I'm all about it. Oh, goodness. I didn't see the missile, but yes. That'd be fun. It depends what I guess, yeah, it's on the table, Mary P. It is on the table, and I would love to bring you, I could bring people for part of the trip. Yes, Mary P., you could drive. Oh, it would be wonderful. I'm all about it. We got to talk about it. We got to think of, I have lots of plans, and that is on the radar. Oh, goodness. It's near the Tel Arad Yahweh Temple. It's near the Huda Mosque, Kala. Oh no. No, Mary P, not at all. What I need, it's just I haven't eaten dinner. I haven't eaten in 12 hours, and I haven't gotten a coffee, and I can't go get a coffee either. Oh goodness, there's a lot of red alerts. Missile was on Cam 8 at 3:32. Missile was on Cam 8 at 3:32. All right, keep an eye on Cam 8, 3:32. I could use a private jet. No, I would hate a private jet, actually. I don't fly anywhere. I wouldn't even know what to do with a private jet. I'd be like, bruh. I would give it to people. I would give it to sick kids. That's my first thought. I'd be like, bro, I don't need this. Find someone who has trouble getting to the hospital and give this to them. You know what I'm saying? Alerts? No, that was on Cam 8. We're looking for Cam 8. Did I miss the missile? Hold on. Did I miss the missile? You can tell I'm tired. It was on Cam 8 at 3:32. I didn't see it. It's because I'm trying to get a coffee. I'm just going to get my regular coffee. I don't need like a special coffee. Alright. No, it's closed? What do you mean it's closed today? Oh, that's so frustrating. Then why is it on my map? Did I really miss the missile again? I'm so mad. Did I miss it? Bottom right of Cam 8. Huh? Well, you're going to have to give me a second here as I put together my coffee. I'm very tired. Not tired, I just didn't eat because I'm dumb. My chat moms are going to be mad at me. They're like, Grant, you know better. You know better, buddy. You were supposed to eat. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't like eating. And they're like, Grant, you have to eat. Top right at 3:32. Southern Lebanon. Alright, well, I gotta get my food here, so give me a second. I don't think I need a Gatorade. I'm fine with water. Gatorade's bad for you anyway. $5 tip is good. Bottom right. Okay. You mean Cam 11? 3:32, 13 seconds, both top cams. Alright, well, my order's on the way. I spent $15. I had a very good coupon, and I got it delivered. A coffee, a sandwich, and hash browns for $15 with tip. I see it! I see it! There's the missile. Oh, who spotted it? Reflection. Re-reflection, BYTM. God bless you. You nailed it. There's the missile right there. Where did that even come from, bro? It like comes out of here. It's moving. So it's not moving north to south. It's moving west to east. It came from Jordan. Here. Oh, it. Wait, why am I seeing it on the Haifa cam? Oh, that's crazy. So, alright, look. I can kind of figure out where all these cams are pointing. Alright, you see the missile up here in the top, like right here? Okay, watch where it appears next. So see it? Look, it's right here too. It's on 7 at the same time. Okay? That's crazy. So Haifa is very north. Like very, very north. This is a really good camera. So this is Haifa pointing south towards Tel Aviv. This is Tel Aviv pointing south towards the Negev. And this is Central Israel. No, that doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. That is Central Israel pointing east. Is it any on any of the other cams? No. Okay, so that's the missile there over Haifa. There it is over Tel Aviv Airport. So this camera is like right there in the Haifa shot. This camera is to the hold on, this is fascinating. This camera is to the Central Israel cam is to I think it's to the east. It's very hard to tell, but you can't tell where they are, but you can tell what direction they're pointing. That's fascinating. Wow. If Iranians launch satellites, do I think they have ICBMs? Oh yeah, I believe they have ICBMs. HelloFresh should sponsor Grant. Yeah, listen. If you were, how about this? If you're out there listening to this and you work for a company and you are aligned with my values and what I cover, sorry, I'm adjusting my nice little comfort little pillow on my chain. If you are aligned with my values and you want to sponsor this channel, we can talk. You'll reach 180 countries, like a lot of yous, but you have to align with my values, and you can't have any editorial control at all, and you can never approach me about anything. You just have to, I'll agree to the terms of you putting your logo on there. Like, you can give me the logo. You can pick where we put it. And then it will, I'll be contractually obligated to have it on the screen at that size for a certain amount of time every day. I would be open to that kind of discussion. So if you work for a company out there, oh, Slinky Socks, you didn't see it? I'll show it to you again. So Slinky Socks, you want to kind of keep an eye right here. Okay, you're going to keep an eye right here. So cam 3, cam 7, cam 8. All right, so the missile comes up for the first time right here. Okay, that's at 3:32 and 10 seconds. It's right here. Take a look. All right, now it's really bright right here. Now, simultaneously, it's over here. Okay, it's up here. It's very small, but you'll see it. And then simultaneously, so that's 3, it's on 7. Okay. So now it's very distinct here, but it's off this cam. So it's off 8, but it's over here. And then it's going south. That's not an actual alert. That was the alert from earlier. Sirens in Tel Aviv. That's odd. I'll get you the latest on this missile. I'm waiting for my coffee. Yes, I saw that, Miss Clutch, the attack on Mehrabad Airport and the American attack on the Iranian facilities in South Pars, the oil fields. So just as I was about ready to go to bed, the Iranians signaled that they are not done, not even close. Don't make me play the song, Iranians. I'll play the song. The press briefing apparently set for tomorrow at 8 a.m. has been canceled. Hello, Cheryl. I kind of want the song. I'm tired, though, and I need my coffee. And it doesn't arrive until, maybe 10 minutes. Come on now, coffee. Towel needs his coffee. All right, the song. That's nice. I really need a coffee. There's going to be wave after wave of attack. Here's the latest from the Negev. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Oh, my coffee's almost here. I'm so excited. Here's the latest from the Negev. If I'm going to be able to report for you, I need my food. I haven't eaten in 12 hours. I was irresponsible. Not irresponsible, I was overwhelmed. That's the missile that just hit the Negev. I don't know what kind of missile it is. It looks like one of those mean missiles. Well, all missiles are mean. I don't see much of an attempt to, attack them. Wow. I can't even believe that is real. It lights up the clouds. I don't see any interceptors at all, but it's not close to its target at that point. It's unclear what its target was probably Arad, near the Negev. I'll show you there's no interceptors, though. I have another angle of it. Same missile. No interceptors at all. There's no impact report, but there's no interceptors. Yikes. The attack in Saudi Arabia is very intense. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and right as I went to bed, the missiles continued. So I ordered some food. You'll have me for at least 4 more hours. All right, here's the latest from Saudi Arabia. Hello, Soul Controller. There has been a launch at South Israel. I do not have the impact. It went towards Beersheba and Arad. I don't have an impact report. Here's the latest from Saudi Arabia. This was the strike on Saudi Arabia. Oh, don't worry, Stu. I just didn't eat. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and that's the latest from Saudi Arabia. Very hard. It's actually a petrochemical plant. It's Jubail, Jubail, Saudi Arabia. This was Saudi Arabia. A residential building in Tehran was hit tonight. I'll show you the latest from the Iranian Red Crescent. A residential building in Tehran was hit tonight. Here is the latest from the Iranian Red Crescent.
شنبه است و یک جای دیگر از منطقه مسکونی در تهران مورد اصابت واقع شده. نیروهای امدادی خیلی به موقع رسیدن سر صحنه و امیدواریم که تعداد شهدای کمتری داشته باشیم.
حسن آبادی انتها برو امیر مجتهد
If you're wondering what's going, that was the latest from Tehran. If you're wondering what's going on in the U.S., there is a search for the leaker regarding the Iranian plane. All right, let's take a listen.
As you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one
Regarding the downing of the American plane.
for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about. There's some things you can't do, because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was the latest from Mr. President Trump. Now I'll show you the latest from Tehran. Here I now see why the Iranians are firing at Israel. The next wave will likely come soon. Oh, Kelsey Fitzsimmons has a Twitter. Here's the latest from Tehran. This is in Phase 4 of Pardis City in Tehran. This was 3 this morning. It's 2 journalists from Israel, Skynet activated. Hi, Elizabeth. Oh, my coffee's almost here. I'm so excited. This is Iran tonight. Oh, Francisco. Francisco, hola, mi amigo. Lo siento. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Francisco. Thank you, Miss Clutch. Francisco, no hay muchas bombas en los 9 horas pasada. Hace 9 horas pasada. Pero no tengo café. Y necesito café. En 5 minutos voy a tener mi café. Cuando yo tengo mi café, yo puedo entender más y hablar más en español. Para este momento, yo no comí durante los 10 horas pasado y entonces no puedo usar mi cabeza en todos los minutos. En 4 minutos voy a tener mi café y creo que café es muy importante, pero en el hora pasado hay una bomba. Irán le fusilarte al Beersheba en el sur de Israel y creo que esta bomba posiblemente impactó Beersheba. En este momento nosotros tenemos que ver las videos, las fotografías del Tehran, Irán, a este momento. Tehran, Irán. My friend Francisco only speaks Spanish, so... What? Wait, what? No, Miss Clutch, that must have been a mistake. Why did you... Was that a misclick? Hello, Kanapi. Iran attacked the south of Israel. Miss Clutch, I think you by accidentally misclicked on Kanapi's comment. That comment's pretty innocuous. I think you might have meant to reply to it. Oh, it was a reposted comment, not a problem. Oh, it was a triple posted comment. Kanapi, your comment went through 3 times. I was like, Miss Clutch, that comment's so innocuous. And I saw it like 3 times above. I think it was just a posting error. Oh, God bless you. So I can't get I wanted to get a coffee. My coffee maker's not here yet. So I got Dunkin' Donuts with a coupon. I got a large iced coffee with a shot of espresso. And then I got a sandwich and hash browns. And the total came to like $15 with tip. Might have been a little more with tip. I don't remember. But it was very cheap for Dunkin' Donuts delivered. I was surprised. I would have paid about that to actually go get it. This is the latest from Iran. No, Stu, I saw the missile. There was definitely a missile towards the south of Israel. I just don't know what area it hit. This is the latest from Iran. Not a problem, Kanapi. This is the latest from Tehran. Very rare full video of an attack on Tehran. This is Iran, Tehran tonight. It's a very rare video. You can watch it. It's very rare to see this. I'll be right back up. You're gonna watch this video once or twice. I gotta get my coffee. It's very rare to see this kind of video. This is from Iran tonight. Okay, I have my coffee and my lunch. Oh, it sounds like they did. Oh no! They better have my sandwich. They did it! I have my sandwich. I haven't eaten in 12 hours. Got a little overwhelmed today. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. What you are seeing right there is something you might see once during this war, which is HD footage of Tehran. I don't even know how that person got that out. I don't know. I don't know how they have a phone capable of doing that, or internet capable of doing that. I'm both impressed and baffled. Mostly impressed. I mean, that's actually a stunning accomplishment for anyone. They recorded that footage and somehow uploaded it. I have no idea how. Soul Controller, it depends. If you order late at night, there's no one on the roads. If you order in the middle of the day, it would be miserable. But I don't really do that. I might, if I have a coupon from DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever, and it's late, and I can pay about the same price as the store, I might. If you don't order for like months, They try to entice you back with coupons, so I just saved the coupons. Thank you. God bless you, Alan. I could not go much longer without eating. That was a bad idea. I can do streams for this long, but I have to eat. Oh, God bless you. Is that Peter's Warhead? I bet it is. Oh, I knew it before I clicked the super chat. God bless you, Peter's Warhead. Thank you so much for your compassion and kindness. You are wonderful, and we love the Canadian towels. You know, for a while, I had my tension with the people of Canada. It wasn't really the people of Canada. They didn't really do anything to me. I just decided I didn't like the War of 1812, and I blamed Canada for it. You know. Now I love Canada. Canada's wonderful. I love Denmark. I've just been making allies all over the world. Dougzilla, you didn't do anything wrong. What's the matter? Hello, JRP. Yep. Iran launched as soon as I was about to go to bed. They wanted to troll me. Speaking of trolling, let's listen to Mr. President's the end of his press conference earlier. Then you can watch my reaction to it as I eat. It was actually kind of funny. Mr. President gave a press conference earlier, and he started trolling the media. The media asked some pretty tough questions, though. But he also trolled them a little bit. How can anyone hate Canada? That's true. I feel like it should be illegal to hate Canada. Everybody loves Canada. All right, so I want to watch the end of this press conference. I missed it earlier. I was dealing with Uber.
Someday is weak and ineffective. Will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran.
This was earlier.
We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake.
New York Times is
Go ahead, please.
I like
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end.
By the way, when I say that, I mean I like his rhetorical style. That doesn't mean I agree with every policy or disagree with every policy. I just like his rhetorical style.
The war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages,
Right.
and we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So So which is it? Are you winding this down, or are you escalating?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't. It depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And after that, They're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO, I think it's a...
Hold on, just want to send a special shout out to Reflection. Hold on. I think it's Reflection BYTM. Yep. Who says, "Thank you for making me smile today and your dancing with your dancing and good songs." Well, God bless you, Reflection BYTM. Thank you for being here and for being you and for spending the day. We have more time together. I'm so grateful I got to get some food. I feel so much better. I could not just go hours without eating. It's bad. So, can you tell the war is really, I'm sure it's impacted so many people so much more, but for me it's like really thinned me out because I don't eat a lot when I'm under stress. Every single one of you is wonderful though, and I appreciate you, Reflection, very, very much. God bless you. Oh, I should start a new goal. Oh, we were so close on the last one. It's hard to hit the 10 one. I like to do it though, because when we do hit the 10, it's a big accomplishment. Bless you and play GOAT videos. Which is exactly what I will do. I'm sorry, I forgot to start that goal. I'm still getting...
Mark on NATO that will never disappear. Never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning when I spoke to UK of all. I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible. But 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable. Yeah.
Hello, Job for 9. I have not seen any reports about a boat blown up by a mine, but if you have a report for me to read, I absolutely will do so. So there was a There was a missile sent at the Negev. I do not have a damage report. We don't actually know where it went. We saw it on the cams. We know it's a missile. I saw videos from the ground. I don't have an impact report. God bless you. Job for 9. Let me know about any updates you see about said boat. God bless you. All right, you let me know. I did not see anything about that, but that's not to say it's not like just coming across the wires. You might have seen it before me. I have pretty good ability to monitor the wires, but some things can slip through. I'm still confused as to why the U.S. is canceling their press conference in the morning. It threw me off a little bit. Wow. Apparently tomorrow's the day. Wow. Oh my word. Wait, what? Alright, so the report coming out of the Wall Street Journal, and take everything in the U.S. press with a grain of salt right now, because Mr. President loves putting out false information to throw off the Iranians. Tanker blown up. I saw that, Robson. There's a weird tanker on fire right near the bridge in Panama. I have the video of it for you if you want to see it. I didn't initially play it because sometimes when I play something, like, first of all the networks freak out a little bit if like I'm because they don't want to get caught in the situation that they ran into with the Gildeer's Green situation. But yeah, you know, I'll show you the footage from the Bridge of the Americas in Panama City. This one is like a little bit too much of a coincidence. Like, it's a very, like, a bridge. Oh, thank you very much, All the World's a Stage. Here's what I got. I didn't play it earlier because I didn't want to incite panic, basically. But yeah, it's a little weird. Don't you think that's like a little bit too direct? Nightbot, did you yell at Miss Clutch? Yeah, I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. Could already be happening. Doesn't it seem a little weird for that tanker to like blow up in a way that like damaged the bridge? Here's the latest from All the World's a Stage. Just coming across the it's daytime tomorrow in Australia. It's been closed. All right, let's see what Australia has to say. What do you have to say, Australia? Oh, it's not really a report. It just says that the Bridge of the Americas has been closed. So this is the reason it was closed. How do you like even get that to happen? What a strange thing to happen. But just like such weird timing for a bridge to get attacked in Panama. Or not attacked, but damaged. I have footage from inside the bus too. Alright, here's the latest. I don't really know what caused this. Apparently serious injuries occurred. I know, right, Bunny? Like, that's not something you see every day. Here's a view from inside the bus on the bridge. Here's a view from inside the bus on the bridge. Not really sure how this happened. I'm still a little bit confused. I understand bridge, like I always look for Occam's razor, so I understand trucks can drive off bridges, but like that is a very specific kind of attack. By the way, that's somebody on the bus driving on the bridge. I'll show you the footage full screen now from inside the bus. Here's footage from inside the bus on the bridge of the Americas in Panama. Aye, sir. Rapper Offset has been shot. For those of you who are a fan of the rapper Offset, he has been shot at a casino in Florida. You're looking now at the bus at the Bridge of the Americas in Panama, which has been closed after a truck somehow kind of like blew up under the bridge. It's not really something you see every day. It's a bit odd. Yeah, it's a bit odd. You don't really see it every day. Yeah, one of the guys just like, if it happens, it happens. Oh, goodness. Siren sounding in Bahrain and missile threat alert in Saudi Arabia and the UAE as a new wave begins. Expect it now. Here it comes. I don't think there's going to be any deal with Iran. Oh, Spain has received the Palestinian ambassador. Spain recognized the state of Palestine. Would you like to see Spain receiving the Palestinian ambassador tonight? You don't see that every day. Here's a video of Spain receiving the Palestinian ambassador. I think that's the King of Spain. He's accepting his diplomatic papers because Spain just recognized the state of Palestine. It's actually a big deal. You can't like become a plenipotentiary unless the state you're in recognizes your home state. So that's like a big moment for the state of Palestine. I must adjust my chair. Hold on. It's a very big moment for the state of Palestine. Fuel doesn't melt steel. Nothing to see in Panama. Yeah, that's right. Nothing to see. Just a normal fuel tanker blowing up a big bridge. Just completely normal. Yeah, everything is masonry at those levels. The walls are literally decorated in gold. Watch how they shake each other's hand, too. Although they probably met outside of this, but watch if they shake hands, it's telling. Like they'll use certain grips. No, that's just a regular handshake. If they were doing something weird, you would see it. Like it's like this or something. I don't remember, bro. It's like that. I don't do that stuff, but it's like this. It's like there's a specific way of doing but that's for like a master mason, and they wouldn't do it like that. Like you do it when you're like meeting someone you don't know, and like there's a way to press your hand into their palm where like you tell them like that you're a member of that society, but they don't need to do that stuff here. Like he knows, they both know they're probably from a familiar or similar order, and it's probably not the Masons. I would guess it's like something a little more esoteric. But anyway, the point is like the way that they communicate is twofold. One, they ask like a question of each other, like if they don't know each other, or they use hand gestures, but not like this. Everyone thinks it's like this. No, it's more like how they interlock their hands, because you can put like pressure on the hand in a subtle way in public. Like if I shake your hand and I press on the inside of your palm, but I'm doing like if I'm a public figure and I have like a handshake with you and I want to send you a sign, like this part of the handshake is going to look normal on the outside, but I can be pressing on your palm to signal you or something, and that's what they do. It's a little weird. It's a little esoteric. I highly doubt that these two would have to do that. That's the King of Spain and the Palestinian ambassador. They know, they're like down. You know what I'm saying? Like they know who each other are. They don't need to do that kind of intro, but it does exist. Here's the latest from the Bridge of the Americas.
Agencia de alto impacto en uno de los puntos más sensibles del país, debajo del puente de las Américas.
Francisco,
un incendio de gran magnitud en camiones cisternas mantienen alerta a las autoridades con una escena que no solo preocupa por el fuego, sino por lo que representa.
Wait a minute. I speak Spanish. I can translate this.
Lo que parecía un incidente aislado hoy escala a una emergencia de alto impacto en uno de los puntos más sensibles del país. Debajo del puente de las Américas, un incendio de gran magnitud en camiones cisternas mantienen alerta a las autoridades con una escena que no solo preocupa por el fuego, sino por lo que representa. Infraestructura crítica comprometida. Las primeras informaciones confirman que el incendio se originó en el parque de tanques de Balboa y se propagó más allá de una unidad, generando explosiones, una columna densa de humo negro visible desde distintos puntos de la ciudad, obligando a la evacuación del área. El dato más delicado hasta ahora, una persona se mantiene desaparecida y al menos 3 resultaron heridas, mientras equipos del Cuerpo de Bomberos de Panamá continúan en labores intensivas de control y extinción. Pero hay un elemento que eleva el nivel de esta emergencia. Uno de los pilotes del puente habría sido alcanzado por el calor del incendio, y aquí la discusión deja de ser solo operativa y pasa a ser estructural. El puente de las Américas no es cualquier vía, es un eje logístico clave del país. Cualquier afectación, aunque sea preventiva, tiene implicaciones directas en movilidad, comercio y seguridad. Por eso la decisión de cerrar el tránsito no es exagerada, es una medida necesaria ante un escenario que todavía está en desarrollo. Ahora mismo la prioridad es clara: controlar el fuego, ubicar a la persona desaparecida y garantizar que no exista riesgo mayor para la estructura del puente. Por ahora el país a la espera del informe oficial del Cuerpo de Bomberos, que deberá esclarecer no solo las causas, sino también las consecuencias reales de este incidente. Porque aquí no solo se quemó un vehículo, aquí se puso en riesgo una de las arterias más importantes de Panamá.
Operaciones, nos encontramos aquí en el área de La Boca, en un incendio de aproximadamente 3 camiones cisternas que fueron afectados por la llama, realizando funciones de trasiego. El benemérito Cuerpo de Bomberos se encuentra en el lugar trabajando con aproximadamente 5 vehículos para poder mitigar lo que vendría siendo este incendio a gran escala que hemos mantenido en el día de hoy.
Hemos logrado el objetivo de básicamente extinguir el incendio, de hacer la contención y de bajar temperatura, porque este es un incendio que se tiene que trabajar poco a poco para ir bajando la temperatura. Lamentablemente tenemos 2 personas heridas con quemaduras de 2º grado, colaboradores, y se nos habla de un tercero que no pudo salir. Estamos en operaciones de búsqueda, no hemos tenido resultados positivos, pero seguimos trabajando. Nuestras unidades no se pudieron acercar totalmente, ya que tenemos 2. Las cabezas del equipo sufrieron quemaduras leves, pero sufrieron quemaduras de 2º grado, para que ustedes magnificen lo que es la temperatura que se estaba generando. Tenemos el incendio bajo control, no hay riesgo en estos momentos de propagación, sin embargo seguimos refrescando el sitio hasta el punto del tanque principal. Importante destacar que hemos recibido el apoyo del SUME 911 de atención hospitalaria, la Caja de Seguro Social, equipos de búsqueda y rescate parte del Servicio Nacional Aeronaval, personal de la Autoridad del Canal de Panamá, en este caso la máquina 6 de la ACP, que también ha llegado al sitio para reforzar las operaciones.
Latest from the, okay, so he said, well, there were two different reports. The first guy, well, there were three reports. The first guy said there were 3 people injured. It's unclear if he said one is dead. He said there were 3 people injured. There was multiple fires that they were putting out under the bridge. And then he said the Bridge of the Americas is like a vital transportation route for goods, services, and people. And then the firemen said that they put out like 5 vehicles that were damaged or on fire. And then they put out a bunch of different fires. I couldn't understand everything the fireman said. He was talking very fast. And then the third guy, I couldn't really understand him. I couldn't understand what he was saying because I was focused on other things. Let's see. I can translate it for you, Bunny Tell. We have to do it one line at a time, though. Okay, so they say...
Lo que parecía un incidente aislado hoy escala una emergencia de alto impacto en uno de los puntos más sensibles del país, debajo del Puente de las Américas.
There was a big event. I don't understand all of that. There was a big event in the country at the Bridge of the Americas in Panama.
Un incendio de gran magnitud en camiones.
There was a fire of big magnitude.
Cisternas mantienen alerta a las autoridades con una
There were multiple automobiles impacted.
escena que no solo preocupa por el fuego,
They're not just focused on the fire.
sino por lo que representa.
They're focused on the impact on the structure. I can't really
Infraestructura
understand.
crítica comprometida. Las primeras
The structure was critically compromised.
informaciones confirman que el incendio se originó en el parque de tanques de Balboa y se propagó.
The information confirmed that the fire occurred in the park of Balboa, something along those
Más
lines.
allá de una unidad, generando explosiones, una columna densa
There were multiple explosions.
de humo negro visible desde distintos puntos de la ciudad, obligando a la evacuación del área. El dato más delicado hasta ahora, una persona se mantiene desaparecida y al menos
One person has disappeared.
3 resultaron heridas,
3 were rescued.
mientras equipos del Cuerpo de Bomberos de Panamá
They used equipos de bomberos, like water bombs,
continúan en labores intensivas de control y extinción. Pero hay un elemento
to control the explosion.
que eleva el nivel de esta emergencia. Uno de los pilotes del puente habría sido alcanzado por el calor del incendio y aquí la discusión
There were multiple tanks that went up in fire.
deja de ser solo operativa y pasa a ser estructural. El puente de las
And then it went onto the structure of the bridge.
Américas no es cualquier vía, es un eje
The bridge is not functioning.
logístico clave del país. Cualquier afectación, aunque sea preventiva, tiene implicaciones directas en movilidad, comercio
It has direct implications on mobility.
y seguridad. Por eso la decisión de cerrar el tránsito no es
It's a very serious impact on transit.
exagerada, es una medida necesaria ante un escenario
And it's a measure that's
que
necessary
todavía está en desarrollo. Ahora mismo la prioridad
for something.
es clara,
I can't
controlar el fuego, ubicar a la persona desaparecida
It's clear they had to put out the fire.
y garantizar que no exista riesgo mayor para la estructura del puente. Por ahora el país
They can't exit from the area on the structure because of the
a la
damage.
espera del informe oficial del Cuerpo de Bomberos que deberá esclarecer no
I
solo
don't know
las
what a
causas, sino
bomberos is. What the hell is a bombero? Spanish to English. Bombero. Maybe fireman? Firefighter, yeah. So the bombero is a fireman.
también las consecuencias reales de este incidente, porque aquí no solo se quemó un vehículo, aquí se puso en riesgo una de las arterias más importantes.
There was a lot of vehicles on the artery, like the road, it's like a main artery, which is very important. There are a lot of vehicles traveling because it's an important artery.
De Panamá.
Operaciones nos encontramos aquí en el área de la boca de un incendio de aproximadamente
At the mouth of the fire,
3 camiones cisterna que fueron
there
afectados
were 3 cambiones, like 3 combustions, 3 explosions.
por la llama realizando funciones de trasiego. El benemérito cuerpo de bomberos se encuentra en el lugar trabajando con aproximadamente 5 vehículos para
We had to work on containing the fire in 5 vehicles.
poder mitigar lo que vendría siendo este incendio a gran escala que hemos mantenido el día de hoy.
Hemos logrado el objetivo de básicamente extinguir el incendio, de hacer la contención y de bajar temperatura, porque este es un incendio que se tiene que trabajar poco a poco para ir bajando
They're working slowly, a little bit,
la temperatura.
to put the fire
Dos
out.
personas heridas con quemaduras de segundo grado, colaboradores, y se nos habla de un tercero que no pudo salir. Estamos en operaciones de búsqueda, no hemos tenido resultados positivos, pero seguimos trabajando. Nuestras unidades no se pudieron acercar totalmente, ya que tenemos dos, que a pesar del equipo sufrieron quemaduras leves, pero sufrieron quemaduras de segundo grado, para que ustedes magnificen esto, lo que es la temperatura que se estaba generando. Tenemos incendios bajo control, no hay riesgo en estos momentos de propagación, sin embargo seguimos refrescando el sitio hasta el punto del tanque principal. Importante destacar que hemos recibido el apoyo del SUME 911 de Atención Hospitalaria, la Caja de Seguro Social, equipos de búsqueda y rescate del Servicio Nacional Aeronaval, personal de la Autoridad del Canal de Panamá, en este caso la máquina 6 de la ACP, que también ha llegado al sitio para reforzar las operaciones nuestras y así poder garantizar, culminar o extinguir totalmente este lamentable incendio. Y ya también tenemos personal de investigaciones nuestras empezando a hacer las primeras experticias a fin de determinar las causas que produjeron este lamentable incendio.
Yeah, so I couldn't understand the last part. I saw that. U.S. Senator Cotton said today the brave men and women of the 102nd 42nd Field Artillery Brigade from Arkansas depart for the Middle East. Hey, no personalities. No personalities. No personalities. Who just did that? Dead Skipper. You are issued a warning. No personalities. There was a cabinet meeting. Let's see. Was it Al Hadath? Hold on. I have to see which one it is. I have to see who uploaded it. If it's Al Hadath, we can watch it. Al Gadad. Okay. Does it have translations? I don't have my ad blocker on. Why is this thing so sensitive? I literally have YouTube completely whitelisted. Oh, I have to refresh. I see. YouTube is so sensitive. Don't forget to turn your ad blockers off, by the way. Great way to support channels across YouTube. All right, so I'm going to translate this into English for you from Arabic. Okay, here are the captions. This is the latest from Israel regarding the cabinet meeting tonight.
التي عقدت خلال 24 ساعة الأخيرة. أولا اجتماع الكابينت مساء الأمس، أيضا خلال ظهر هذا اليوم أيضا كان هناك اجتماع أمني برئاسة رئيس الوزراء بنيامين نتنياهو. بالإضافة إلى هذا المساء أيضا يعاد اجتماع أمني بين رئيس الوزراء وقادة الأجهزة الأمنية المؤسسة الأمنية. عموما ما يتم بحثه في هذه الاجتماعات هي الموقف الإسرائيلي، الشروط الإسرائيلية بالنسبة لأي اتفاق محتمل مع الولايات المتحدة، وأيضا الخطط العملياتية العسكرية والأهداف الإسرائيلية، بنك الأهداف لدى إسرائيل خلال المرحلة المقبلة. عموما التوقعات في إسرائيل والتقديرات بأن هذه المفاوضات لن تفضي إلى شيء، لن تنتهي إلى اتفاق لوقف إطلاق النار رغم المسارات المتخذة لأن يستغلوا هذا الوقت لوقف إطلاق النار إذا ما كان من جهة الوسطاء، إذا ما كان أيضا بالمسارات المختلفة والمقترحات المختلفة. ولكن في إسرائيل يعتقدون ويقولون بأن التقديرات تشير إلى انخفاض الاحتمالات نحو وقف إطلاق النار. لذلك في إسرائيل تريد الآن أن تستعد أو استعدت خلال الساعات الماضية للخطط العملياتية والأهداف التي تريد أن تستهدفها. أولا في إسرائيل يقولون بأنهم سوف يستهدفوا في الفترة المقبلة كما قال رئيس الولايات المتحدة إذا لم يكن هناك اتفاق هو محطات الطاقة، منشآت الطاقة الإيرانية، بالإضافة إلى ذلك المنشآت النفطية الإيرانية لتعزز وتعمق الأزمة الاقتصادية الداخلية الإيرانية. عموما في إسرائيل يقولون بأن هذه الأهداف تم المصادقة عليها بالفعل وتم مناقشتها، ولكن أيضا كان هناك تنسيق ما بين الولايات المتحدة وما بين إسرائيل خلال الساعات الماضية. مثلا الاتصال الهاتفي الذي حدث ما بين رئيس الوزراء وما بين ترامب، يعني يقول كانت تقول هيئة البث الإسرائيلية بأن هذا الاتصال الاتصال حدث ليلة أمس، وكان يتضمن حث نتنياهو للرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب بأن لا يسعى إلى أي اتفاق لوقف إطلاق النار دون التلبية جميع الشروط، ويعد هذه الخطوة هي خطوة خطيرة وفق ما قال مسؤولون لهيئة البث. وقال نتنياهو أو قال ترامب رد على نتنياهو بأنه لن يتخلى عن مطلبه في أي اتفاق بأن تسلم إيران جميع اليورانيوم المخصب لديها مع الوعود والضمانات بألا تخصب أي من اليورانيوم عالي التخصيب خلال المرحلة المقبلة. عموما ما يقال أيضا في القناة 12 الإسرائيلية بأن إيران لم ترد على المقترحات الأمريكية والشروط الأمريكية، لم تلبي هذا الأمر حتى هذه اللحظة. الاحتمالات ضعيفة لأن يكون هناك بالفعل اتفاق حتى لو كان على نقاط جزئية خلال هذه المرحلة رغم المسارات الموجودة من الوسطاء، رغم المقترحات المختلفة بشأن وقف إطلاق النار لمرحلتين، المرحلة الأولى 45 يوما والمرحلة الثانية يمكن أن تمدد هذه المرحلة للوصول إلى اتفاق شامل. ولكن أيضا في إسرائيل لا يريدون أن يتنازلوا عن المطالب الأساسية. في إسرائيل يقولون بأنه ليس فقط البرنامج النووي الذي تطالب فيه جميع الأطر الإسرائيلية إذا ما كان الائتلاف الحكومي وإذا ما كان أيضا المعارضة، ولكن أيضا البرنامج الباليستي تريد تحجيم هذا البرنامج وتريد أيضا تقليص الصواريخ الباليستية والبرنامج والمعدات والبنى التحتية لهذا البرنامج الباليستي في إيران. بالإضافة إلى ذلك تريد إسرائيل أن تستهدف خلال هذه الفترة أو الفترة القادمة جميع المنشآت الاقتصادية الإيرانية وأيضا منشآت الطاقة، وذلك أيضا لتعميق الأزمة الاقتصادية الداخلية وأيضا لتحدث مشكلة داخلية إيرانية. هذا معناه تفكيك الحكومة.
I've noticed one thing. Like, I like El Mayadeen. The journalists there are good. I like El Manah. I don't watch as much of El Manah, but the journalists are good. I like Al Gad. The journalists are good. I like Al Jazeera. The journalists are good. But the one thing I've noticed about Arabic language reports, and maybe it's just the style of the report, but they will go for about 8 minutes to say what I would say in like 60 seconds. Now, I'm not saying, like, the languages are different, so, like, the way they express themselves, like, there are a lot less words in Arabic, so, like, Arabic is a lengthier language to speak in. There's just more expressions in Arabic. Like, the words are just very eloquent. But I swear, the reporters who work for some of these stations, like, they're trained a very specific way. It's the, like, Arabic style of reporting. You just talk really fast and just say, like, just say it over and over. Like, say it in different ways, but just keep talking until the, like, anchor cuts you off. Just talk as fast as you can. It must be like what the Arabic population is used to, the Arabic speaking population is used to on news, bro. I don't know who set this standard. It's really unnecessary. Like, it's not the way I would do it. Obviously, I do it differently. When a lot of stuff is happening, I'm like, yes, I will deploy that style of speaking because I need to pack in, I don't know, 50 updates in an hour. Oh, my antibiotic. I have to take that. Hold on. I have to take amoxicillin 3 times a day. It's this very bad tasting pill. If I don't take it with, oh, there's no milk in my coffee. That's right. If I don't take it with food, it hurts my belly. So I had to order that sandwich to be able to take my amoxicillin. It has made my tooth feel better, though. But yes, I would report. I just don't report this way. It's just, and no, there's the Arabic male reporters talk the same way, very fast. It's like the audience expects you to just talk 100 miles an hour all the time. Even when it's just like the morning news, you are expected to pack as much in as you can. Here's the scenes from the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida.
You're in the casino in Hard Rock.
Where Offset, a member of the group Migos, has been shot. I think the police got the suspects. They got him.
You're in the casino in Hard Rock. Gun violence. You're in the casino in Hard Rock. Gun violence. You're in the casino in Hard Rock. Gun violence. You're in the casino in Hard Rock.
This is the latest. Rapper Offset, a member of the group Migos, has been shot. Okay, here's the latest from U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham. He's a bit of a war hawk. Yes, Offset has been shot, member of the group Migos in Florida. It is unclear his condition. That was the footage from the ground. Might have been a hit of some kind. Here's the latest from Lindsey Graham.
That needs to end too. So I'm very optimistic that President Trump's going to bring this regime to an end one way or the other. I prefer diplomacy, but this time tomorrow night, they're either going to do a deal that makes sense for the world and the region and for Iran itself, or we're going to blow them up. That needs to end too. So I'm very optimistic that President Trump's going to bring this regime to an end one way or the other. I prefer diplomacy, but this time tomorrow night, they're either going to do a deal that makes sense for the world and the region and for Iran itself, or we're going to blow them up. That needs to end too.
Okay. Hey, listen, I'm not going to judge people based on their sexual preferences, bruh. Whatever, makes you happy when it comes to love, that's cool. As long as you're not harming kids or animals. As long as, consent is there, I don't really care. I don't know. I think it's a little odd, but I'm not going to judge people based on their sexual proclivities. Whatever makes you happy, no one needs to know, or you can tell people, I don't care. Your sex life is your sex life. Whatever makes you happy, more power to you. It's really not a big deal. As long as you're not hurting kids or animals, I really don't care. And no buying prostitutes. But that's more of it enables human trafficking. I've thought a lot about it. And there's just no way to have a system of prostitution that doesn't enable human trafficking. So no hurting kids, no hurting animals, no buying prostitutes. Otherwise, I don't care what you do. Bro, you could marry a sock as far as I care. If marrying a sock makes you happy, go ahead. Whatever. People dress up as animals and they're happy as hell, bro. That's cool. They're not hurting animals. They're just dressing up like them. I'm cool with that. I've never done it. I don't understand, but cool. I'm glad they're happy. They seem very happy. When it comes to sex and love, really, whatever makes you happy, as long as you're not hurting a child or an animal or buying prostitutes, it really doesn't matter. I know a lot of people have certain moral views, but bro, if it's not your bedroom, what do you care? Really, I get the insidious influence within society of certain sexual behaviors that could appropriately be classified as deviant. I get that. We don't need to be putting that on every street corner. Remember a scene in The West Wing where some faith leader was like, Mr. President, do you think it's right that the average American can buy pornography on the corner for $5? And the president looks back and says, I don't think it's right that the average American has to pay $5 for pornography. Or he was like, I think $5 is way too much to pay for pornography. Which, frankly, is true. I wouldn't pay $1 for pornography. I don't even look at pornography. I find something off-putting about the whole thing. I think it also leads to human trafficking. I don't know. I don't envision I'll ever look at pornography again. Anyway, but my point is, as long as you're not hurting other people, or children or animals, or buying people, it really doesn't matter who you love. It's between you and the person you love. Like, if it makes you happy, like, you shouldn't ignore what makes you happy because you feel there's a societal expectation not to engage in that form of love. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Who cares? As long as it's not a child or an animal, or as long as you're not buying the other person, who cares? Really. I don't understand why people get so up in arms about who other people love. I mean, I get people have their moral views on it, whatever. But, like, apply that in your life then, okay? If, like, you don't believe in, like, sex outside of procreation, great. Like, don't engage in, like, sodomy, which is any sex that's not for procreation. Literally. I don't even think people know what sodomy is. They're just going around calling each other sodomites. It's like, you're all probably sodomites. Oh my goodness. Towel's views on sexual reproduction. I know, Bill. It's not the act of selling sex. It's that you can't have prostitution without human trafficking. It's not the actual act of the exchange of money for sex. Me. I wouldn't do it, but more power to you, I guess. It's just that you can't have that without there also being a system of human trafficking. It just doesn't exist in a silo, and it never will. Power imbalance, physical size difference, the dangerous environment in which you have to work in. So, yeah, my policy position is formally prostitution is illegal. It will continue to be illegal. Prosecute the Johns and the pimps and leave the girls alone and the guys alone that are actually working. Don't prosecute the street workers. Don't even charge them. Decriminalize it, but then heavily criminalize the pimps. I mean, make it such an offense. First of all, pimps aren't really a thing. They're still around, obviously. But that glorious, quote-unquote, lifestyle that never existed in the 70s, that was never really a thing. And it's not really, like, human traffickers these days make the girls, like, tattoo their faces. Judges, you go into a courtroom, bro, with a guy's name tattooed on your face, that judge knows right away you're a human trafficking victim. But anyway, it's like a brand. Bro, you got a brand out there on girls' faces, I'm coming for you. Not just me, I got a whole cavalry. They're in the Congress. I swear to God, you ever put a tattoo on a girl's face as your brand, I'm coming for you. You're not going to make it. Enjoy your time on the streets. You got like 10 years, maybe 5 to 10 at most. I'm going to get every one of you. Any girl out there that's branded, don't worry, we're coming for you. I'm going to come help you. I can't believe people were doing that in America. I'm going to find every one of them. Bro, you put brands on people's faces, I'm going to find you. I'm going to put you in jail for life. And the thing is, you were dumb enough to put a brand, so I can track you easily. I become president, I will send my whole DOJ after anyone that put a brand on a girl or a guy's face as a mark of human trafficking. Every one of them. I'll put them in Florence, ADX too. I want them all in supermax, isolated 23 hours a day. I want to treat them like terrorists. That would give me a lot of pleasure. You don't understand how much pleasure I get out of locking up bad people. It makes me so incredibly happy. I don't want to be a prosecutor. I can't be a prosecutor, bro. Do you know what every defendant would do if I were a prosecutor? They would go get my streams and be like, Your Honor, the prosecutor the prosecutor said this. The prosecutor said this. Your Honor, in 2026, the prosecutor went on a very long rant about police corruption. He said the state police in Massachusetts were pimps. Your Honor, imagine the motions in limine. Your Honor, I would like to move to remove the prosecutor from the case because 6 years ago on a stream, he basically said that the state police in Massachusetts were pimps for Jeffrey Epstein. The judge would be like, well, was he right? Oh my, can you imagine having to go up against me as a defendant or a prosecutor? Would you want that? Would you want 100% of my attention focused on you? Oh my God. That would be kind of funny though. I'd have quite a reputation. They'd be like, oh yeah, you don't want to go up against that dude. He cites the Supreme Court opinions from the 1800s as a footnote. Oh goodness. Listen, Balsar. I want my paintings back from Adnan Khashoggi. I will accept no negotiations. Yeah, my point is though, like anyone involved in human trafficking, if you elect me as president of the United States, I will dedicate. You don't understand. I know all about the DOJ. I've never been in it. They did recruit me. I didn't want to be in the antitrust section. They aggressively recruited me. It was kind of scary, actually. But anyway, I really like the DOJ. I know a lot about it. Like, I know what the DAG does, the DAG. I know what the AG does, AAG. I know what divisions are under which. Like, the civil divisions under the AAG, and like the criminal and other divisions are under the DAG. And then everybody reports to the AG. And like, we got to fix that a little bit, bro. We really got to reform the Justice Department. We have this like really pernicious problem within the AAG. Especially that division. We got to fix it. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on up there in the civil division, in the antitrust section. There's just something wrong with the third. Like, we got to change the way the Justice Department functions a little bit. It's fine on the whole. Like, so first of all, like, if you elect me, okay, I'm just going to run for president from this YouTube channel. I haven't filed papers. I figure if enough of you just support me, I just become a presidential candidate. So just go tell people that you want me to be president. And once we get enough people behind this, like, I'll just become president. I won't even have to do anything. I'll be on the debate stages. I'll like have a I'll be the first presidential candidate who did it with no money. Zero. I want that to be the story. I want no money. Literally, like, I'm going to just do it from this channel, okay? So if you elect me president, here's my proposal for the Department of Justice. Okay, first of all, we're bringing back the Watergate-era special prosecutor law, okay? Like, if I do anything wrong, I want to be prosecuted by an independent special prosecutor. I don't do things wrong, but I want to be prosecuted by an independent special prosecutor. And we got to get rid of this stupid concept. I'm sorry, I don't mean to insult the Chief Justice, but what do you do, Mr. Chief Justice? We got to get rid of this concept of like presidential inviolability. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Do you know what President Nixon would have done if you let him do that, bro? Oh my God, it would have been so much worse. We got to get rid of that. I'll write a law to overturn the decision that allowed for retroactive and current presidential immunity. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. Like, that's a microcosm of partisan politics run so amok that you end up... It's like Habermas's critique of legal irrationality embodied. Like, you've gotten so far into the weeds of ends justify the means methodology that you absolve the president of criminal liability entirely. What? And ex-presidents. Are you out of your mind? Seriously. When I could have met the Chief Justice a few years ago, I didn't really want to. He seems like a nice man, but like, bro, I'd start talking about Bohemian Grove. Like, what's up with Sahara Camp? What's up with Doghouse Camp? And he'd be like, who is this dude? And I'd be like, Wendy Murphy's son. He'd be like, oh, I understand. But anyway, my point is, I was mad at the Chief Justice about that opinion. So as a byproduct of that, I will go to Congress and subject myself to the oversight of a special prosecutor in the style of the post-Watergate reforms. I will. I've studied every single minute of Senator Irving's committee from the summer of 1973. I know exactly. I read the whole report. Do you understand? I used to listen in bed to the Senate Watergate report on repeat for months on end. Bro, I have that whole report memorized. I have the majority report and the minority report of Senator Irving's committee from 1973, that summer. I have it memorized because I used to listen to it. There was a period in my life for like 6 months where every night I went to bed listening for 10 hours a night to the Senate Watergate committee report. Bro, I love that document. It's one of my favorite documents in all of history. I have it memorized because I've listened to it. That one I'd say I listened to. I'm not exaggerating. I listened to that about 250 times. I know that report like the back of my hand. You must elect me president. Zeppelins. Okay. All right. Soul Controller, I will bring back one Zeppelin. We're not making a fleet of them. What are we? All right. Hold on. Okay. Let me get back to. We'll get to the Zeppelin thing in a second. I will build one Zeppelin for Soul Controller. He gets to just fly around in it. Oh no! Oh no! I dropped my coffee. That was probably a sign that I didn't need to drink the end of that. Oh, wait a minute. That was my coffee from earlier. I was like, why does that not have a lot of ice? Hold on. I need the towel. Where is my backup towel? I dropped my coffee. We have a coffee-based emergency. Good thing I have the towel I used to mop the floor the other day and then wipe up another spill. You know, I said to myself, saying, you should probably save that towel because this is going to happen again inevitably. And look at that. I dropped my coffee and I immediately had a towel. I feel like I just have to keep towels around me at all times. Like, I'm just a very, spill-prone person. I'm a little bit klutzy. Most autistic people are. I mean, not most, but at least I am. We have very bad dexterity. Like, I can't open, soda cans. There's something wrong, with my hands. I don't have very fine motor skills when it comes to my fingers. But I have, very good reaction time. But, I'm very klutzy. I can't, I don't know. I struggle when it comes to, holding objects. If that makes sense. It's very hard for me to open a soda can. I get really frustrated. Or opening packaging. When I have to peel the plastic open on a box of food, I can't do it. My fingers just don't have enough dexterity to actually manipulate. My hands don't work like that. When I see people do it, I'm just stunned. I'm like, how do you open a soda can like that? And they're like, Grant, you just pull the tab. And I'm like, bro, I can't do that. I don't know how you I have to put my finger under the tab and pull up. I can't grab the tab. I don't know how to explain it. It's a pen. No, so I thought it was an age thing too. I really did. But my whole life it's been like this. I cannot I don't have these it's just in my hands. I just cannot manipulate fine objects. I don't know why. I've never been able to. It's very frustrating. It gets exceptionally frustrating. Imagine being so clumsy that you go to pick up a soda can, but it just falls. And it's been that way your whole life. You think you're good, bro. You're just I'm going to reach down, grab it. Nope. Just falls. Oh, Bill Meyer says, I want to thank all the veterans who have served in the service. I pray for all those who have gave their life to make us a free country. Amen. You know, Bill, I'll take that wonderful sentiment as an opportunity to reflect and pray for my grandfather who passed away this year. I miss Grampy very much. See, Bill, Grampy wanted to deploy. Grampy was a little overeager to get into the Navy. He may have, told the Navy he was 18 when he was 17. This was very common back then. A lot of young men, really wanted to go into World War II. This was, 1942, I think, right after Pearl Harbor. A lot of young men wanted to enlist after Pearl Harbor. And the way that it worked was you had to be a certain age, even with parental like waiver. You had to be a certain age to go into the military. And my grampy may, because he really wanted to go into the Navy, he may have fudged it a little bit, but this was very common. Like a lot of people really wanted to serve, and they weren't old enough, so the records weren't the same back then. It was way before the digital age. So you had like a lot of kids throughout the U.S. who wanted to go into World War II, and they would just go to the enlistment office and be like, "Yeah, I'm 18," and they'd be like, "Okay," and do you have like proof? And they'd show them like a handwritten like ID. Yeah, like, I'm 18. So anyway, my grandfather goes down to the port in Boston, and he really wanted to be a sailor. He really wanted to be in the Navy and go onto a ship. I think either his father was in the Navy or his father was in the Air Force. I forget exactly what it was, but his father had served or something. So it was very important to him that he get, in the Navy. So he goes down to the port, signs right up the way he used to tell it. He signs right up, and he goes to the medical unit, and they're going to put him on this ship and send him to World War II. And so they say to him, and he's young, like, "Do you have any allergies?" Him not really thinking, because he's 18 and has never even probably been to a doctor since he was like a child, is like, "No, everything's fine." And they're like, "Okay." So that was in World War II, there were wool uniforms in the Navy for a certain point, very thick. And so they put him on the ship, and he goes through training, and then they give him his wool uniform. And I don't know how long went by. Like, I think he said it was not that long. He was in his bed. He woke up, and he could not move, and he was completely covered in rashes from the wool. So he gets rushed to the doctor of the ship, and they're like, "Why didn't you tell us you were deathly allergic to wool?" And he was like, he just looked at them. He was like, I didn't know. So anyway, my grandfather almost died. Before they could even, they did disembarked, but they did not get to theater. He almost died on the ship. But he wanted to serve in the Navy. So I forget what happened. He went to the hospital for, I think it was like 6 months. He didn't have to go to a sanitarium or whatever. His sister was in one for TB at the time. He had to go to some special hospital, or I don't remember. Like, it was bad. He almost died. But he lived, and then they wouldn't let him go back on the boat. He was obviously very disabled. So he served at the Boston Naval Yard for 3 years until 45, and then he got a medical discharge. But yeah, my grandfather was like very, very intent on going to World War II, and he was like, that was the closest I ever got to Europe. He was afraid of flying, so I tried to take him on a boat to Ireland, but we never made it happen. He was from one of the counties in Ireland. But yeah, he was like, that's the closest I ever got to Europe, Gran. He was a good man. He was itching to, no pun intended, he was itching to go. He really wanted to go. He told me that was one thing that he always regretted, that he didn't get to go into theater in World War II. He just lost a lot of friends that he grew up with, and I think he felt very guilty about that. Never said a negative word about the service his whole life, though. Went on to become a bricklayer after he left the service. Very honorable man. And then he became a fireman. Worked his way up from so he was a really cool guy, and he was very well liked in his community. So after he got out of the service, when he grew up, he was raised by, I think, just his mom. I don't remember what happened to his dad. I think something bad happened. I'm gonna have to ask the family historian, who's my nana. But when he was a kid, like 6 years old, so we're talking like 20s, 30s, he would go to the fire department. every day, and once a week his mother or his aunt, I think he might have been raised by his aunt or something, they would give him, or his dad, or I forget who it was, I don't remember that part of the story, I will ask, they would give him 5 cents, and to him, like a nickel was like the biggest deal in the world as a kid. And he would go to the fire department and he would ask them for permission, because they had a special vending machine in the fire department where you could get a can of pop soda for 5 cents. And he would go to the fire department and he would talk to the firemen. And he would just kind of chat them up, and they would it was like a neighborhood fire station right near his home. So his mom would send him down to the store. He said that she would send him to buy cigarettes, which I never understood. Apparently it was popular back then. So she would give him like a quarter for the packs of cigarettes, however many he would buy. And then he would get bread and milk, and then he would have 5 cents for his can of pop or whatever it was. And so he would go to the firehouse. They would let him go into right into where the fire truck was, on the inside of the loading door or whatever it was. And he would buy the can of soda, and he would put it all in a bag, and he would bring it to his house, and whatever it was, and that was his special treat. And so he went back to that same fire station and asked them if he could take the civil service exam. And I don't know if it had just come out. I don't really remember what the process was, but he had been in the Navy. And so for them, he was a very high priority applicant to go into the fire service because he had been in the Navy. And in Massachusetts, I don't know if it's this way in every state, but in Massachusetts, the civil service exam really rewards people who serve in the military, both as a commendation for service to the country, but also as an expression of your skills are valuable. You went through training, you're valuable in public service. So you get extra points, not just on the entrance exam, I think, but you also probably get extra points. I don't know. I think Grampy told me once, but I don't remember. He was the fire chief. I'll tell you the story, but you get there's different exams you have to take in the fire department and in the police department. If you want to become in the fire department, if you want to become a captain, you have to take the captain's exam. If you want to become you have to just kind of rank up through examination, and then also how you score on the exam is dependent on all these factors. It's very bureaucratic. So anyway, my grandfather goes to that same fire station and is I want to become a fireman. So they tell him, he told me this story, they told him how to do it. They were okay, you served in the Navy, so that's good. You have to go, I don't remember if it was before the civil service or right when it started. They were you got to go apply, because he lived in that town. You have to apply, you have to live here, when you apply or something. You have to take a test, and he wasn't the smartest guy, but he was very common sense orientated. So he had to study for that test. He told me he studied harder than he studied for anything. He only had a high school education because he went right into the Navy. He said he studied harder for that firefighter exam than anything, and he got a 98 or something. Impossibly high score for his level of education. And so he gets hired by the fire department after working as a bricklayer, probably I don't know, 1 or 2 years. And so he gets hired as a fireman. Starts as I think he said he started on the ladder truck, either I think he was a driver actually at first for the ladder truck. I think it was it might have been engine 3 actually out at the fire HQ. I don't remember. It might have been ladder 1. Anyway, so he was a driver, and then he became a ladder man, I want to say. He told me his whole progression. I have it memorized and written down somewhere. I don't really need to write it down. I have it memorized. I could also just pull his records, but he was very proud of it. He went from driving the truck to being the ladder man. Then he became, I want to say a lieutenant. So he spent more time at the station. Then he became a captain, then an assistant chief, and then a chief. And by the time he retired, he was the fire chief of Newton, Massachusetts, which is one of the biggest cities in the state of Massachusetts. So he did a really good job. People really liked him. And he's kind of like what I've always thought of as like the quintessential American man. Like very family orientated. Like you didn't want to make him mad, but like very like protective of like women. Like somehow simultaneously protective and degrading towards women, which I never understood. But like just one of the greatest like generation, and like really like gave America its like footing and saw it like through its like greatest moments. He was everything to me about this country. Like without him, I don't think I would have the appreciation for America that I do. And also because he just loved this country so much, and he just always looked for like he like 3 of his sons worked in the fire service, and he told me that, or not he, I think he might have told me this once, but I heard it at his funeral as well. There was a moment like his sons had to earn it. Like I think one of them was in the Coast Guard before he became a fireman. One of them was a paramedic before he became a fireman, or like was a paramedic and a fireman, I forget. And then I forget if the other one just became a fireman, but you had to like earn it. He didn't like help them get the job. They had to become firemen. But he was chief when one of his sons had got moved into like a ladder company or something that was near his area of responsibility, and he was chief, so if he was on call, he would just go to all the big fires. He couldn't stop. Even after he retired, he listened to the scanner all day long. So Grampy would he would go to the fires as the chief, like especially the bigger fires, just to make sure the scene, like he would go into the fires, but he also just needed to be there to make sure the scene was okay. And so he shows up to one fire, and they have all their gear on. Fire gear is very heavy. Can't really like see who you're looking at. And Grampy's like plugging, I think he said he was like plugging the hose into the fire hydrant. And he's like screwing the damn thing in. And he gets the hose connected, and he grabs like the nozzle to bring it to the front line. This house is like raging. It might have been a warehouse fire. I don't remember. And he's not thinking. He's just, there's like 40 firemen there. He's just like bringing the hose to the front, and he's going to go into the building. He taps the guy at the front line to give him the nozzle, because you have to kind of carry the fire line to the front. The guy turns around. It's his son on one of his like first calls out of that station. And my grandfather behind him has to tell him, his own son, like, go in. He has to issue that order, and he did it. He went in with him, of course, and like 40 other guys, but he had to issue the order sending his own son in, and he did it in a heartbeat. And then he went in with him, with his hand on his back. Probably the most epic moment, actually, now that I think about it, that one can imagine. That was my Grampy for you. He looked like the, like, not like a small man, but just like a very like short Irish man, but he definitely didn't want to mess with him. So that's why I have a lot of respect for the country and for the service and for like family. Like my Grampy just instilled a lot of values, but he didn't like say them, he just lived them. Like he never preached. Like I think he probably would have preached more if he thought it was socially acceptable. He thought like, you know, America became very virulently anti-religious for a while. And so he kind of like didn't show his Catholic faith as much. But he would be so proud of me. He'd be so happy. He'd be like, "You people talk about Jesus on the news? This is great." I'm like, I know, Grampy. He's such a good man. I miss Grampy very much. The guy who talks to the aliens. Listen. Personally, Miss Clutch, I think we're the aliens. I'm going there. Listen, Miss Clutch, it's too late. He got to me. I'm adopting his theory. We're the aliens. You got me for 2 more hours, by the way. Yeah. Robin and Max, it's so good to see you. There's someone in the chat. He might have gone a little overboard earlier with the alien stuff, but yeah, he thinks we're the aliens. Personally, Miss Clutch, I got to tell you, I think we're the aliens. I know. He got to me. Miss Clutch, what if that was actually me? I was doing an audit of the moderation. G Reaper says, fine, I'm in. Beam me up. Beam you up? What if we're already here? This is the spaceship. We just terraformed this, like, spaceship, you know? We thought people wouldn't like living in a, like an enclosed, like, bubble. Would you like living in a terrarium, bro? Yeah. You know what you'd be totally cool with, though? A rock with its own atmosphere. It's really comfortable, right? It's like your own island. Yeah, I'm okay, buddy. It's just the length of time we've been streaming today. I'll be better in the morning. I just went to the doctor this morning. They said my vitals were okay, all things considered. I'm very closely monitored by my care team, buddy. They don't love that I smoke cigars. We're working on it. They would prefer I vape. Well, they would prefer... Well, actually, we've had a lot of discussions about how to treat the colitis. Their general opinion is that, like, the best thing for me is to not be on prednisone. And I think that's, like, a lot of doctors' opinions these days. I've spoken to a lot of different patients at, like, testimonies about, like, access to medical products for people with colitis. It's all really the same. Like, they all report the similar experiences, which is doctors don't love prednisone. Unless they need to use it, they really don't love it. It's very dangerous. I think Standing Stones was talking about it with me in chat the other day. Like, it makes my cheeks turn into like a chipmunk. And it's very damaging. It hurts your body. So, in terms of, like, my smoking, like, they would prefer I don't, but, it keeps me off prednisone. So, I say it's a net positive. And I think a lot of patients feel similar. Like, I know people who haven't had to use prednisone in, like, 15 years because of either nicotine or some other medicinal herb. Doesn't mean it's right for everyone. I'm not a doctor. I can only tell you, like, my experience as a medical patient in my state. A law I helped write, by the way. Oh, really? Do you have a link, All the World's a Stage? We can watch it live. Is it on NASA? Yeah, you're right, pipe smoking jogger. I don't like... So, like, there are times, like, where... 2 of my siblings don't have colons. They were both removed at very young ages, age 4 and 14. I have to be exceptionally careful with my health because of that, especially my colitis. There were times where I didn't have a choice. Like, if I didn't take that prednisone, I might have bled out. I can't say that it didn't help me, but the side effects are just such where, like, the doctor really has to lay out to me, like, every single, like, reason based on the, like, the colonoscopy. Like, I don't mean to give you TMI, but I'll just tell you my personal experience. If you're going to get me to take prednisone, you need to show me the scan results and then tell me, like, I'm going to bleed out or I'm not taking it. It's just so dangerous, in my opinion. Like, I've experienced side effects from it that I absolutely hate. Like, aggression. Yeah, I haven't taken it in, like, 15 years or 10 years since, like, actually maybe more like 7. But yeah, like, it's bad. I don't like it. And it really hurts my body. Like, it like, makes me feel... I don't know how to explain it. Like, it makes me feel, like, big. just like very big. And like I have a lot of energy. Thank you, all the world to stage. Yeah, but that's just me. Like, if you're a doctor, you should listen to your doctor. I'm not a doctor, obviously. I only have, like, I'm one person. Everyone reacts to medicine differently. But, like, for me, yeah, like, the worst thing in the world. Okay, so Mr. President Trump's talking to the astronauts. We're going to listen to this now. And then I'll tell you more. Okay, Mr. President's talking to the astronauts.
View of the lunar surface, pictures in a single view.
All right, Mr. President's talking to the astronauts.
And there on your screen, you're currently seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we are 3 minutes out from an on-time start, and we have adjusted the fan speed. We'll take a thumbs up if you're happy with it.
Okay.
Is scheduled to take place in just a couple of years, making
Thank you, all the world to
down
stage.
for their day, and they will have the opportunity to eat dinner. Some of the items on their menu today for dinner include
They're going to have President Trump call the spacecraft. You're watching it live.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Hello, Houston. Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, Jared Isaacman, comm check.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear, sir. How us?
I've got you loud and clear. Artemis II crew, we have a very special guest who wanted to be the first person to greet you after your return from the far side of the moon. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Jared, and you are doing a fantastic job. And hello, very special hello to Artemis II. Today you've made history and made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things to be proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century and breaking the all-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth. Humans have really never seen anything quite like what you're doing in a manned spacecraft. It's really special. I want to personally salute and congratulate Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And I also want to thank the entire amazing team at NASA, headed by Jared, who's a very special guy, by the way, and you all made this day possible, and you've really inspired the entire world. Really, everybody's watching. They find it incredible. I just watched you go to the back of the moon, and people haven't been there in a long time, we can say, but it's going to be more and more prevalent because we're going to be doing a lot of traveling, and then you're going to ultimately do the whole big trip to Mars, and that's going to be very exciting. So you look at, we had no astronaut has been to the moon since the days of Apollo program. The Apollo program was also very special, but that was 50 years ago. And at long last, America is back, and America is back in many ways stronger than ever before. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. The Artemis crew flew in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever made, ever launched, traveled over 250,000 miles, broke the distance record set by the legendary Apollo 13. And America is a frontier nation, and the 4 brave astronauts of Artemis II are a modern-day, you really are modern-day pioneers, all of you. And one of them happens to be a neighbor. You know who that is, right? You have a special person over there, a neighbor, and we like our neighbor. Your mission paves the way for America's return to the lunar surface very soon. We're going all out. We're doing everything we can, and it's headed up by Jared. We'll plant our flag once again, and this time we won't just leave footprints. We'll establish a permanent presence on the moon, and we'll push on to Mars. That'll be very exciting. I'm waiting for that so much. I'd love to be here, but maybe we won't quite make it in terms of timing. But we will be up in the moon, and that's going to happen soon. So America will be second to none in space and everything else that we're doing, and we will continue to lead the whole thing into the stars, this incredible journey into the stars. So I just wanted, it's an honor to speak to you, and I wanted to congratulate each and every one of you. And tell me, what is the most unforgettable part of this really historic day? The whole world is watching and listening. Please tell me.
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith in our administrator, Jared Isaacman, who is with you. We appreciate his leadership in NASA and in the international community. We are doing great things, and we are proud to be a part of. I have to tell you, as we came around the near side of the moon, seeing all the sights that we've seen from Earth for all of our lives, but we're seeing them from a different perspective, and then we started to get a glimpse of the and we saw sites, Oriental sites that no human has ever seen before, not even in Apollo, and that was amazing for us. And then the surprise of the day, we just came out of an eclipse where the sun, moon, and the entire dark moon about that big right out the window that we were watching. We could see the corona of the sun, and then we could see the planet train line up, and at Mars, and all of us commented how excited we are to watch this nation and this planet become a two-planet species.
That is fantastic. You know, I had a decision to make in my first term, and the decision is, what are we going to do at NASA? Are we going to have it be revived, or are we going to close it down? And I had very little hesitation, and it's really great to have somebody like Jared involved, because he really makes it much easier for me. But it was not even a question in my own mind. We've spent what we had to do, and then of course we have Space Force, and Space Force is very much related to what you're doing, and that was my baby. That was a very important one, and it'll turn out to be truly one of the most important, I believe, decisions I've ever made. So we're very proud of Space Force, and we're very proud of all of you. Does anybody else have anything to say? A lot of people listening.
Mr. President, to be here with you speaking about our incredible day today. I think one of the biggest highlights was coming back from the far side of the moon and having the first glimpses of planet Earth again after being out of communication for about 45 minutes. It really just reminds you what a special place we have and how important it is for our nation to lead and not follow in exploring deep space.
I'd like to ask, what was your feeling when you had no communication, zero communication? All of a sudden it was cut off by, obviously, your very special location. What was your feeling when you had no communication? A little bit different, perhaps.
Yes, Mr. President, it was I said a little prayer, but then I had to keep rolling. I was actually recording scientific observations of the far side of the moon. You know, that is actually the time when we were the farthest and the closest to the moon. And so we were really able to make some of our most detailed observations of the far side of the moon up close. And so we were busy up here working really hard. And I must say, it was actually quite nice.
Did you see a difference, a big difference, between the far side of the moon and the near side of the moon? Was there a difference in feel or difference in look? What did you see?
Well, Mr. President, we certainly did, and our science team really set us up well to understand what they thought we might see. And the gravitational pull of the Earth has had a profound effect on the near side of the moon, changing all those dark mares, those dark patches of the moon you see from Earth. It's very different on the far side. While you see some small patches of those mare in deep craters, it's very much absent on that side, so that's really neat. And while I have the microphone, sir, I just want to thank you on behalf of Canada. The space leadership you spoke of from America truly is extraordinary. I've said this many times before. a nation that leads like that and creates and sets big goals for humanity that brings other countries along with it is truly incredible. And I know that's a very intentional, not a necessary decision, intentional decision to lead by example and to allow other countries like Canada to share our gifts and help you achieve these mutually beneficial goals, like establishing a presence on the moon and eventually going to Mars. And Canadians are so proud to be a part of this program.
Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your prime minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
They don't know what to say. This is hilarious. Why are they doing this? This is the absurdity the world needs. He just stopped talking.
I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a...
I am. Yes, I am.
That was the funniest thing I've ever seen, and then he was still there. I can't. How did they not pick up that they were supposed to talk? Oh my god. They were like, did he get called away for a bombing? They're just like, what? Do we say nothing? Oh my god. The most awkward and silent in the history of television. There wasn't even a natural breaking point. He just stopped talking. I'm sorry, I can't. That was so great. This is why I have to be president. Oh my god. We have to make the whole world watch. No, yeah, the whole world does watch. Oh my goodness. Okay, listen. Listen. Oh no. That was really bad. Listen. Everybody, like all channels were watching that live. The astronauts were baffled. Elizabeth. No, Elizabeth, they could hear. I'll play it back. Oh, I want to play it back so bad. It was the greatest awkward silence in television history.
And to allow the
Canadian man
is truly incredible.
Okay,
and I know
okay,
that's
you
a
got to
very
listen to this.
intentional, not
I'm
a necessary
replaying it.
decision, intentional decision to lead by example and to allow other countries like Canada to share our gifts and help you achieve these mutually beneficial goals, like establishing a presence on the moon and eventually going to Mars. And Canadians are so proud to be a part of this program.
Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your prime minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. I know what we need during this moment. Hold on. Oh, you know exactly what's coming. If the Ahmad's still here, listen, he's gonna have the time of his life. You all know exactly. You know exactly what is coming. Hi, CBA. Good to see you. Listen, if you've been here all day, you know exactly what is about to happen. The world needs this. Your girl needs this. You ready for this? Hold on. I got to time it up perfectly, though. Okay? Everybody get ready. Okay?
To be a part of this program.
You know what's coming.
Well, I have to say I spoke to...
Hold on.
And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
We didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
They laughed! Oh my goodness! They all laughed! I heard Mission Control laugh! Oh my god! Oh, that was the great... I can't! The people in NASA were laughing! No! Oh my god. I can't! The Mission Control laughed! The Iranians are probably like, oh my god. No wonder they're not firing any missiles. They can't contain themselves. Oh my god. No. I can't believe that just happened. No. My goodness. You just gotta walk away from the phone. You can't say I'm still here. Oh no. Oh no. The ship has sailed. Listen, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, That's not a private conversation. You're talking to the astronauts live. Oh no. Oh, the Iranians are going to have a field day with this one. Oh no, he's Robert Cosgrove. Oh, Jesus. Oh no. Okay, like, the funny part is over and now I'm just really horrified. Oh, no. Oh. Elizabeth, I'm sorry. It's you can't have that kind of moment. You can do it on a phone call. I like Mr. President Trump. He was nice to my grampy. You cannot during the middle of a war. They're striking Tehran right now. If I'm laughing, NASA laughed. I heard Mission Control laugh. Oh no. Like, this is a light reaction. The Iranians are good. They're not going to take him seriously. Like, you can't have that kind of moment. Not when you're calling the astronauts. Oh, goodness gracious. He's a very nice man. He really is. He was very nice to my granny. But I need to run for president. Like, we really need to be taken very seriously. We're taken seriously from, like, a realpolitik perspective. President Trump did a good job at that. I'm never going to deny that. But, like, how do I say this? So, Mr. President's really good at kayfabe. Alright, I like kayfabe. I think kayfabe's really good. It's exceptional for politics. Kayfabe is politics by other means. It's just like a carny form of politics. All wrestling is politics, but especially why do you think I study 1980s territorial wrestling? Because it's very similar to politics, especially with the territories. And I also just find it fascinating. I love the personalities. I love the behind the scenes. I love the history. Like, who owned what promotion? Who did they know? Like, how was the TV contract done? Like, who negotiated it? How did they get their hour? Like, how did they get their time slot? Who owned the time slot? What station was loyal to, like, what territory? Like, how did, like, network rights get sold? Like, when this was first happening? How was the UHF spectrum divided? How was the radio spectrum divided? I'm very interested in that kind of thing. I don't know why. But anyway, kayfabe is part of wrestling. It's not actually kayfabe is not a term. It's actually a portmanteau. I don't know what the hell to call it, actually. Kayfabe, as spelled, is Kayfabe. It has a definition. Like, the word kayfabe has a formal lexical definition, which is kind of like suspending your disbelief, but all the time. Like, if you're a heel, there's two types of people in wrestling. To understand Mr. President Trump, you have to understand this. I'm not kidding you. That man has been a fan of wrestling since WrestleMania 4 was at Trump Plaza in, like, 85, I want to say. It was back when Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby Heenan were on commentary. I think it was before Toronto. It might have been WrestleMania 7, actually. I'm just going to get you the answer. It was in Atlantic City. It was WrestleMania 4 in 1988. And 5 were in 89. We're both in Atlantic City. So you really got to understand... to understand Mr. President Trump, you have to understand what kayfabe is. Okay, so kayfabe, as spelled, is Kayfabe. Kayfabe is not a term. It's actually a person, but it's not a real person. So the way I heard Andre the Giant explain it, or maybe Bobby Heenan retelling how Andre the Giant explained it. Like, the way it worked back in the day was like there was like a red curtain, like especially at the bigger promotions, but we're talking like the 60s and 70s. So when I say bigger promotions, I mean like the dressing room was like a pipe and drape over like a 50 by 50 like area where there was like some folding chairs and like a long like table and maybe catering on one wall. It was not glamorous, bro. Even in the top territories, it was not glamorous. But like what it would be like is Andre the Giant like to play cards. Like he was in pain all the time, and so he liked to play cards to distract himself, and he drank a lot. And the thing was, Andre came up from French wrestling in like the 40s, and he kind of brought that tradition because he went up to Montreal when he first came over to North America, and he kind of brought that tradition down to Vince's territories. I think Andre immediately signed with Vince's father. I forget if I don't think Andre ever wrestled for a promotion other than Vince. What Andre would do is Vince would like loan him out as like a traveling attraction. So like if your champion in a territory needed like a big person to face, he would send Andre to you, and you would pay Vince like a price plus like the part of the gate, which is the sales of the tickets. And so the way I heard it told from Bobby Heenan was that Andre the Giant it was more than Andre. I think it was a WWF like story, but it came out of Andre's time in the territories. And there was a rule about the dressing rooms back in the day. So kayfabe means you keep up like the act of being a good guy or a bad guy. There's baby faces and heels in wrestling. So you keep up. Back in the day, you kept it up outside of the ring. So, like, you didn't travel. Like, it was a big deal when, who was it? Those two guys in the WWF. I want to say it was Ultimate Warrior and the Sheiky Baby. They got popped with cocaine in New York in the 80s when they were heel and babyface against each other, and Vince was pissed. He wasn't mad at Jimmy Snuka for the thing in Pennsylvania where he allegedly, murdered his wife or girlfriend. No, Vince's dad and Vince were cool with like whatever went down out there. But no, when I think it was Ultimate Warrior and the Iron Sheik, when they broke kayfabe, when they got busted with the cocaine in the 80s in New York, Vince was pissed. Because it broke the illusion. Like, bro, why are you in a car with your enemy? Like, and that was the whole point of kayfabe, okay? Everyone knew, alright? You really think people thought, like, people really did buy it. Like, if you see some of the interviews with the people in Memphis in the 80s, like, they really hated Andy Kaufman. They really, really hated, like, Bill Dundee at certain points. Like you couldn't, like, go, like, they tried to, like, the way Jimmy Cornette tells it, if you listen to him, like, they would, like, some of the heels, like the Midnight Express or some of those other guys, would, like, go out of the arena, like, especially down in, like, Shreveport, Louisiana, or, like Dallas, like, any, like, really rough southern area. Like, the heels would go out of the arena, especially the Sportatorium, where the Von Erichs wrestled. That was Bill Watts' Mid-South. No. Was it? Or was it Bill Watts' Mid-South was in the north, and the Sportatorium was a different promotion called World Class. The Von Erichs had their own promotion. Their dad, actually, their name wasn't Von Erich. They adopted it as a wrestling name, but their dad had a promotion, WCCW, World Class Championship Wrestling. I think they ran out of the Sportatorium in Dallas, which means that Bill Watts must have ran out of Houston, I want to say. That was Mid-South. He was great. He was one of the last of the old Lions. Him and what's the guy? Vern Gagne up in the AWA in, what is it? Milwaukee, Minnesota? The north of the country, in the middle, near like Michigan, but not Michigan. They used to be on ESPN in like the 80s and 90s, but it was a very, like, AWA was, I don't know. You needed more Roddy Piper in the AWA. Roddy Piper came out of the Oregon Territory, actually, like the Pacific Northwest. That was some good stuff. PNW, like that territory, him and Buddy, was it Buddy Rose? Who was the guy up in Portland? Buddy wrestler, Portland territory. It was the guy Buddy who really ran the territory. Buddy Rose. Holy crap. I got Playboy Buddy Rose. I got it exactly right. Dude, Jimmy Cornette would be so proud of me. He'd be like, dude, he answered one of my questions once about, I was doing some research on like King Kong Bundy's early years in Georgia Championship Wrestling. That was another cool territory. And I asked Jimmy Cornette about like a program that I was researching and like fan challenges. He answered it. You can listen to the question. If you search Jimmy Cornette on fan challenges about King Kong Bundy, that's my question. He's like, we got a great question from Grant. I emailed him personally. He answered my question on air. The only like authorities I look to on wrestling are Jimmy Cornette, and then old interviews with Bobby Heenan, and then Gorilla. Gorilla didn't do a lot of shoot interviews though. Anyway, getting back to kayfabe. So the way Andre the Giant tells it, through Bobby Heenan, who was his manager, is that like there were different dressing rooms. Kayfabe was taken so seriously, you had to like keep it up while you were outside. Even like the dressing rooms, like the good guys, the faces had a dressing room and the heels had a dressing room, all right? Building security wasn't allowed to go into the dressing rooms. That's ridiculous. No. Instead, what would happen is they would have like an enforcer from the wrestling promotion at the door. And if you needed to say something, like if you were like not smart, the word is smart. So if you're smart to the business, you're smart. If you're not smart to the business, you're a mark. If you're somewhat smart, but like still a fan, you're a smart mark. So there's like 3 levels of being involved in wrestling. Like everybody starts as a mark, and then some people become a smart mark, and then you become smart to the business. And being smart to the business is like understanding kayfabe. Okay. So building security at like the photographers, unless you like know the owner of the promotion, we're talking like in the 70s and 80s, unless you like knew Christine Jarrett in Memphis or something, you were not getting in those locker rooms. Even if you were like involved, like if you were like a smart mark, you still weren't getting in the locker rooms. And they would ask you like, are you smartened up? And if you didn't know what that meant, like you weren't smartened up. And they would be like, who smartened the kid up? You know, like eventually you'd get smartened up to the business. So for the people who were like on the verge, like you could get backstage, but you weren't supposed to be in the dressing room. The wrestlers had to have a language for when you were around. And so what they would say, I think it came from Andre the Giant, to keep up appearances. What they would say is, oh, that's K-Faby. K-A-Y, first name. Like they would make up a ring rat's name. A ring rat is a term for like a girl who follows around the wrestlers. They would say that's K-Faby. K-A-Y, first name. That's where it actually started. K-A-Y, first name. Last name, F-A-B-E. There's nobody named K-Faby. There's not a person. She never existed. She was never a real person. They just made it up because it was a good code word. And they were referring to you. That's why it worked. It's kind of like saying like, what is it? Mush down the lake in Newton. It's like a if you know kind of thing. And so Andre would say, hey, there's kayfabe. If an outsider, like, either got, like, near the door or the curtain of the dressing room or got in the dressing room. That's how the term started. But it evolved over time to become, like, a single word, kayfabe. Even though it's technically, it's a woman's name who never existed that then became a verb. But that's just how it is, or a noun. It's actually more of a noun. You could kayfabe someone as a verb. You can also work yourself into a shoot. It's interesting how much wrestling translates to politics. That's why wrestling is politics by other means. Or maybe politics is wrestling by other means. I don't know. Anyway. So the idea of kayfabe is you, like, keep up the act at all times. Like, you're playing your character. Everybody knows you're playing a character, but they're suspending their disbelief. People want to suspend their disbelief. They really do. They want to believe. They just get, like, with me, it's different. You don't, I think that's why with me it's so, I think the work I do is very important because you don't have to suspend your disbelief. Like, what you see is what you get. WYSIWYG, you know? Ever used a WYSIWYG? They're really fun. But anyway, my point is, politics is kayfabe. So to understand Mr. President Trump, you have to understand kayfabe. And if you understand, like, Mr. President's love of professional wrestling, you understand him. But to do kayfabe, this is why, like, I'm being very delicate with this. Like, Mr. McMahon can't do it anymore. Like, obviously. He sold the company. It's owned by, like, the UFC's parent company now, like 5149 or something. His kids are well taken care of. I forget who they have in there. They got some interesting executives. They're kind of like, their new video game's good. WWE 2K26. I haven't played it, but I was looking at some of the physics engines. It's really good. They screwed up for a while because Mr. McMahon. So here's the best way I can explain it. When Mr. McMahon was firing on all cylinders, he, like, single-handedly, like, facilitated the emergence of the Attitude Era. That's my opinion. Like, Jimmy Cornette actually created it. What the hell was it? He created it because he inadvertently told Mr. McMahon about a double cross. So I think Vince probably knew what a double cross was because of Moolah. She was like a female wrestler in the 80s, and there was some woman that had blonde hair. Dawn Marie, Missy High, no, that's a little, I forget who it was. Let me look it up. Great Moolah Wrestling Double Cross. This is actually where the Montreal Screwjob comes from. So Wendy Richter. I never would have gotten that. Like, I knew the name was like something. I knew she was blonde. I knew the name was something like that. I should have known it was Wendy Richter off the top of my dome, but I never would have remembered that. That's very obscure. So anyway, my point with all of that is that the Attitude Era, right? Vince McMahon, when he was firing on all cylinders, like, he was able to take Jimmy Cornette telling him about this concept of, like, a double cross. And a double cross in wrestling is where, like, you have to work the audience and the wrestlers. And it's like, you tell one wrestler that the finish is going to be what's called the schmoz, where, like, it's a DQ because of outside interference, basically, like, in wrestling parlance. But then, like, you actually have that wrestler lose. Like, they don't know they're going to lose. It's like a legitimate, like, it's called a worked shoot, where, like, it's legitimate in that one wrestler actually gets screwed. And that's what happened to Bret Hart at Survivor Series in 97. But anyway, it's important to understand the multifaceted layers of this, because you can work the audience with kayfabe, but you can also work, like, your underlings. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're the boss, the kayfabe element is not limited to just like your presentation in public. It's also like how you manage your employees. But anyway, so Vince McMahon firing on all cylinders, by analogy, gave us like the Attitude Era. Like, and it was part of monoculture, so you got to understand it in context. But it was a great achievement, bro. Territorial wrestling after like '82. Dude, it was the doldrums. I don't think like anything permeated in like modern culture other than like maybe Hulk and Andre at WrestleMania 3, and then maybe the Rock and Wrestling connection with Cyndi Lauper. That was kind of smart. Like Vince kept it alive a little bit, like with flashes, like in '85, and then maybe like '88 through like '91, especially with Saturday Night's Main Event. But you got to understand, like, the relationship between NBC and like the WWF was very tenuous. Like, I think it was Lorne Michaels actually, who was it Lorne? It might have been someone else at NBC. I forget who it was. One of the execs there was like friends with Vince, and so they gave him a shot with Hulk on Saturday Night's Main Event. That's like what kept the wrestling business alive. But the point is, by '96, like, it was gonna die. And and it doesn't go in cycles, bro. It was not going to survive. Only because of, like, Ted Turner and Vince McMahon's reaction with the Attitude Era did wrestling survive, like, and become what it is today. But anyway, Vince, when he was firing on all cylinders, he was a character on the show, and he was also writing the show, and he was also producing the show, and he was also running, like, the movie studio, and he was also coordinating, like, the expansion of the WWF. Like, he was ruthless. He, like, the way it went down, it's kind of complicated. Vincent J. McMahon, who was his dad, he was, like old school, like everything with a handshake kind of thing. Like the old Boston Garden used to be that way. Like, bro, there's no contracts in Boston. What the hell are you talking about? You shake hands, like you live by your word. So that was what wrestling used to be like. And one of the deals was that, like, the Northeast company out of New York that ran Madison Square Garden, they wouldn't like go into other territories because they were really powerful, and if they went into other territories, they would have dominated them. So instead, what you had was like, kind of like, you could argue it was like a trust, but it was more like segmented, individualized territories that generally like understood the rules. Like, promoters in each territory kind of knew like what you could do with each wrestler. Like, I'll pay the headliner like this much of the gate. Like, the world champion of the NWA, the National Wrestling Alliance, gets this much for an appearance. Like, this much goes to this person. Like a jobber, someone who just loses a match but wants experience gets like $250. You know what I mean? Like $250, whereas the headliner at like a show at like the Omni in Atlanta in the 80s, like maybe gets like 25,000, 10,000, like upwards of there. Anyway, I don't even want to start talking about the payoffs it's called a payoff, the like WrestleMania 3 gate or whatever it was. Like, those were big money payoffs for the headliners and very little for the like low card. It's called like the, what is it, mid card, and then lower card. I don't remember what it's called when you're at the bottom of the card. Maybe that's what it's called. But anyway, so getting back to the like Mr. McMahon comparison, when Vince was doing it, he could do it all. He could coordinate kayfabe, expand territories. His father had promised that the Northeast Territory would not expand beyond where it was. The second that Vince bought out his father, he didn't buy him out, by the way. His father gave him a loan for $1 million and was like, if you don't pay me back within a year, I'm taking the company back. The company was called Capital Wrestling Corporation back then. Anyway, so as this is all going down, Vince, perhaps stupidly, starts buying out other territories, and he buys out it's called the Saturday Night Massacre, not the one from October of '73 in Watergate, but October 31st, when all the three, Ruckelhaus and the other two, resigned rather than fire Archie Cox before Leon Jaworski became the special prosecutor. The Saturday Night Massacre in wrestling is when Vince bought Georgia Championship Wrestling's time slot on Saturday on TBS, I believe, and that was normally when Gordon Solie would come on. And I want to say like Georgia Championship Wrestling was the precursor to World Championship Wrestling when Ted Turner bought it. Basically, like, Vince bought the time slot and then took over all the territories. Like, he monopolized wrestling, basically. Not really, because Ted Turner and ECW a little bit, Paul Heyman's like renegade promotion, although I think one could argue he was always like a satellite of the WWF. It's a complicated story. Anyway, the emergence of what you know as wrestling is because of Vince McMahon. His personality single-handedly shaped the emergence of modern wrestling because he understood kayfabe as a discipline in form and content. He understood like what you use kayfabe for the purpose of business, like a good promoter, and he understood the act of kayfabe. It's like being a thespian. Like, it's like being on stage. You have to, like, the business of kayfabe and actually doing kayfabe are two very different things. And so when Vince McMahon was firing on all cylinders, he could do that. Like, he had the world, like, in his hand. Now, like, if you look at, like, I'd say, like, it got a little bit, like, the problem, you could probably, if you had to pinpoint, like, the collapse of the, like, the golden era of wrestling, there's two golden eras, like three, like the 30s, like the 70s and 80s, and then 1997 through like 2001. And if you had to peg the end of it, it's probably April 1st, 2001. That was when WWF bought WCW, and it looked like the right move at the time, but what it really did was consolidate the wrestling business, so there was no competition, and then no one was interested anymore, and then it faded out. Better burn out than fade away. Anyway, WWF did just fine at the end of the day, but they destroyed the momentum at the time. Now, what the WWF became from like 2002 through 2009 is like 2018 is a very good embodiment of what can happen when someone who's like that. It's kind of like the Howard Hughes syndrome. Like, you're so good at what you do and you've amassed so much power and influence and wealth and control and assets and property and connections and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that like the things like centralize around you. And so you have to be like perfect all the time, or like things can get a little, what's the word, unwieldy, to say the least. And Mr. President, an erudite student of kayfabe, I love Daniel Bryant. Daniel Bryant's Yes movement is a really good microcosm of how you give Vince McMahon the middle finger. You know how you do it? By getting the crowd to love you. Vince can't do anything if the crowd loves you. The whole point is to put butts in the seats. Daniel Bryant did that by sheer force of will. Vince hated wrestlers like Daniel Bryant. Too small, weird style, weird look. Like not like a traditional bodybuilder. But Daniel Bryant proved that you can do it. I didn't even watch wrestling at the time. I stopped watching in April of 2001. And I knew Daniel Bryant's name. He was so effective, I knew who he was. As a non-wrestling fan in like 2018 or something. It was very impressive, frankly. I clearly know a lot about this and like kayfabe, territorial wrestling, etc. It's like my passion. It's like my I don't know, side interest. But I study it academically, obviously. That's why I love Jimmy Cornette. Dude's got a memory that's as good as mine, if not better. I could listen to him talk for hours and hours. He knows so much. He does. I like his co-host, but I don't really need a co-host. He's a little bit older, and he worked so hard over his life. But yeah, to give you a little bit more about Mr. President, so he's a student of kayfabe. He's also like Mr. McMahon. Like, literally, they're friends. Like, Mr. President has been on the WWF multiple times. I remember when they had that, like, Battle of the Billionaires. But he's also, like, he hosted WrestleMania back in the day. Like, he loves the WWF because I think he loves it. I don't know this, but I would ask him. I think he loves it for the same reason I love it, which is it's like theater in the round. It's the last great theater in the round, but it has a political element to it. Like, Mr. President, I sense, likes money. I don't really like money. I like the politics of it. There is a money element to it. It's a business. But, like, I love the politics of it. I love studying the politics of it. I love studying, like, the personalities and how their, like, overlapping concentric social circles of influence permeate through the decision-making process and then result in, like, storylines, like how something's presented on TV, why someone has, like, when they're supposed to have a certain look towards someone else on stage, but they have, like, a personal issue with them off stage. Like, why do they have, like, a slight, like, uptick in their mouth? Or, like, why do they, like, look at them that way? Like, I'm always looking for stuff like that. Like, always analyzing sort of the unspoken dynamics of interactions. And so wrestling is really good for that. It's very understated, but also artful. Theater in the round. That's how my friend Brian Box Brown once explained it, and I thought that was so spot on. Like, very intelligent people, I think, tend to like wrestling as a discipline because it embodies, like, more of, like, a leisurely form of politics. Politics is ruthless. Imagine, like, wrestling, but with very, like, no like combat, but just very real stakes. Like, if you get it wrong, you can really screw up a lot of people's lives. So it's like a low stakes environment to look at wrestling because it's kayfabe. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? Like, you screw up, like, a company's, like, stock because you didn't sell enough tickets. Like, you, like, cause, like, a kerfluffle because someone went on TV and, like, flipped someone off, and then some group got mad and wrote to the president. Like, all in all, like, you're not going to cause that much of a problem, other than the Owen Hart situation, which I think was very serious. There was a fall that led to Owen Hart, the wrestler, dying it over the edge. I want to say it was in '97 at the Kemper Arena in Kansas City. Very, very serious situation. Right after Brett, his brother, had left the WWF. A lot of questions in my mind about that whole situation. But anyway, especially because Shawn had done the descent on, like, Shawn Michaels had done the descent a few years earlier in the all-white at WrestleMania in, like, a very valid, like, harness, whereas Owen got, like, a single clip, like, single release, supposedly to let him get out easier in the blue blazer costume near, like, the floor. But I don't know. There's been inquiries, like, you can read them. I don't have a formal opinion either way. I just have a lot of questions about that event. But yeah, getting back to Mr. President Trump. So it's a kayfabe thing. You have to understand the discipline of it as a business, the discipline of kayfabe as, like, an art form, and then the discipline of kayfabe as, like, managing personalities within a bureaucratic hierarchy. So that's why it's a perfect, like, study of the human condition if you're interested in politics. Theater in the round in general is really like that. Like, you ever talk to a thespian about, like, interdepartmental politics within the theater department, bro? Dude. People think theater kids are nerds. Yeah, okay, but, like, what is a nerd? It's just a really smart person. So, like, what do you think they do all the time? They're just, like, scheming. Like, scheming is kind of a derogatory term. They're just, like, angling for better roles, like, get closer to this person in power, go to this school, go to that play, go to that audition, like, know that casting director. It's very political. I like it though. But then they're also acting at the same time. So they're using those skills that they're learning while doing the kayfabe to be better at the like political side of kayfabe. You can't, that's the best way to explain it. That's how to understand Mr. President Trump. So that's not good. You're not keeping up kayfabe right there. You're breaking kayfabe a lot. Like you have to keep up the kayfabe because like you represent an office. So if you have a moment like that, like look at that middle astronaut's face. He's grimacing. The only one who's holding it together is the girl, who's just like the only thing, I don't know her name, the woman. Her only thing, I can't call her the woman because that's Irene Adler. The only one holding it together is the girl in the middle, the woman, the astronaut in the middle. She's like, I'm just going to stare directly at the camera and smile. She's the only one. All right. Look at the guy in the middle with the microphone. He looks mortified. All right. So that's why this is. I was laughing because it was the control room laughed. The astronaut is smirking. The Canadian is smirking. And she knows she can't laugh. Like, you really can't laugh at the president. Bro, you cannot. I can. I'm a news commentator. And he also knew my grampy. So I can always just pull the, like, you knew my grampy and he thought you were wonderful card. So, like, I can personally say that, like, I know him. But, like, this guy, like, these guys, they work for him. Not the Canadian. But the other astronauts are, like, part of the command chain. Like, he's part of their chain of command. They cannot laugh at him. It's very unsightly. Okay, the female astronaut, she's got the plan. She knows exactly what to do. You can't laugh if you're smiling. Just smile. She's got it down to a science. Just smile as wide as you put. You could make this into a Renaissance painting. I love it. Oh, I love it. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Dude, I love it. All right, so you got 4 distinct and separate reactions. Okay? This is after 60 seconds of silence. The Canadian astronaut on the far left is just like, so do you think I can get away with command not scolding me if I just kind of do this? If I just look sideways and like kind of try to look like I'm smiling, do you think command will let me get away with this? That's exactly what that man is thinking, the Canadian astronaut in the far left of the picture. The female astronaut, she's the only one who actually figured this scene out, okay? She knows she can't laugh. She knows trying to not laugh makes you look dumb. So she's just like, bro, I'm going all in. Straight ahead, smile, stare. Just like, you can't tell I'm laughing, I'm smiling. Yeah, I'll show you exactly what it looks like. Look, if I'm just smiling, okay, if you just smile, then no matter what you do with your face, you're just going to be smiling. She's very well trained. Like, if you just smile, then if you see, I could be laughing, but I'm smiling. So as long as you just sit there smiling, you won't be laughing because you'll be, what is laughing if not smiling? But as long as you don't go from like not, like a solid face to like laughing is when you go from stern to kind of like bursting out laughing. If you're just smiling the whole time, no one's going to know if you're laughing. She's got it down. She's probably chuckling under her breath the whole time. I would be like that too, but the microphone's there, so I'd be really quiet. I'd be like snorting. I'd literally be having contractions in my chest because I would be forcing myself to sit there with a big smile while laughing. I would, like, the fact that she's keeping her body composed is stunning. That's just incredible. I couldn't do it. I would have been laughing. Now, the guy in the middle, to her left, okay, to your right of her, he did not do a good job, okay? He is showing actual mortification. Like I can't do it, like, I'm not mortified right now, so I can't do it, but his his face is actually the opposite of a smile. It's curling downwards. He's so mortified. The thoughts running through his mind, like he is like, I don't know how to explain this. Like it's like a freeze frame in a movie where you're like, so you might be wondering how I found myself in this situation. Oh my goodness. Oh, you don't understand. His face, it's just, he's holding his arm up for a microphone that isn't there. He's paralyzed. He's just like, oh, this is not good. Oh goodness. Okay, so it's like better than the Mona Lisa, bro. It's so much better than the Mona Lisa, because then the astronaut on the far right, okay, to the left of the guy with the microphone, very, they're all well built, but he's like, he clearly was like in the Air Force or something, probably like a jet fighter pilot. Most of them, to be an astronaut, you basically have to be able to pull 9 Gs for 7 seconds, or like 7 Gs for 9 seconds. Only really fighter pilots can do that. Like, to be able to breathe while pulling that amount of gravity, that amount of Gs, it's G forces. So like when they're in the rocket going up, it's kind of like being in a plane going really fast, but harder. So you would die, like you wouldn't be able to breathe, really. Not because of the lack of oxygen, just the amount of G's pulling on your body when you're like exiting the Van Allen radiation belt. Or like you have to go fast enough to get out of the orbit of the Earth. Like you go like this and then like eject out of the Earth, basically. So like most of them are fighter pilots. There are astronauts who are not fighter pilots, but bro, if you're gonna do that, you better be ready to be like spun around really fast, and you better be able to breathe. Like your neck muscles better be strong enough to withstand like 9 Gs for 7 seconds. Most people would pass out. You really can't. If you put a normal human with no training in a 9G environment for 7 seconds, they would collapse. You might be able to live, but you would not be conscious after that. You'd probably pass out after 2 seconds. It just puts it will collapse your breathing. I don't know how to explain it. It just puts so much pressure on like your throat that you have to be acclimated and strong enough to withstand like that pressure and that amount of force. So you can't just be an astronaut. Anyway, that's my analysis. He was probably a very high level combat pilot. The guy on the left of the guy with the microphone to your far right. Anyway, he has got military discipline, so he turns his head. But the thing is, like, he can keep his lips straight to not, he cannot smile. It's his commander-in-chief. But he can't stop, his face muscles. He can tell, he's going up into a smirk. Like, he really is. Like, he's fighting it. He's very well disciplined. But he can't, you can see how there's just, a softening of the cheekbones. And, he's trying to hide it. He cannot, put his hands over his face. He's got nothing to hide behind. It's, the camera and him. So, what do you do? And he's been doing these interviews for a few days. He knows what he looks like on the camera. What do you do? He just, turns his face and, he's got it. Which way is it? This way? He's got it. But it's just soft enough. His muscles are softening up, or you can tell he's fighting the smile. So that's why it's the perfect image. It's just perfect. It's gonna go down in history. Alright. I'm tired. I can't believe the Iranians only launched once, right when I was going to bed. I wonder if they're trolling me specifically. What are you doing? They don't normally do that either. I can't believe I'm still awake. It's 11:30. Alright. X-MAGA, did you get banned from chat? Where's X-MAGA? He's commenting on the video because he can't comment in the chat. No, and by the way, I just want to be clear. There wasn't even supposed to be this part of the show. I'm supposed to be sleeping. The only reason we're still going is because Iran launched a missile at Beersheba literally as I was going to bed. It probably hit a little bit away from the city, seeing as there's been no impact reports. No, a block isn't blocking anyone from speaking. That's not how that works, Elizabeth, my dear friend. A block is like a personal thing. A block doesn't stop you from speaking. A block is like anyone can block anyone at any time. It's not like a sanction or a ban or a timeout or a deleting of your comments. It's just like a feature on the internet. It's just a way to like screen what you see. Anyone can block anyone. Most people don't do it here because, well, some people do it if like they see behavior in the chat they think should be moderated, but I don't act. They'll sometimes block, which is fine. I don't care. Whatever makes you happy. But yeah, a block isn't censoring you, Elizabeth. It doesn't have anything to do with you, really. It doesn't impact your comments or your life much at all. You can use the block feature too. It's not a censorship feature. It's like a personal feature. I know it might be a little bit hard to understand. It all sounds convoluted when you explain it. All right. Oh, that was like an extra 3 hours. I'm going to bed. God bless all of you. I'm doing my outro. Where's Pete Bunny Towel? Second, the first one was a false outro. You ever had a false outro? It's where I think the outro. If the Iranians launch another damn missile, when I'm doing my outro, I will know. I know you're watching. I'm gonna play the song. The song plays. not gonna believe this. I'm still up. The car thing is still going. It's still not solved. I've been like working on this for 12 hours. They called me again. And I finally got them to do it. That's why I played the song a few times for you all. I figured you would just enjoy it. I got to do my outro anyway. They finally agreed. I drove a hard bargain. I drove a really hard bargain. I'm a good customer, but they finally agreed to do it. Like, oh goodness, I don't know. 7 hours later. I am not cut out for this world sometimes. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Is Elizabeth still going? Did I drive her off? I just was lecturing Elizabeth to the beat of the wonderful Iranian song. Then I just put it on repeat while I dealt with the nonsense I've been dealing with all day. What a wild day. I've been live for at least 14 hours. Like, I went live, then I went to the doctor, then I went live again. I'm glad to have taken you up there. The Iranians just stopped firing. They trolled me one time with a missile at the south. I'm serious. They have fired once in 16 hours, bro. And it was only when I was going to bed. They just wanted me to stay live. I think the Iranians just like hanging out with me. They get a little bored. They're like, well, at least when Grant's on, we never know what's going to happen. I'm 90% sure they actually watch. I can't prove it. I really can't. But I just have this, intuition that they watch. They find it very interesting. Personally, I would find it interesting, bro. You can learn about so much here. You can turn this on at any time of the day and just randomly learn things. You never know what you might learn. It might be like wrestling hour. It might be like 19th century, British colonialism hour. It might be like the history of Iran hour. It might be the history of Yemen hour, the Houthis. You might learn about the Blood Guardians, Hezbollah, the Pope, the American presidents. We might get a double Tippecanoe here. Is Triple Bob here? Triple Bob's here. You get a double Tippecanoe. Bye, Elizabeth. It was nice to see you. Triple Bob gets a double Tippecanoe. Tippecanoe. Is that how it is? I can't believe I talked. I spelled Tippecanoe wrong. I'm not sad. Who's sad? I just want to know, how does Triple Bob spell Tippecanoe? This has got to take a while. Tippecanoe. I have no idea what I'm doing. Tippecanoe? Maybe with 2 N's? I have no idea. If you get it right, eventually there's a way to spell Tippecanoe where the bot will... the bot will do a response. There we go. Tippecanoe. Tipacaone. It will do the lines for Tippecanoe if you do those kind of make. Oh, God. Oh, this has been an absolutely ridiculous day, and tomorrow's going to be the day. So, I don't know. Calm before the storm, truly. I'm going to bed. Tippecanoe and Tyler too. All right, ready? I do the presidents in order. You get a double exit today, but I'm actually done over after this. It's been 11 hours and 30 minutes. Feels like 5 minutes though, spending time with you all. Oh yeah, we learned a legal case today too. I'm not a lawyer though. We were just reading New York Times v. U.S. It was good. She's gone. Grammy Towel, Linda. She's gone. All right, so we have President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison. Skip 5, 6, 7, 8 because I don't know them in order yet. 8 is 8 is Van Buren. 9, 10, 11, 12 working on. 13 is Andrew Jackson. And then I miss a few, and then I pick up on Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So it's Polk, Taylor, Pierce Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? All right. Everything's going good. Everything is going well. Yeah, I gotta stay up for a little bit. But that's alright. We did the presidents in order. Triple Bob is thrilled. Triple Bob loves the Tippecanoe. Alright, thank you all for your support. Did you save your stream? Yes, Mercury Star. So the stream will save as long as it's under 12 hours. That's why most people either like end their stream after 12 hours or start a new one right before 12 hours, because otherwise it won't save the recording. I have the recordings locally, but if you want it to actually process on YouTube, it's 12 hours. It would be just way too much data if they allowed more than that. It doesn't even make sense. Like, nobody needs to really be live more than 12 hours. And if you do, like, you probably aren't saving recordings of them. Soul Controller, sleep, my dear friend. We are all getting some sleep. God bless you as well, Tiffany, Bob, and Reaper. God bless all of you tonight. I have to stay up for a little bit, but you all get some rest. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 11:54 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime. It is Monday, April 6, 2026. It is 5:54 a.m. in South Africa. It's 6:54 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 7:24 a.m. in the beautiful Tehran, Iran. From the War Desk in Boston. Oh, come on, Hezbollah. Come on, Hezbollah. What are you doing? I'm going to bed. Hezbollah is shelling Kiryat Shimona, which means another round is coming in soon. The Iranians are going to do some shelling while I'm sleeping. I'm not staying awake, Hezbollah. I'm going to bed. Hezbollah's got the YouTube stream on their phones. They're like, he's going to bed, let's troll. I truly believe they watch. Like, literally, as I was ending the stream, the only firing that they did, one missile, two missiles actually, towards the south. Nothing else all night from Iran. It was just a little wink and a nod. Alright. If you learned something from this public oh, that's right. If you want to support this stream, I gotta build up like a little bit of donations for tomorrow now. I'm not going to get that refund for a while. So if you want to help Tal, if you like this stream, if you learned something today, it's a public information service designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I use 20% entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma and also to keep things a little bit light during otherwise intense moments. But I also do that in order to dedicate 40% to education, 40% to information, and thus I try to engender, coach, and public discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. So if you found that helpful, if you want to encourage that, if you want to enable access to this information for other people who don't have resources, if you're some like kind of crypto millionaire, if you struck oil, maybe you were walking around in your backyard, stuck a like drill in the backyard, you struck oil, who knows? I don't know how people make money, but God bless those of you who do. You help make the world go round and you keep me alive. I love you all very dearly. And I get to do my work, and I feel like I have a purpose, even among the agony of it all. Yeah, there's a Cash App, $, Grant Smith Ellis. There is a Venmo at Grant-E1. There is a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Did you know that you could, if you don't have Cash App and you want to install it, you can install it and get $5 free, apparently? You can get $5. I spelled it wrong. You can get $5 free and I get $30. It doesn't give me $30 every time, apparently. You have to not have Cash App already. But listen, if you... Oh, all right, hold on. All right. Sorry, that was just the coordination of the car. But yeah, you can donate. Speaking of cars, seeing as this, I'm never going to get this refund. It's going to take like weeks. They will do it though. They're very kind. You can donate to help. I got to start like a new rental. It's a long story. I'm going to try to save some money. I think Mary P and I are going to talk in the morning. We're going to figure it out. I'm going to get the cheapest possible month rental. We're going to get it done. But if you want to contribute to that, if you want to help out, I mentioned the ways to donate. You can also sign up for Cash App through that link. It's not like a sponsored thing. I just found it in the app. And if you sign up and send or spend $5, so like you sign up, you don't have to give your bank. You give like either like a protected debit card or whatever. You can send $5 to anyone, like your sister, your brother. It doesn't matter. Like you just send $5, and then it will give $5 to you, like free, and it will give me a bonus just because you signed up through that link. All right. So great way to help the channel. If you've been wondering, like, how can I help Grant? Like, what's a good way to do it? Well, I can get you $5 free. I don't know what you want to do with it. And then you can get me free money. I don't know why they do this. It's really cool. It's not sponsored. I would tell you if it was. It's just a good way to help the channel and help me. And you don't actually have to spend the money. You can just send it to someone. You can send it to me. You don't have to, but someone sent me $5 earlier and then it gave me a bonus. They signed up with my link, sent me $5. It gave them $5 and then it gave me $30. I was like, okay. I guess it's because like it incentivizes people signing up for Cash App, which is cool. I have nothing against it. It doesn't like, it's not like a commodities market. It doesn't do prediction markets. It doesn't do anything I object to morally. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just a bank. So it's cool with me. All right. A lot of you have stayed up all night. So with that said, I'll look forward to seeing you. Oh, it's midnight here in Boston, turning over to the next day. It is now Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. It's midnight from the war desk here in Boston, U.S. wartime. 6 a.m. in South Africa, 7 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, 7:30 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. All right. But that said, if you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you want to pay it forward, there's a way you can do so. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness based in compassion and unconditional love for people around you. You can look for reasons to donate to our homeless veterans or our service members or their families right now. It's more so than anything else. It's a time where they need our help, and you can help them via a donation. So God bless you, and thank you so much for your consideration. Furthermore, you may also consider a donation to animal shelters, either run by veterans or that help provide our veterans or service members with animals. You can help our furry friends. Pete Bunny Towel's not an animal. He's the channel mascot. But he does love our furry friends, like the goats and the Mimi's baby goat Ellie. And then also the cats and the dogs. And then also the cows. We love the cows. Cows are very secret. And then also the snakes and the penguins. Save the penguins. I don't think there are any penguins in harm's way, maybe in some zoos, but just save the penguins in general. You know, they're called a waddle of penguins when they walk together. They waddle and they're called a waddle. Hashtag save the penguins. Anyway, you can donate to animal shelters run by veterans, or if you can't find an animal shelter run by veterans or a zoo run by veterans, I'm sure there's one out there. I'm going to do some research about that. I want to interview someone who has a zoo that's run by veterans. That's actually a really good idea. Have we considered just putting veterans in the zoos and having them hang out with the animals? I think it would be a good idea. What's the worst that could happen? Anyway, so famous last words. So anyway, oh, good morning. Hello, South Africa. How are you all? Hi, how are you, Sheta Torres? Welcome to the channel. I'm sorry we're going to bed, but you can have a towel wrench and you can come back tomorrow. But yeah, you may also consider, if you're in the UK, a donation to the Big Issue. Isn't that a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK? But it doesn't have to be a donation. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrell did one time, and then having them designated part of the designated honorary towels as part of the outro forevermore. Yes, in that way, ladies and gentlemen, may we change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer standing tall and carrying a Peep Bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. God bless, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, may your hearts remain forever young. Okay? Let's dance in style. Let's dance for a while. Okay? All right? I absolutely love that song. Forever young. I want to be. And we all shall remain forever young. Signing off from the War Desk in Boston, with love to you all and prayers for peace, prayers for our soldiers, those of our allies, prayers for all the animals, the bunnies, the cats, the dogs, the snakes, the cows, the goats, the penguins, and otherwise. And most of all, may God bless these United States of America, and God bless us all. Thank you for watching with me and welcoming me into your home today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, signing off from the War Desk in Boston. God bless you. Good night.